Hello, everyone. Sorry, I was distracted. We were talking about something. Hey, everybody. Hi. I let the start and soon screen sit a little longer than I meant to. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I do have Tennille here with me, who is trapped in a box, and it's a soundproof box, and you can't hear anything that they say. They didn't say help. Don't listen. They didn't quietly say help into my headphones that you guys can't hear. So, anyway, I'll pop over here, okay? And let Tennille out of the box. Now you can speak. Oh my god, I'm like so green. The way the light is hitting me right now.
Wow.
I'm radiant.
Yeah, if you had your green glasses, it would just be like...
I know. It would be complete. I would be my true radiated self. I am one step closer. I do now have access to where I need, like, I like to go, look, I like Costco, okay? And I liked going there for my eye appointment. And now we have access to Costco again, so I'm finally going to go back and get my eyes checked after, like, 2 years. And then I'm going to get my green glasses. And one step at a time, okay? We're getting there. We're getting there. For now, this will be my one color break. I will, though, hold on. So I got these cute little shorts. So I have Orange Bird, right? Pretty cute.
Orange Bird.
I also got these cute little shorts that have little flowers on them.
Oh my god.
So it's my springy little outfit. See?
Yeah, you're manifesting spring right now.
Yeah. It's also just all green and orange, my favorite colors anyway, so it works out. So that's why, like, but you're not seeing the rest of it, or you're hardly even seeing Orange Bird to break up the green. So it's just like I'm sitting here like glowing.
It's just lime green.
Yeah. I really did just come out of like a vat of like radioactive goo, you know what I mean? So
amazing.
Anyway, you guys just have to deal with all of this time, okay? I feel like you'd be used to it being here. So green screens hate you. That's why I have a blue screen, baby. That's why I got a blue screen. It is green on the other side if I ever want it to completely disappear. Oh, I am? You can... Which side? I also... Green. I'm committed, okay?
Wow.
You don't have to see it, but my underwear, also green. I've got it all covered.
Pretend this is St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah. I was so prepared on St. Patty's Day. I got to walk out being so... Have I shown you guys my new shoes? Hold on.
Did you get green shoes? I hope this is what this means.
Look at these fucking shoes I got. They glow in the fucking dark, dude.
Oh my god.
They're fuzzy on the inside. They're kind of hard. See that star? Glows in the dark. Moon glows in the dark.
Everything in the same shade.
I fucking look. I fucking look is what I do. Don't have to worry about feet. They're shoes. I'm safe. Okay. But anyway, yeah, I got these. They glow in the dark like the Crocs do, and then I have glow in the dark. So I really, really do glow like I am radiated. Fuzzy Crocs is kind of a cursed concept. See, I wasn't crazy about fuzzy Crocs because mostly I get too hot too easily, but I was kind of converted after I got a pair at Christmas, and I was like, damn, you know what? These are kind of comfy. I'm into this. So I'm also like, look, if you wear socks, there are no problems. Okay. I can't stand to wear a Croc without a sock anyway, because it's just too sweaty. What are people doing? Y'all are crazy. But anyway, there you go. There's my green shoes. I've been wearing these recently. A lady yesterday, she was coming out of physical therapy and she was like, oh, wonderful shoes, you know? And I was like, oh my god, thank you, you know, showing them off.
I bought my first ever pair of Crocs at our most recent Disney World trip.
Hell yeah.
They were
what do they look like?
They're Lion King themed. So they're mostly like a dark navy blue, but then they have kind of like baby Simba and Timon and Pumbaa like strutting.
Cute. Okay, that's cute. I see. I'm envisioning. I can see it. Yeah.
I mainly got them, one, because they're Lion King, so like automatic A+. But two, because they had a pool at the hotel, And I'm like, I want to swim in the pool, but also the concrete around the pool is hella sharp on my feet.
Oh,
and my
fun.
only other pair of shoes is my tennis shoes and socks. So I'm like, okay, I guess
you'd
it's
need
time
something
to buy
else. Yeah.
a second pair of shoes.
Yeah. It's nice to have some alternatives. I had to buy Crocs during my last Disney trip because I got soaking wet on the Tiana ride. Nice.
Oh.
You're like if a cat was a frog. Yeah. There's this pair of Disney Crocs that I wish so bad that I could have, and they had stopped selling them just a bit before I had realized they existed, and they're still such a dream to have. And like Canary found a pair, right, and got them for me for Christmas, and then they were too small, and it was so like heartbreaking. It was just like, damn. But I was like, I mean, it's sick that you got these, you can wear them, but like these Crocs are like covered glitter, right? Glitter blue, and then have like silver stars and like a moon on them. They're very much like wizard hat shoes, and they're so like gaudy. Yes, exactly.
Amazing.
Just absolute toe to tip, like covered in glitter. And I was like, God damn, I want these so bad. Don't you have a green Sariku straw? I do. Hold on. Hold on. It's wiggly and it's stuck. I do. I do have a green Sariku straw. So yeah, it is green, in fact. Thank you. This was given to me to be fair. It was a gift from my wonderful wife, who's not my wife.
It needs neon lights in it.
Yeah, exactly. I'd take a neon sign that just says Sariku. And they call it Sariku. Yes, Peachy. They sure do. Oh, really quick before, because so much of this, for the drawing app set up recommendations a while back. I love the shoes, must wear socks. Hello, yes, we DM'd about this. Past my old man bedtime to stop me in to say that. See you in the VOD. See you there, soldier. I'm happy you stopped in. But since it's been a minute since we streamed, it really did take over a month I did get some wonderful little surprises really quick. I haven't even like taken pictures because it was like I got them while I was in the middle of doing a whole bunch of stuff, and one of them's going to disappear a little bit. But I got all of these. I got all of them. All of the little mushrooms, I have them. They're so sweet and cute and perfect. I have them. It's hard to hold. Here. I have them. And they're so sweet and wonderful. I know. They're like the perfect like size. I didn't know how big they were when we ordered them. I was just like, wow, I am in love with these. They are so great. I love them. Right? And they're really like the big dog holding the kitten from Tom and Jerry, and he's like this, like size. You know what I mean? Like really making a fist. So sweet. Barely making it in because it's like a light blue. And then blue, but you know, the blue's green. Yeah. So, boom. You're rapidly okay, hold on. I have one more to make sure you steal all of it when you steal it. Boom. Oh shit. He's disappeared. Large body, he is a softball. He is simply a soft ball with little limbs hanging out.
I wish the strings on the front were actual string. That would have been cute.
Yeah, I understand why they didn't. Like it's a lot easier to just like print it on, right? And that saves a lot of effort. It keeps the price point cheap, right?
Yes.
But yeah, it would be really cute, especially even if they made like a slightly bigger one. You know, that would be like I could sleep with it. You could really make a real cute one. Cuz he also has like his little mouth like stitched on, but it's really hard to see because it's just like black thread.
Yeah, I mean I'm surprised they went with that detail.
Yeah.
Even.
Like they could have just not, and I just wouldn't have thought much about it, but they did. Where did I get the Heartless? Where did we order them? I'm trying to remember. We may have gotten them on iTaikuji.
Sent me a link.
I remember when it came, I sent you a link for other stuff because there's AmiAmi is a really easy, accessible website. I know people who are deep in it and know how to order things from Japan. You're probably not going to immediately go to AmiAmi or iTaikuji, but for people who are not deep in it and need a very easy, accessible storefront, those are both good ones. But like AmiAmi does pre-orders and they do lots of figures and other stuff like that, but they don't necessarily do things from like lotteries or like crane games all the time, but iTaikuji does usually, and I believe these are Sega plushes, kind of like the big Sora and Riku and the ones I have right over here. They're little Sega plushes, but they're little. They also have a little loop on the top so you can hang them from something if you want to. So da-da-da. I have them. I've been waiting to show them off. They've been sitting on my desk, ready to go. These little babies, they're so small.
They're I so love them. Cute. I love the Mushroom Heartless. They're like my favorites.
I'm surprised it's taken them this long to do any of this because all of their every Heartless design is so good. You know what I mean? And it's so easy to like market, but we've just gotten nothing. Ever outside of like some weirdo figures here and there that usually kind of come from other places. Where did you buy them from? I believe we got them on iTaikuji. I do not know if they are still in stock necessarily, but likely. Because I do not foresee these flying off the shelves exactly, but you know. But we do have them here. Oh, hold on. Let me put my straw away really quick. I also am going to turn on some quiet tunes in the back.
Hell yeah.
Playing my wonderfully curated playlist that was made for me and stream.
What you need, man. The last time I did a stream, I tried throwing, specifically on Spotify, I looked at a list like, hey, got one that's good for Twitch, and it gave me something, and like half my stream was muted.
God damn it.
I was like, thanks.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the help. I would also eat a Dark Suit Riku plush. I would love a Dark Suit Riku anything, to be fair. I feel like they haven't, there's like nothing, and I want it.
Yeah.
People love to make fun of that outfit. I love that outfit. Yeah, I'll fucking eat concrete for that outfit. I love it. Everybody's nice in various greens. Orange is also an acceptable other shade. Okay. Dude, Shannon, that's you. That's your new name, right? Dearly beloved TM. I'm just double checking because I was like sure, and then I was like, I'm pretty sure before I immediately just go, oh my god, thank you, Shannon. So many companies will give animated movies little animal mascots just to sell merch of, and Square has dozens of little guys in there sleeping on. It's true. It drives me crazy. Please have like greed, but in like the way that benefits me as a consumer, not fucking like gotcha bullshit. Okay, no more of that. Just make little guys to fill. I'm running out of room to put them. I don't know where to put them. I need like vertical space or something to put them on. More shelves, maybe. The Formism figures. I know the Formism figures. The new Riku figure. Tennille, you saw the new Riku figure, right?
I don't know if I did.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on.
There's my boy.
So, you know how they revealed that Sora figure a bit back where he's like on the it's like a KH2 figure and he is posed super cool and
oh wait, is this the ones where like one of them has where Sora has the crown and Riku has the heart.
Yes, yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah, I did see that.
Okay, yeah, that's the new because they're the formism. It's like the line of it.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Wow.
Yeah, I love it.
I'll pull him up just so we can look at him for a second. Let me I put it over here. Does it? There we go. Let's look at him for a second. Oh my god, wow.
There he is. Yeah, that looks really good.
Yeah, it does look really good.
That's my boy!
Hee. Woohoo! And we do immediately have him pre-ordered. He's also genuinely, they're not that expensive. Here's your beautiful reminder. Okay, here's your wonderful reminder that the yen is doing so bad. Okay, it is doing so bad right now. So this is, as it says, it's supposed to cost like 7,480 yen, which would be, in a just world, technically, like $75 for us. It is like barely reaching $50. And for like a detailed like statue, that's like a nice statue, that's a lot. That's a lot off. You know what I mean? It's rough for them, but great for us. So I definitely recommend taking advantage of it. You know, get yourself those figures you've always wanted, because they are not as expensive as you think right now. Anyway.
The poor yen.
I know, it's so bad, but what can you do? What about shipping, though? That depends on where you're ordering it from, but usually it's pretty approachable. Ami gives discounts on pre-orders, making it like 44. Yeah, oh yeah, no, that's true. It's like really cheap. For like a figure, like a sizable like figure. It's a little statue, technically, but you know. I'm back to Canada later this year, and my answer could amount to nothing. No. Yeah. CAD is always gonna be a little rough for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And US shipping can sometimes be 15. So, yeah, it depends, because sometimes you can opt for like slower shipping and it's really cheap. I got like really cheap, like fast shipping not that long ago. Because again, remember, the yen is doing dog shit, so it kind of depends. That like they're only paying so much, and then you're paying even less off of that usually to ship it. So, $12 to $20, but that's also cheaper because the weekend, exactly. Peachy knows. Peachy's in the trenches buying shit. Knows what she's talking about. I promise. It's not that bad. And it's for something that's pretty nice. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, lots of fun talking about all of that. I do have a beautiful theory here that we've been meaning to finish
we're almost done, right?
Yeah, we're almost done if we actually start reading it and not stopping every few seconds to talk about like, oh my god, did you see the Riku statue? Yes. Oh, I went to Aitai Kuji, you know. Yes, you can go to Ami, you know. Hi, Kelsey.
I'm just like, I'm going there now to... Wow, look, it's right there.
What, on Ami?
Yeah, it's like, this is number 3.
Yes, yes. I'm poor soul, just not. Fair enough. But hey, if you ever find, you know, you want to, or maybe you have a birthday coming up or something. This is definitely more doable now than it has been otherwise. Hell, it could get even more doable in the future, who knows, but scared of getting even one thing. I am sorry for you, Gabby.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I love having I've got so much in front of me, and like, thing is, it's great. I love it. And it's all thanks to my hardworking partner who puts bread on the table and Sudoku in my pocket. So, not that I don't ever have my own money as much as they spoil me greatly. So, you know, like, stuff will happen where, like, I don't even remember a thing, and they're just like, yup, here's a package. It's for you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Aww. And I open it up, and it's just some shit, you know, some Kingdom Hearts something. Like, I forgot about these, and then they showed up suddenly.
Living the dream.
We buy more Sudoku, they make more Sudoku, exactly. We are the statistic that keeps them making stuff. So...
So everybody needs to buy Mushroom Heartless so we get more Mushroom Heartless.
Exactly. You need to tell them with your wallet.
Maybe one day, Meow Wow plush.
Yeah, one day we'll finally get the big Bumpus plush we all deserve.
Please. Yeah, they know what we want. They're just withholding it.
I know.
Okay, so you said that we were at the reinforced theming part?
I believe so. That's what I remember.
Okay.
Because I remember talking a bit about being guided by the heart and how it's like, hey, this is a real thing that, like, is observable. It's in the game. You know, a conclusion we came to, and then it was like, anyway, they say it very explicitly within the Ultimania that that's what's happening.
Right.
Which is always fun, which is always vindicating.
It's always just, you know, haha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we were somewhere in between that and then, like, and true love being the other thing. I don't remember exactly where we got, so we can kind of just start from the beginning of the
true love and separation.
Yeah, the world theming.
Yeah, I could use the refresher anyway, because my brain's only, like, half on.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So, we'll start there at the very least.
These beautiful comments.
Kingdom Hearts couch. I am not getting the Kingdom Hearts chair. The, like, $2,000 fucking chair, not happening. There's some, look, I have my own limits.
Doing? Why? Why would anyone just
sleeping around theory time? Wahoo! I know it's the chair. It's like, sure, it looks nice. Like, if it were a chair that were like big stupid blue, like imagine with me, if you will, we're thinking of like an armchair, one person in the seat, right? And it's got big stupid blue arms, and the back of the seat is like yellow, and it's got like Riku's stupid little like X thing on it, you know, and it was like very over the top character themed, then I would think about it because it's funnier. But like a couch that's like a nice looking enough, you know, it's black, it has symbols imprinted into it, like, okay, I guess it's classier, but it's also boring, and I'm not going to spend that much money on this one. I don't even have the room for it in the first place, but also
the only way I'd even consider it is if I was already, like, you know, I had my own place and like I'm decorating my home and I'm like, I already have a theme for my living room that kind of fits that aesthetic. Yes. That's a lot of big ifs.
That's true. There's a lot of setup there to like get to that point, you know?
Right.
So I get it. Like, if I had a basement that I was making into a lounge area or some shit, and then I turn it into my evil dark Kingdom Hearts basement or whatever, then I would probably consider it. But it's not
in your dream world of home ownership and being able to customize your house like an Animal Crossing house.
Yeah, where I can send people down into my fucked up Kingdom Hearts dungeon. I lock the door and they can't come out. Yes.
I will say, on the topic of,
yes,
you know, home decor, my dream is to one day have a house with a, like, kitchen and connected dining room, where the dining room has just, like, this sick-ass pizza booth.
Oh, yeah, dream. Okay, yeah. Like, do you want just, like, the 2-seat booth or, like, the corner?
The corner booth.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. Because that's the best part, right? Like, that big fucking corner with the table in it, you know?
Yep.
And if you could move the table, that would be great. Just in case you want that shit out of the way. That's just now a little lounge corner. That would be pretty sick.
Yep.
Yeah,
anyway.
I agree. Anyway, remember how I said if we actually read the theory and didn't keep talking about other horse shit, we'd actually make it through? We're not doing that.
Decor.
Dream home decor.
Do you want me to get started here with true love and separation?
Here, I can do it because you wanted the refresher for your half-on brain, and I'm present, so I can do this.
Okay, cool.
I'll get us started.
Be my guest.
Okay. Reinforced theming. True love and separation. Now, I know this is going to sound like the most bonkers claim we've made thus far, but KH3 has some of the most thematic world cohesion out of any game in the series. Every single world follows a recurrent theme to protect somebody precious. The Ultimania even clarifies this, with each world we visit containing clues to regaining the power of waking. Though he's also a bit naive, Sora's special trait is that he is always optimistic. Within the places he visits, a clue to regaining his powers to protect a precious person with all your heart is found. Which was in the Sora character bio in the KH3 Ultimania. So that was a lot of fun because we had already written all of this. Yeah.
Yeah. I also like how since the theory has come out, convincing people that the Disney worlds add to the themes of the story has become less of an uphill battle.
Yeah. Like, well, we started building the stairs, so...
Yeah, exactly. Like,
you know what I mean?
It's... like, you know, you say here, it's like the most bonker claims we made thus far, but like now I'd say that the Disney world means something has become more and more of a like, oh yeah.
I think that's definitely like I would say that there's always been people who are willing to read into the material that was there because it's something that's been around for a really long time, you know, before I ever showed up, right? That's not to say like, wow, we were the first. Just at current climate of it all was like, you know, I was there and then nobody is taking any shit seriously, and then I was like, you know, like me and the others are like, there's something to be read here. Let's look at it with our eyes. And now people are like, well, if this is true, what about the other ones? And then, you know, people have started more actively looking at it and having fun with it, thankfully, because there's plenty of stuff to read into.
Right.
So yeah, now it's definitely much less of an argument. I guess it kind of depends on like where you are on the internet, you know? But
yeah.
But it's definitely a much more common talking point that you see around these days, I guess.
Well, it used to just be extremely pervasive, like very like well known. Like the Disney stuff is just filler.
It's just filler. You know? Yeah, the most common like no-brained take you could have was that the Disney stuff was filler.
Yeah.
Did you know the Ultimania
like it wasn't
had a passage?
Just you guys doing this that changed how people thought about it, but like it's just been kind of like a gradual thing that the fandom has accepted over the last couple of years in particular.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
nice.
think so. I don't really like this song. Oh yeah, I like this song. Okay, yeah. Anyway, as Gabby said, did you know that the Ultimania had a passage that said, Sora and Riku should kiss on the mouth? I remember reading that, yeah.
Yeah, page 35.
Yeah, they really got straight into it, like after the index and some of the other precursor stuff, and then they were just like, bam, right up front about it, you know?
I was like, wow, I didn't think they would like be this, you know.
This upfront about it, I know.
This upfront about it, but like, you don't see me complaining.
Yeah, exactly. You don't see me looking a girled horse in the mouth. You know what I mean? There's about 50 pages of them kissing images. Yeah, yeah. Anyway.
Girl horse in the mouth.
Anyway, okay. Wait, who said they should kiss? Well, obviously, Raku, the Ultimania on page 35, they had a huge thing talking about how Sora and Riku should kiss on the mouth. Duh.
This is a joke.
Come on, keep up. This is flashing on the screen. Please, it is a joke. But it's real. For those, oh yeah, it is April 1st. I forget.
Wait. It's the true missing page in the Book of Prophecies.
It is the true missing page in the Book of Prophecies. You're so right. That's what the whole time. That's what it's been.
Together.
Uh-huh.
That's what it's been. It's actually a page in the Ultimania.
Yeah. Yep. I know. It's fucked up. And like the thing is, we figured it out now, but later when we get the reveal, we'll have already known. It was in that Ultimania right there.
Can I talk about something
that's not the document? Sure, yeah.
That's not the document. Okay, in Atlantis: The Lost Empire, this drives me fucking bonkers.
Okay.
Milo's holding the Book of Atlantis, and he's like, the Shepherd's Journal, blah blah blah. But then he like flips, so like he's looking at the page on the right, and he flips the page, and he's like, but then it just cuts off. It's like there's a missing page. You're on the same page, Milo.
It's right. What do you mean a missing page?
Stolen that page you are reading.
It's the other side of the paper. You know what I mean? It's like, unless it's supposed to be like the next page, but I don't think that's how it's conveyed. That's not what
he's implying. He's using his like spoon or fork or whatever to like indicate what he's reading, and then he flips. Guys, that's always bugged me.
Yeah, no.
Anyway,
you know, little things like that get through sometimes. Animating is hard. Look, sometimes things get through in the storyboards and you can't do nothing about it. It's too late.
Yep.
P says, it's okay, Tennille, it bothered me too.
Good, thank you.
It's been, I have to go revisit it. I watched it at some point that, quote, not that long ago, but it's been years now. It may have been closer to KH3, either right after or right before or something like that. Since what if I had been subbed? It was probably a gift sub that you got. But anyway, it's something where I'm like, I can remember things, but not enough. Like, I don't think I watched it with much intent. I just happened to watch it again.
But, I love it. It's very clumsy.
Yeah. No, I remember because I watched it. Okay, it was even earlier than that because I remember seeing it again as an adult and I was like, wow, this movie is really fast paced in a way I didn't pick up on as a kid because you're a child and you have no frame of reference, right? And you're just like, wee, wahoo, you know? And like seeing it again as an adult, but it was like much longer ago than because now I remember where I saw it at a friend's house that I haven't been in a long time.
You're like, that was
so it really has been
of my life.
a while. There you go, P. Congratulations. There's your sub. But yeah, it was something where I was like, wow, this is a very fast paced. So that's why I can remember some parts more clearly, but I need to revisit it, I think. But
yeah,
but I always liked it a lot as a kid, so.
Yeah, a lot of people point to like, oh, well, you know, a lot of the cast is very one-dimensional, and I think that's all fine. I think the biggest issue with the movie really comes to like, there's just like,
no, you can't fly into the sun.
Lore things that don't make sense. The big one being that the Atlanteans are like hundreds of thousands of years old.
Yes.
But for whatever reason, they don't remember how to read their own language, even though Kida was like a child when the calamity happened.
Well, she didn't learn to read, okay?
Well, yeah, but she's not like the oldest person in her society. She's still like a teen.
Right, yeah,
so
I know. There are people older than her, yeah. But it's lost. Everybody hit their head really hard. Also, Kelsey, thank you for the bits. I know I can't fly into the sun, but I could try. I could try for you. Except for this is only 20 bits. It's only going to get me so far. Okay? The song's one of the only new songs of days. I think it's so good. I agree. Anyway,
Atlantis
continue.
Is like the whole art direction and design of the movie is based off like the I can't remember his name right now, but the guy who made Hellboy. Oh,
right.
So good. And I love that like Jules Verne-esque sci-fi like feeling of the whole thing. I just think it's neat. Anyway.
Yeah. No, it is cool. It's cool as hell. It's just been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah.
And it's also been a long time since I've seen Treasure Planet, which I need to revisit and have a better opinion on, other than my like 1 or 2 interactions with it where I was annoyed, you know.
I love
100 bits. Fly, you fools. Thank you, Shannon. Okay. All right. Okay. All of that aside, we can continue the document. Anyway, so the point being that all of these worlds purposefully are to show Sora how to protect someone, like somebody who is precious, with all of your heart. And that's the whole key to getting back the power of waking, right? So anyway, this theme is then generally explored in one of 2 ways: choosing between what's expected of / for you versus what you truly want / love, right? The difficulties, grief, and ultimately the necessity of separation. In essence, true love and separation. So yes, the Disney worlds are actually important, and you have Sora's heart to thank for that.
Woohoo!
Power of woke. Try effect? What is this? Interesting. I love how SR Depot's ADHD these streams are. Look, you can't take it out of me, okay? So, the power of woke.
Set us in front of the document, you cannot make us read.
Yeah, exactly. Lead a horse to water, etc., etc. Look Gabby in the mouth or something, I don't know.
The power of woking.
The power of woking. My God, the meds have tried, but they cannot. They can't cure me, you know. Anyway, I'll read this bit, and then we can get to the true love, and then maybe you can read.
Okay.
Guided by the heart. For the first time outside of Key and Cux, we're introduced to the phrase, "May your heart be your guiding key," and a powerful phrase it is. While it might seem like just a general tie-in to another aspect of the franchise, it seems to be frequently missed that with this phrase, Sora's heart is literally guiding him to every world we visit. And it's doing so with purpose. This also was all written, I remember writing this part, this was all written before we got the Ultimania and the translation, so it's like, this is me being like, let's take my hand, children. Let's consider that there is narrative purpose to the worlds we're going to, and that the game showed us with our eyes what this would mean, you know? And it's doing so with purpose. It's been at it since the very beginning, from Olympus. You know, maybe heart be guiding key, and it's like, oh, heart? Gate! Alright, cool. Down to the very end, Destiny Islands. My scroll button doesn't fucking work. My scroll wheel. And then, yeah, my heart, may my heart be our guiding key. It'll show us the way. And in this, you know, they're like, oh god, Riku and the king are stuck in fucking the realm of darkness. Ah! You know, so.
How do we get there?
How do we get there? Oh god. Anyway, his heart guides him, makes a gate. Like, they don't know. They are not privy to the information. And in this case, Sora is faced with no other known options. He takes a shot in the dark, and his heart leads him right to where he needs to go, as if his heart knows something he doesn't. Even upon arrival, he questions why he was led there, not knowing why himself. Why do you think the gate took us here? And this isn't even the first time, seeing as the gang questions it directly while in Corona. Why do you think we came here? Got me, Donald. We'll figure it out as we go. I'm sure we were brought to this world for some good reason, but can't we sweat it later? As Sora says, they were brought here, and by some kind of decision / power they aren't privy to, aka Sora's heart, his guiding key. The key that is guiding him with his heart, Sora's heart. The point here is, the worlds serve an actual in-game narrative purpose, and the lessons learned there are the key to Sora regaining his power.
True love.
Mm-hmm. How many eggs should I make, you guys? 2 or 1? 2. 2 eggs.
Oh,
Pick
egg.
2, my lord.
I love egg.
His heart does the exact same thing in Remind. Isn't that so funny? Isn't that so funny? Just follow my heart. Trace the connection. All right.
All right. True love. People always do crazy things when they're in love.
That Hercules shot is really cute.
Yeah.
He looks good. They did a good job. His little wink, it's cute.
Herc's a cute guy.
He's a cutie pie. I adore him. I love Hercules.
Yeah. I think it was so funny to me when I found out Andreas Deja, a gay guy at Disney,
yes,
animated Hercules. I was like, that tracks.
You know what? This makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. Especially when it's like, especially after he fights the Hydra, and like his shit's all torn, and he's just got like one popped titty that you can see, and you're like,
yeah,
oh my god, he's like he's like, you know, but you're like, oh my god, the one tit, it's so like. Anyway, okay.
Yeah. So, true love, romantic, familial, platonic, whatever you want, and the power gained through it, sacrifice in the name of love and revival. These worlds focus on stories that often have a character first chasing what they think they want until they find what they truly want in the end, often presented with a choice between their newly understood love and a world without it. What these worlds also do is serve to lay the groundwork for the mechanics of true love's sacrifice, to sacrifice yourself without hesitation, wanting nothing else but to protect somebody that you care about. Olympus. This world's theme is very literal in that strength is drawn from love for others, specifically for Herc, his strength and it coming from his desire to protect Meg. Sora comes to Olympus looking for a way to regain his lost strength, recalling Hercules going through the same issue in Kingdom Hearts 2. Hercules got his strength back by throwing himself into danger for the sake of the person he loves. He wanted nothing else but to protect Meg and with his whole heart, regardless of the risk. A crazy stunt, as Sora calls it. Just no more crazy stunts. Will this be relevant again? But be safe. No reckless stunts. 8-Ball says yes.
8-Ball says yes, baby.
So, while we don't actually see Hercules sacrifice himself in this world, it's explicitly talked about and called back on. It's the entire reason Sora came here in the first place. While looking for a way to find his strength, Sora helps Hercules thwart Hades and save Hercules' family, an important love in its own right. But when asked why he doesn't stay on Olympus, mountain of the gods, Hercules makes his choice clear. Are you sure you want to leave all this behind? I can see my family anytime I want. If I stayed, I'd have to be apart from the person I love most. And life would be empty. I finally know where I belong. Though we don't get much of it within Kingdom Hearts, Olympus usually serving less as a means to the narrative and more as a catalyst for the Colosseum, we do kind of follow through on the movie plot. Finally.
Finally, yeah, we finally follow through on the movie plot at all.
In the movie, Hercules is chasing his dream to live on Mount Olympus, to live with the rest of his family where he believes he belongs. This is his main driving goal, but along the way he finds his love with Meg, finding by the end that what he thought he wanted isn't truly what he wanted after all.
So
Corona. Sora and Rapunzel share a lot of common ground.
Sorry, I was reading so not only is Beauty and the Beast repeatedly a Sariku parallel, but so is Meg Herc.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and I wouldn't necessarily say that, like the Little Mermaid, like Ariel is always a Sariku parallel, but
they
Ariel
do
is
that.
almost always a parallel for Riku.
Yeah. Yes. Also, yes, Canary, I want dinner. And can I have my drinky?
Din-dins.
Din-dins. It's oyakudon. Yum yum. Chicken and egg yummy. Onion yum yum on rice.
Yum. Yeah, some like fried rice sounds so good.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What for dinner? You're gonna see. You're gonna fucking see for yourself. Okay. Anyway, yes, Corona. Do you want to keep going?
Yeah, I'll keep going.
Okay.
Sora and Rapunzel share a lot of common ground, from their fun, cheery personality, ability to make friends with almost anyone, wild hair, and a curiosity about the world around them, and they get along great. The outside world must seem so big and scary. I know how she feels. And with this,
so
Sora personally relates with Rapunzel and her anxieties about her first time out in the world. He was in her shoes once, or lack thereof. He was excited, sure, but scared. He gets it, and makes sure to help her have the most fun she can to chase her own dream. Along the way to her current dream, the lanterns, she gains a new one, as does Eugene. What if it's not everything I dreamed it would be? Well, that's the good part, I guess. You get to go find a new dream. Sometimes what you think was your dream or desire doesn't pan out, but as you grow and learn and change, a new one takes its place. But outside forces oftentimes will intervene for their own purposes. Despite outside interference and manipulation from Mother Gothel to hide Rapunzel's past and keep her locked up for herself, Rapunzel and Eugene's willingness to give everything up for each other without a second hesitation wins out. God, I love Tangled.
I know. It's so good.
So good.
I'm hitting
Rapunzel,
like the
you
shuffle's
were my
hitting
new
the
dream.
same thing. Hold on, I gotta fucking...
You gotta fix the music?
Yeah, it's doing that thing where the shuffle is like, it's just hitting the same songs over and over, and I'm like, okay. Don't do that. What's this? No more bugs. Shuffle is on. Okay, good. Oh, right, we didn't get onions. Whatever. It's gonna be delicious anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you just like pour out half of it?
Yeah.
That's smart. Okay. All right.
Oh yeah. Tangled is so good in the way, like, it's honestly a little ahead of its time. Because I swear to God, it took until, like, now for people to understand that Mother Gothel sucks.
Right. I remember long before I was, like, in Kingdom Hearts, like, proper, or maybe not long before, but, like, I'd seen it. I remember seeing it around, that Nipa had this, like, long, like, post or thread about being like, hey, like, as somebody who's gone through a lot of kind of similar, you know, things with family, like, this movie means a lot to me, but, like, let me explain how and why these things are, like what she's doing. You know what I mean? And I remember reading this and being like, I'm surprised people need this spelled out for them, but I guess that's why manipulation works, which isn't to say that, like, some people are like, I could never get manipulated. Like, I have been. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where I'm like, is it not made obvious in the story that she's being really manipulative or what? But, you know, I mean, it's good it just gets discussed at all. But yeah, it's surprising sometimes to see how much it takes for people to be like, oh, she is being bad, like, Insidious. I guess it's successful in that way.
I remember when, and this was just like a year or two after the movie came out, I was like trying to convince people. I'm like, Mother Gothel sucks. And, you know, obviously this isn't like, they're not saying this in the movie, but like, her reprisal of Mother Knows Best is like, slut shaming Rapunzel.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, sure, give the guy what he wants, and then he'll leave you like that. I'm like, that is a very easy, like, one-to-one of the kind of treatment a lot of girls, like, the kind of talk a lot of girls are given.
Yeah.
Around this age. And the fact that I had to, like, convince people that this is what Gothel was doing, and that's bad.
And that it's, say it with me, bad.
Right. Anyway,
Tangled is good. It's really good. Okay.
So yes, you're my new dream, and you were mine. Literally dying for Rapunzel to keep her freedom in an act of true love and care for another person. Rapunzel's tears and healing song that literally talks about reversing time to revive him. Flower, gleam and glow, let your power shine. Make the clock reverse, bring back what once was mine. Heal what has been hurt, change the fate's design, save what has been lost, and bring back what once was mine. In the end, her willingness to sacrifice her freedom and save Eugene, and Eugene's own self-sacrifice to set Rapunzel free, saved them both. Acts of true love, and with it the power of resurrection.
Crazy.
Well, and it's like, wow, you know, they both have to sacrifice for each other, and we see it, and it's right there.
It truly is just like both of their willingness to do whatever it takes to kind of like protect and save the other person, because they obviously care about each other so much, is very much largely the whole point of like, hey, the protecting somebody precious thing. You know, we learn it in Arendelle, we learn it in Tangled. It's that willingness to, like, you know, the whole like protecting somebody was like, there's no room for fear or doubt kind of the whole thing. Interesting. It's almost like Riku has that power, you know, the power of waking, and then Sora's trying to regain that power, the power of waking, and it's about protecting somebody above all else.
Losing somebody that makes him realize that he has it. Yeah.
So weird. Anyway.
Arendelle. Hey, so this world is packed with pointed narratives and parallels we don't even have to personally point out, though we will, because Sora does that himself several times. Sora very quickly takes interest in Elsa's well-being, recognizing something familiar in her behavior. He becomes very personally alarmed and worried as to what she says hits so close to home. This is my home now. I can't go back. I don't want to hurt anyone. What? Arendelle is safer with me staying up here. Not safer for you. And an all too similar conversation to one he's had with Riku at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2, his personal projection takes hold and he pursues her, determined to know why she insists on doing this. Elsa. Only for her to literally wall him out. Sora's investment from here on out is pretty clearly personal. He wants to know why she's so sad, and when he meets up with Anna, he finally comes to realize his answer. I have to bring her home. I'm sure she knows how much you love her. And I think maybe that's why she looks so sad. It's just like when Riku disappeared. He thought he had to push me away to protect me. Maybe Elsa's the same. Love it.
Crazy.
Love it.
I still remember how, like, hard my heart started beating when I first saw this scene. I was, like, trying to text Gemma, but, like, my hands were... I was like...
I love that feeling when an author, you know, they get it. They get it.
Oh, yeah.
They get it also, in the same... Or, like, you get what they're putting down. You're like, oh my god, we're on the same brainwave.
Yeah.
Thank God.
It feels good. Is there any no spoilers for anything in KH here? Because I want to say it. You can say whatever you want. We are going through the Sleeping Realm theory, which talks about virtually everything that's the most recent, everything that's come out to an extent. Like there aren't any real bars on it, so. Anyway.
Elsa chooses to run away, isolate herself, and push away the one who mattered most to her in fear of hurting Anna more than she already had. Sora has a personal connection with Anna and her position trying to save Elsa. Her determination and refusal to go home without Elsa is pretty one-to-one with what Sora struggled with trying to bring Riku home not all that long ago. Translation notes. In the original Japanese script, Sora is very much included in this comparison. And the use of the same word here, taisetsu na hito, treasured, cherished, important person, is both in regards to and then accurately translated to English as love when referring to Anna and Elsa. The second time Sora says it, referring to himself and Riku, it's left out of the translation. As always.
Right, yeah. Like, I understand sometimes, like, some things are switched up a little bit because having too much repetition in English sounds really weird.
Yes.
And oftentimes in many of these things, the intent was, it still came across, but, like, usually at the cost of being a little more explicit. You know what I mean? And so, like, there are many little things in here that are, like, little translation and localization choices that I'm like, I still got it. I still understood the intent. But, like,
right.
Sometimes it's nice for it to be a little more clear, I guess, or more, like, direct.
Well, I think the biggest issue is that, like, a lot of English people, English-speaking people, unless you specifically say, hey, these two are exactly the same thing, like, they aren't gonna pick up on it. And so even with the game being like, oh, look at this, and then look at this one.
Yeah.
Corporate needs you to find the difference between these two pictures. There is none.
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
Or if they do get it, they take the wrong thing away from it, of like, oh, well, then Anna and Elsa are sisters, so that means Sora and Riku are brothers. It's like,
even though they're quite literally not, but...
You're stupid.
But, yeah, this is something where it's like, oh, I get it. I'm not as bothered by this, but it is just still to make a point of, like, this is a very explicit, like, parallel of, like, Elsa's care for Anna and Anna's care for Elsa, which is very much made clear to be, like, true love, even though familial in their case, and Sora and Riku are being made a direct parallel to them.
Right.
Very intentionally.
Yeah. So, yeah, you really cherish Elsa. So that was the meaning behind Elsa's expression. It's the same as when Riku disappeared before. It's surely because he cherishes me that he wouldn't let us be together. Elsa must think the same about Anna. It's important to point out here that there's no subject in Japanese. Sora often speaks this way, even more so than the average speaking person. Sora simply says, surely because cherished precious person, but it's through the context of the second sentence leading to me and Riku cherishing him.
Language is fucky.
Yep. In another example of thinking you know what you want only to find out what you truly want, we have Anna and her true love, Hans. The movie makes a point of this being a naive and rushed decision, and it's even the catalyst of her fight with Elsa that sends her running. But, like the rest of the world, Anna finds the love she truly desires, the love of family. Not only that, she grows and comes to understand her relationship with Kristoff, a real relationship developed over time and built on trust and friendship. It's implied this newfound romance is her true love, romantically speaking, as he comes to save her. But, in her own act of true love, Anna dedicates her final moments to save her sister's life instead of her own. Another demonstration of self-sacrifice for the person you love, which in turn had the power to revive.
Protecting someone precious with all your heart.
Yep.
Anyway.
Sora and Riku's parallels continue. The visual alone in Anna's stance and Elsa crying on the ground is pretty straightforward foreshadowing of Riku's sacrifice in the Keyblade graveyard. Just as Anna did with Hans, Riku takes a stand against the oncoming demon tide. His one last act of true love for his best friend and his unwavering belief that Sora won't give up. It also reinforces the idea that all forms of love can be considered true love. With Hercules, Eugene, and Anna, the strength to protect the one you cherish is a vital theme and a lesson. One Sora's heart is actively trying to teach him, and one that allowed them all to overcome the impossible, death.
Death. Okay, I can read separation.
Are you good? Have you finished eating?
I have a few bites, but I was slowing down anyway, so I will
okay.
Get to it, you know?
Alright.
I'm ignoring haters. It makes me emotional thinking about how hard they work to include the lesson in Kingdom Hearts from Frozen, like them being shown in the movie early too. I remember when obviously we released it and seeing people like, it's so funny how people will like talk thinking no one can see. And how I always come across it somehow anyway. Like I'm not looking and I'm just seeing people and I'm like, okay, you know. Anyway, I do remember people being like, oh my god, I can't believe like some Surikus are using Anna and Elsa as, you know, a Suriku parallel. That's not the one you think it is, babes. You know, and I'm like, did you? But okay, one, they're not actually related. You do know that, right? We are playing the same game.
Yeah.
They are not related. So that doesn't just make them suddenly related, and also that doesn't then imply suddenly, just because there's some parallel, that I'm also like thinking Anna and Elsa are together romantically, just because I'm talking about true love. If you will, I don't know if you've maybe seen the movie, the one that is relatively, understood by 7-year-olds, that it is an act of true love, but love comes in all shapes and sizes and many different, forms, and that it is true love between two siblings, familial and nothing weird. Did you watch a movie in general? Have you seen one before? It's something where it's just so like, it's not the win you think it is. When it's just so like, it's not, but it doesn't mean anything. Like, if they wanted to paint this as like, hey, this means it's like, like if they wanted to be textual about it in any way, shape, or form, to be like, hey, I'm trying to do this to make it seem, it's a brotherly connection that they have. They could have said that at any point. And the fact that they didn't, and then they went on to have a side story where that was being thrown into question in the first place, which would, again, have been a perfect time to go like, yeah, we're just like them, that we have, we're like brothers,
It's that thing we talked about like a really long time ago at this point of like course correction.
Yeah.
They could have done course correction
so
at
easy.
Any time.
So easy. It would have been so easy. You could have just done that right then.
That
would have, this would have been the one to do it, the course correction. Which, even say that, even then, I would say it's like you couldn't not still have a queer reading on it, because it's a very common experience for people who, are figuring out themselves or even what being queer is in the first place. Find that they have strong feelings for, say, some kid has feelings for his boy best friend or whatever. And it's definitely more than just friendship or just best friends. Can't put a word to it. I guess that the next notch up would be family, right? You're like my brother, and that's not to take away from people who genuinely have a friend so close that they are like family to them. That's not to say every relation, because that's always what comes up. It's just like, well, my best friend, he's my brother. That doesn't mean we're gay. And I'm like, I'm not talking about you, asshole. I'm talking about queer people.
Why do you have to be like so...
Both of these things can exist. You can have your boy best friend who is basically like your blood brother, and I get that. That's a real thing. You can have that. I'm not taking that away from you. There are just also people who, when they don't know what name to put to things, will go to the next closest thing that they can feel an intensity of. They're like, I don't know what this means to me. That means like you're like my sister or something. You know what I mean? Because like I just care so much about you, but I can't explain, that's normal. That happens all the fucking time. So it's something where it's like, that wouldn't necessarily take away from it, but this would have been an easy point to course correct from like, a creative standpoint, to be like, I would like to paint this more clearly over here. And like, it would have been fine. But like, they don't do that.
It's kind of like, getting into gender a little bit. It's kind of like some, some trans men might have identified with, like, tomboy when they were younger.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that all tomboys will grow up to be trans men.
Right.
Yes. Some gay people will look at somebody that they had a crush on and be like, oh, I'm a gay guy. But I didn't know it as a kid, and so I thought of my first crush as, like, my brother.
Right.
Yeah.
Turns out, it happens to everybody.
Yeah.
Also because Sora doesn't struggle with recognizing having sibling-like dynamic with someone like Goofy.
Mm-hmm.
Also an important point to be made, because he does talk about Goofy being like a big brother. So... anyway, that's all to say. When people try to, like, bring that up as some kind of gotcha of, like, Anna and Elsa being a comparison, it's very much a, like, ignoring virtually all context of the situation.
It's a really brain-dead take.
Yeah. Like, I can understand
like,
a surface
level. It's just brain dead.
And that's fine. It's something where it's like, I could see somebody having a surface level kind of reactionary, like, wait a second, what do you mean? They're like the ones that are siblings. What are you trying to say? what are you saying about the siblings? And it's just like, if we slow down, take like 2 seconds to think about this.
Can you please get your internet brain out of the gutter and just like
Well, it's fine. Calm down. It's
seconds?
okay. Let's remember, Sora and Ryu aren't related. They're also, in fact, not real. And neither are Anna and Elsa for that matter, okay? They're not real, everybody. It's okay. You can let it go. It's fine. Anyway.
Again,
anyway,
I'm
going to happily
the problem of so many places on the internet automatically having their walls up to read what a person is saying in bad faith.
Oh yeah,
rather than taking it in good faith of what it's trying to say.
100%.
Yeah.
And there's no amount of like curtailing you can do to make these people see what you're saying anyway, because they're kind of just going in with the intent to misread it, but let it go, you say.
Ha! Anyway.
Okay, separation.
Let's talk about how gay Buzz and Woody are.
Yeah, let's talk about that part. Separation. The lesson of accepting separation for the good of each other or for yourself, particularly Big Hero 6, the parallel is especially relevant. Sacrifice for the greater good or for what's right at the expense of staying with a loved one. Toy Box. We went in depth into Toy Box in an above section, so this will be brief. Kind of loosely applies to both parallels. Literally split into 2 parallel worlds, accepting being apart from Andy because he remains within their hearts and choosing to be alright with this because they can still see Sora. Toy Box is weird. You can definitely tell they shoehorned this parallel into the world it didn't make sense for. That begs the question of just how important these parallels were that they had to be there. I think I wrote that part. Sometimes I can read it and I immediately like know it's not written in my voice. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't think I wrote that part.
Yeah.
Just little stuff. Besides, if we do go back to the real world.
We do go back to the real world.
Go ahead.
We'll never see you again, right? But what about Andy? You care about him so much. And he's still right here with us. If we follow our hearts, we'll find him again.
So crazy.
Buzz constantly looks like a 5-year-old getting his first.
Now, I did write that part.
That one always makes me lose my shit. I forget about it every time, and then I read it again.
It was just because I remember I'd have to go get these screenshots, and I was like, I couldn't not get a shot where he wasn't like, you know, like just fucking sitting there looking at nothing, you know, getting his photo taken for the yearbook.
It's his little, like, dimpled cheeks.
Yeah.
And that 1,000-yard stare. Just... It's so funny.
Okay, there we go. If not Niku, then who else could have said that? Okay. Well, I could tell you wrote that part. Okay, Monstropolis. Protecting Boo and needing to send her back where she belongs to be safe. Separation for the well-being and good of each other. It's not a permanent separation, and compared to the rest of the worlds, is not the most emotionally charged level. Overall, Monstropolis is pretty focused on Vanitas and Ventus more than it does in-world plot. But there's still other smaller things in the level to bring attention to.
Oh, great. This time we're really stuck. Yep, it's perfect, Boo. Thank you.
Yeah, and then she had a little giggle or whatever. Every time your party gets stuck in the world with seemingly no exit, trapped at a dead end, Boo either points to the solution or is the solution. The most pointed example is her power of laughter being necessary to short-circuit a control unit, allowing you to escape the factory, which by then has become so hostile with Unversed, you're left with no choice.
Yep, this is the control unit for the whole factory. Randall must have messed this up.
Yeah.
Like, what
the white text on, like, the light green.
Yeah. Nothing works. They can't get out? If we can just short it out, the lock will disengage. Lucky for us, Boo is a walking energy generator.
Throughout the whole level, Boo is both a key to escape and the reason they're fleeing to begin with. Throughout the whole level, you're trying to protect her and her power. Raising her laugh power meter is a featured mechanic of the level, with the end goal of setting her back to a place, another world, where she'd truly be safe.
It's kind of a long story, but Boo's from another world, and we gotta send her back there to keep her safe.
I feel like the usage specifically of Boo is from another world is very, like, pointedly Kingdom Hearts. That's, like, never how they refer to it within the movie.
Yeah.
And it's very much just something that, like, Kingdom Hearts does to talk about, like, other places. Even if it's, like, you could be like, it's like, I'm in a different city, and they're like, it's a whole new world out here, you know? So...
Right. Yeah, it's not how it would be referred to in the movie. It's just like, she's from somewhere else.
Yeah.
She's from the human world or something.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Gotta go back there to keep her safe. Okay. Pirates of the Caribbean. Now, I absolutely wrote all of this part. For sure. I was the pirates guy.
You were the pirates guy.
That was me. Okay. Pirates of the Caribbean. Probably the most pointed of all the worlds. The events that happen here are very close following to what we understand the story to be. For starters, Sora starts out in Davy Jones's locker, a physical afterlife-like place that you can actually travel to.
Then Davy Jones' locker? You're saying that we've gone beyond? Beyond the grave?
Beyond the grave? And pointedly, everyone came to bring Jack Sparrow back.
And we're here to wrest Jack from his fate.
To wrest him from his fate. With the idea of Sora dealing with feelings of grief, letting go, separation, and difficult choices like all these worlds seem to be leading him towards, Pirates of the Caribbean adds an interestingly pointed original element. Surrogate Crab Jack. After a battle with some flying Heartless, Sora gets left behind. Donald and Goofy go with him, of course, but Sora is understandably feeling abandoned.
Oh, and I was so happy that we got to see them again.
So, in comes Surrogate Crab Jack to help him back on his feet.
Crazy.
Little crab. This Jack was sent by Calypso, goddess of the sea, who asks Sora to free her. While this never comes to fruition, that we see anyway, she gets released otherwise. She still helps Sora, providing him guidance and even an entire ship. Surrogate Crab Jack was sent to help guide Sora, which is often used in storytelling as a means to help somebody move on or cope. There comes a time they can't guide you anymore, and you have to learn to stand on your own.
Jack, why do you keep saying final, like you're leaving? Ah, it's because...
This me
has run its course, mate. I, the surrogate me that the goddess of the sea sent here to help you lot.
Considering everything, it's also of note that it's the goddess of the sea. You know, like Kairi.
Of course, any me is still me. I may be duplicatable, but I'm always incomparable.
Hold on. I'm catching up with chat just a little bit. Well, did you both actually write the Sleeping Realm theory? Yeah, I wrote most of it, but Tennille is just my good friend and is hanging out with me while we were going over this anyway. But Tennille did make the 6-hour-long Riku is gay video that a lot of people now know.
No, this is what drove me crazy. Like, yeah. The Sleeping Realm theory is what I read, and then I was like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Time to make a 6-hour-long video that'll take me the next, 4 years to make.
Right, to finally actually get made.
Yeah.
And then you did.
I did it. And I still got other videos. I'm still working on it.
And look, we'll get there, you know? It'll happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
But life also happens at the same time. Get recommended a random page post on Twitter. The
you gotta
people
remember.
Sarah,
the reason I had to do the the Riku's gay theory when I did, because I was like, well, because, you know, we're going to be getting info soon.
Yeah.
I got to get the video out before anything else comes out.
Uh-huh. And then, and now here we are.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. It's so funny every time I get recommended a random KH post on Twitter and people mention the 6-hour Riku's gay video in their replies. Sariku mind virus. Just all on their own. Yeah. P, I don't remember if I've told you, but, like, I did have somebody at a convention who came up to our table, right? And is like, wow, Kingdom Hearts. Wow. Sariku, right? And they were, like, looking at all, and they were so excited about it, right? And then they leaned to me, and then they go, I have to ask, have you seen the 6-hour Riku is gay video? And I had to be like, not only have I seen it, Tennille is my personal friend, and I am also mentioned by name in the video. And the guy was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, okay, yeah. It was just really funny. Yeah, they did. They met Sariku royalty. Anyway. First coming out in 2027. Part 3 confirmed for that year. We're just... I'm not getting into it. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they also make a point that even if made of crabs, magic, and ocean water, that he shouldn't be taken any less seriously or sincere than the real thing. Jack is Jack, after all. A smaller thematic aside is Jack Sparrow's compass. His compass doesn't function like any regular compass. It points him towards whatever he wants most at the time. For example, with the case of finding the Black Pearl, it comes in particularly handy.
I feel like he shouldn't be taken any less seriously or sincere than the real thing. Jack is Jack, after all.
Yeah.
Same thing when, you know, we're talking about Kairi.
Yeah, that is why I wrote that part.
Some kind of, like, doppelganger Kairi. She's still Kairi.
It's still Kairi, you know. With all good intentions. Like, I think people misunderstand that, like, she's some evil fucking replacement or something. Yeah.
Bold,
not the intention. Not at all. Anyway, finding the Black Pearl comes in particularly handy. This time, however, Jack doesn't know what he really wants, and so the needle just spins, aimless like his heart. Which I also know is an effect of being in Davy Jones's locker, but they still make a point to show it without applying that context. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, the movie has, like, okay, this is why this is happening, but, like, they're just like, hey, yeah, like, his stupid little compass doesn't do fucking anything for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's something that's true even not in Davy Jones' locker, because Jack always has the compass, and so the explanation of the compass and why it never fucking works for him is because he has the mind of, like, a 5-year-old.
Right, yeah.
Who wants everything all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like...
Yeah.
I don't know, the compass is neat.
The compass is neat. This time, however, Jack doesn't know what he really wants, and so the needle just spins, aimless like his heart. And just like Jack, Sora doesn't know what his heart wants either.
I may still have a lot to learn about love, but I know what it means to share my heart with others. And it will take more than you to break a bond like that.
It's important Sora admits this, and telling that they had him say it. Sora is at best 15 with kind of a lot on his plate and little to no time to really contemplate his feelings. That combined with being a well-known feelings stuffer, he pushes his emotions aside in favor of staying strong for others. So while he knows well how to love his friends and to share his heart, he doesn't know what it is he actually wants. Not yet, anyway. Hammering home the overarching parallels with the sledgehammer, we have Will and Elizabeth's separation. Done to save his life, Will was forced to stab the heart of Davy Jones, which in turn made him the new captain of the Flying Dutchman. This grants him life, though resigns him to a fate to remain separated from the one he loves.
just wed, and now she and Captain Turner must live in different worlds.
Again, see, I also, like, it's the emphasis of, like, living in different worlds, which, not to say that, like,
right.
that couldn't be said in this context. It's just, like, this is just, it's always said like this.
Mm-hmm. Like, they literally aren't in different worlds, but, you know.
Yeah, but, like, metaphorically, they live in different worlds, you know?
Yeah.
A textbook example of star-crossed lovers, crossing paths, but destined apart.
1 day ashore, 10 days at sea. It's a steep price.
Yeah.
10 years at sea, yeah.
Yeah, 10 days. That's easy.
10 days.
Understandably, Sora laments of the lack of time with those you care about. Again, this is kind of the whole point of his journey, right? Anyway.
1 day isn't enough time. Oh, there's always enough time for hearts to say what's true. Sora, you know that better than anyone. It only takes a moment to connect with your mates.
With your hearties.
With your hearties.
Which he says immediately afterwards, with your mates. With your hearties. And I always remember it, because I've seen it a lot.
Uh-huh. Damn, Pirates World looking so good.
Yeah, they did a really good job, is the thing. It looks really good. And we round it all off with the closing emphasis on the fact that no matter how short the time you spend with those you care about, it's what you make of it. Sometimes, in the face of a cruel fate, it has to be enough, but that doesn't make it any less meaningful, which I think is also it very much echoes, like, Remind and spending the time with Kairi that he does before he knows he's disappearing. You know what I mean? You just gotta make that shit count, and then goodbye. Like,
yeah.
If anything, it just makes that parallel more explicit, I guess.
Why do I have an alarm set for 9 o'clock?
Why do you have an alarm set for 9 o'clock? I have to go to the bathroom, so
okay.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna pause this music first, and then
I think it's supposed to be for 9 a.m., not 9 p.m.
Huh, yeah, that's a little different. I guess better you found out now than have it not go off later. So yeah. Okay, real quick bathroom break, and then we'll continue and keep blazing a trail. So Hello. I've returned and I'm stronger for it. Thank you. Let me turn that back on. I need to, like, get off this song because bringing back too many memories of how often I'm listening to this and I can hear Zexion laugh at me. I heard it in more places than just that, but that's the one that I always remember.
Because I'm only listening to our call and not the stream, I have no idea what songs you're talking about. So the context.
Data battles in KH2. And it's like It's like I'm like you know, that one.
Yeah.
And then the loudest sound ever plays and blows out my fucking headphones. Yeah. That song.
That one.
So that's probably why it's stuck there. That instance left such an imprint on me that now that song is permanently tied to fighting Zexion only.
Yeah.
It has to be. It's the only explanation.
I mean, that's not very often a video game makes you, like, throw your headphones off.
On Sunday, I was at a friend's housewarming party because they had, like, just moved. So we brought a bunch of food over and everything, and I was talking to my other friend, and I was like, have I ever shown you this clip of what happened to me? And they were like, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. I was like, hold on a second. And the thing is, there was, like, noise and stuff in the room, you know, so I would, like, turn it up only a little bit because I was like, oh, we'll hear it, okay? I'm turning it up a bit. And then, like, it's going, yada-da-da-da-da, and then, like, it, you know, it gets so fucking loud, and they're like, oh my god! Jesus Christ, and so you can see me in the clip, and I'm just like, oh god.
One of those where it's like, even though you're standing right here, are you okay?
Yeah. We died that day. We died and were reborn through that sound. It was crazy. I'm so glad, because that was almost lost to time, because that was before I was recording natively, because I didn't have the room, frankly, on my computer to do it.
Yeah.
And so I was just taking them from Twitch post-stream, and even though I had it, like, set up that it wasn't posted right away, or I even had the trick of, like, I would download it before it had basically any time to, like, go over the whole thing, you know what I mean? Before it had a real chance to scrub it and mute some parts. And then that just stopped working at some point because it was like instant. And one of the parts that was muted was that part, because it just, Twitch just decides sporadically that this or that, even if the song is playing for a literal hour, that like this segment of 10 seconds is, we've picked it up and it's this one song from Kingdom Hearts 2. So we're muting it. And you're like, what? Yeah. Why? And so it's just very strange chunks, like Swiss cheese throughout the whole video. And that happened to be one of the parts. And so I specifically sent in an appeal for that one section of audio, because I didn't want to fight for the whole thing and get turned away or something. And I was just like, no, this is the one I'm taking a chance on. Then it got unmuted. I was like, oh, thank Christ.
Good. Everybody has to know.
Now everyone has to know how I lost my eardrums that day. They're gone now. I had to get replacements, so. Because that's what they can do that.
Yeah, they can do that now.
That clip makes me laugh for some reason. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the point. It is really funny. It just was also crazy to live through at the moment. It really was my own, like, Germa gets nuked. Except for mine was just in one part, and it was fucking Duck Flare that did it to me. Hearing the audio mute. I know, I'm so sorry, because I know it was a lot of fun. Maybe, I guess that means I'll just have to go back through KH2 at some point and try to fix it. But yeah, there are like huge portions where like I couldn't do anything because I just couldn't record natively, and I couldn't get them to stop muting everything ever for no reason, so. Not my ear snails.
I get the same issues sometimes. I don't know what it is in the algorithm with Kingdom Hearts music. But I get that sometimes just with Kingdom Hearts footage on my own channel. Like even the Riku is Gay video. I remember having to edit the remind limit cut part of Riku's section in Hollow Bastion. Because of the song.
Because the music.
In the background there. Yeah.
That's so
strange.
For
some reason, the music kept getting tagged, and I'm just like, it's just the Hollow Bastion theme.
It's so weird. It's weird because it's just like, I've found that on YouTube, it doesn't seem to care that it as much as Twitch does, where Twitch is like, it's like screaming and slamming the button every like few seconds over anything, you know what I mean? And then I think what happens is it like passes out and then it wakes back up and hears it again, and you know, because it just doesn't make sense when and where it mutes it, because it really was me just doing one fight for like 2 hours, so it was the same song the whole time, and some parts you could hear and some parts you could not hear for no discernible reason. So I thought I got muted, but some rando person was trying to take any pennies from views. Pennies from views from Shion's theme? Oh, that's strange. Like, they were making, like, copyright claims on Shion's theme on YouTube or whatever to try and get, like, pennies off of it. Because people can just make claims without having to prove anything. And so, like, the onus is on you to be like, they do not, I have free use of this thing or whatever, which is super annoying to deal with, so.
The wild ass claims I've gotten on Animation Pilgrimage episodes.
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you.
I can imagine.
There is such a market for, I can only assume that this is like a subset of like tech bro culture, where like these assholes buy the rights to these movies nobody's talked about in decades. Or they will buy the rights to production photos of said movie. And I know that this is the case because I had this very specific instance happen where this guy had written a book about Rankin Bass movies.
Okay.
So, for the time being, because he had written this book, he had the rights to production photos so that he could use them in his book. When we did a Animation Pilgrimage episode on this movie, this old Rankin Bass movie, and the whole point of like our show is to like share the history of these movies that are like basically forever lost time.
Right, yeah.
He copyright claimed our video because we showed an image
right, that he had like
photos.
Right. Damn.
Yeah.
That's such horseshit.
And it's not like it's a photo he took. Like, this is photos that get distributed to anyone basically talking about these movies.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
So I actually ended up emailing the guy because I like looked him up and I saw that he wrote a history of this stuff, and I was like, well, hey, you know, I was going out on a limb and I'm like, well, hey, you know, if you're a historian, like, I try to bring history to this stuff too. So like, I think we have a lot in common.
I think we're on the same side, if you don't mind me saying, you know.
Yeah. And like, in not so many words, he wrote a email back saying like, fuck you. And then he turned my like the copyright claim on the video into a copyright strike.
What the fuck? What an asshole. My God.
I know.
Okay, whatever. Like, I love, like, just has a claim to using the image, did not in any way create anything within the image.
No.
But that reminds me, and I've spoken on it before, that, like, the kind of, like, the publishers for, like, distribution, basically, of, like, Undertale's soundtrack, like, the Materia Records or whatever, outside of, like, Toby Fox's own wishes, make content claims on Undertale music all the time. I have them on some of my videos even, and it's something that, to the point where, like, Toby Fox had to be like, if you get a content claim on your video, dispute it, because it is, like, explicitly of my own will that, like, it should be, it's all free to use. You can use Undertale music in your videos, I don't care. You know, Undertale, Deltarune, etc., but, like, the company, like, outside of him, which there's been, like, public beef about it, because the guy who runs it is kind of crazy. And Toby's had to, like, be like, you gotta stop. You have to stop doing this. This is not, right. You are being insane. And so, yeah, anyway, that's just a thing that happens where it's just like, dude didn't even have any hand in making this music, but they are, like, desperate to copyright claim, like, any utterage of, like, an Undertale beep or boop, you know what I mean? It's crazy, but people are like that, right, because they want to nickel and dime and grift where they can, and what are you gonna do? But
part of the grift is being an absolutely miserable person.
Absolutely, 100%. So, sucks if the company keeps going against Toby's wishes. It does suck. Also, there is, I wish I could speak of this in clearer terms, but, like, as far as copyright claims on the internet goes, there's kind of this deal that's been worked out that's kind of like this, like, like, good, it's supposed to be done in good faith, and this is the way that, like, it kind of operates, or else there'd be a lot more legality issues in what we post on the internet. And so, like, so YouTube doesn't basically have to get its hands dirty, because it would be a lot to have to deal with, because if you take even 1 second to think about how many videos exist on YouTube and how many disputes or claims would be made at all times, it basically, how it works is, like, they have to operate on the assumption that the person making the claim is doing so in good faith, and thus, if it's not, and somebody is, like, disputing it, like, it's on the person to dispute it, to be like, actually, this is wrong, and then something will be done about it, versus every single iteration of someone going like, excuse me, this is copyright, and then they have to immediately like assess and deal with it kind of a thing. It's a like, we just have to let them do it until somebody says otherwise, and then we'll start to deal with it. But
and even then, if the person made a claim on your video and you said this person's claim is wrong, without any kind of penalty, the person who made that claim can just say, actually, you're wrong, and YouTube will automatically take their side of that. And then at that point, you basically have like no options.
Yeah,
it's a game of chicken where the other person is wearing a full suit of armor and has a lance pointed at you, and you are out there butt naked.
Yep. What's fucked up too, by the way, is that like uploading stuff, like I kind of started the process of becoming like I forget exactly the term, but like a YouTube partner, right? Where you can like make money sort of off of it. And I was like, sure, I'm kind of signing up and doing stuff. And they're like, do you want all these cool tools? What if we alerted you to all of these videos that we think are ripping off your stuff? And I was like, what do you mean? And it's showing me all of these videos, and they're all just like, it's like Kingdom Hearts cutscene compilation or something like that has nothing to do with me. It's just Kingdom Hearts related at all. And obviously I talk about it, or it shows up in my stream, or I play the fucking games, and it's YouTube is like, look at all these videos that have the same kind of stuff that you do. They could be stealing it from you. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, and it's something where it's like, obviously they aren't. I also don't really care if someone were. Like, I've run into instances of people like using my own writing without necessarily making the clarification they're quoting at all, which is not to say that everybody is of this level, but that is like the James Somerton trick of, I just put this thing into my script. And so reasonably, you should, if you're quoting something directly, quote it directly to make sure that way you don't have to step on anybody's toes. Okay. So anyway, I have seen stuff like that, but it's just like, okay. But you know, otherwise it's like, it's so like, YouTube is so like, look, we've brought it to you. Do you want to make a content claim? And I'm like, could you leave me alone? It's like, stop knocking on my door, okay? I don't want to talk to you. I'm just putting up my stream archive. I don't care. So, anyway, yeah, it's
luckily,
like
when I get those kinds
people.
Of things, it's actually people like, you know, taking a lot of the animations and stuff I've done. They're like, these are my favorite map parts that anybody has ever done. And I'm like,
makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Ah, cool. All right. Well, you know, and then moving on, but yeah. Otherwise, it's just like, hey, Kingdom Hearts, and I'm like, look, I know I like live here and this is my house, but I do not own it. Okay, I rent. I rent. All right, I am not. Nomura is my landlord. Okay.
How to become the villain of a community so fast?
Oh yeah.
Copyright claiming.
Yep. Yeah.
The
anyway,
product you absolutely do not own.
Yeah. It's a real quick way to get everyone pissed. Also, P said that they left and scrolled Tumblr and then came back and I'm on the same screenshot. To be fair, I went to the bathroom for a little while, okay? So there was a gap of time in between here where I wasn't doing anything at all in regards to the stream. So that was after that? Okay. Fair enough, then. Never mind.
About Big Hero 6.
Yes, we can talk about Big Hero 6 now. Anyway, okay. San Francisco. Where's my mouse? There we go. San Francisco. Dealing with grief and separation, explicitly the separation of death and how no one is truly gone. Or how no one is truly gone from your life if you keep them in your heart. This has gone over twice, with both Tadashi and the original Baymax. At this point, Sora comes in to San Francisco. Hiro's already somewhat dealt with his grief over Tadashi's death, and Sora empathizes. This is definitely one that I did not write, I remember.
You were not the Big Hero 6 guy.
I was not, because I remember specifically when I was like writing stuff, and I was starting to get... I was kind of drowning in it because I was like, there's so much to write about, right? And I was writing like a very big majority of this. And I had to be like, somebody, you gotta come in. I need help like wrapping some of this shit up just so we can get it out. And then Cal was like, oh yeah, oh shit, okay. And then like came in and just started like busting out parts. So I think wrote some of the Monstropolis part, or at least wrote the Monstropolis part. And then like, I know wrote this part because I was like busy writing other parts. And I was like, I need help to get this out the door. So, anyway.
Tadashi. There was a fire, and now he's gone. He's still there. Here. In Baymax, and all of us. Tadashi. He lives on in your hearts.
And this would be enough on its... This would be enough on its own. Hey. Excuse me. Yeah, that way I know I didn't fucking write it. This would be enough on its own as a lesson for Sora learning to deal with grief and separation, that he could keep his loved ones in his heart, and sometimes that's enough. Hey man, sometimes it's your only choice. This music needs to change. There we go. Friends in my heart! Appropriate. Okay, anyway.
Wow!
Except Tadashi is the secondary focus of this world. The primary focus is Hiro's grief over the original Baymax, that he's forced to confront again when Riku brings him back as an evil shell of his former self with his damaged battle chip.
Where'd he get that? That's the first chip I made for Baymax. It's full of combat programs. Does that mean it's like it's his heart? It does mean that.
It does. It does mean that. Now, if you forgot the entire plot of Big Hero 6 like we somehow did for a month even while writing this, let's give a brief rundown of what exactly happened to the original Baymax.
And this is why you were not the Big Hero 6 guy.
This is why I was not the Big Hero 6 guy. Also, like, again, there was so much wrangling of information. You know what I mean? Like, this is exactly what happened. That it was just like, we were so busy putting all the other parts together that, like, some of this just fell to the wayside. And we were like, okay, we see all of this. And then we're like, what the fuck's going on in Big Hero 6 again? Oh, yeah! Oh, you mean there's, like, a second Baymax and it's all about, like, separation and all the, you know.
Yeah.
Where'd he get that? In the same tone as, what's in your mouth? Where'd he get that? Put that down! Let's see. When traveling with Hiro to an alternate dimension to save Callahan's daughter, Abigail, Baymax is struck and damaged, leaving them in a hopeless situation with no way out. In a last-ditch effort with no other option, Baymax sacrifices himself, using his armor's rocket fist to propel Hiro and Abigail back through the portal, saving their lives at the expense of his own.
Oh, 1 second.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Dude, I love this song. I hope it's not too quiet for you guys. I had to turn it down so I could hear, and I don't know if it's like an okay volume or not. Like the level I'm hearing it at is not always the same as it comes out in stream. What?
Turns out, food's ready, so I'm gonna go grab food, and then we can continue talking about Big Hero 6.
Okay. All right. I can finish reading this little section as you go get your food.
That sounds good.
Okay. Okay, everybody. It's just you and me now. Let's see. Saving their lives at the expense of his own. So, he convinces Hiro to accept this by saying he will always be with him, in cage terms, in his heart. But that's not the only thing. At the end of the movie, Hiro finds Baymax's healthcare chip clenched in the armor fist. That has already been described as the equivalent of Baymax's heart. In a heartfelt and happy ending, Hiro reconstructs an entirely new Baymax body, and they're able to continue their lives. In hindsight, it's all a little on the nose. Even more suspicious is the only time Baymax's sacrifice is mentioned. It's Hiro vaguely saying he vanished into another dimension. Why hint at the climax of the movie so obscurely, especially after all the worlds which were explicit movie recreations? See, I feel like that'd be something too, where he'd be like, he vanished in another world, and you'd be like, more of this, huh? Yeah, this Baymax, he's actually the second model, but the first Baymax and the chip I made vanished into another dimension along with the microbots. The chip's back, so the first Baymax might be back too. But now we're left with the game original plot of the world, where the original Baymax is brought back, but controlled by dark cubes, or bugs. Hero's conflict shows he very much considers the first and second Baymax two different beings. Despite how similar they are, they're not the same. Rikunort even states, though he went through all this to create a complete heart from the damaged battle chip, that the original Baymax's heart is still lost. Don't bother. This puppet has lost his heart. He won't wake up. Speaking of, we've seen this exact phrase before, complete with a 15-year-old possessed Riku and everything. That girl has lost her heart. She cannot wake up. Anyone think about how there are sniper nobodies? I'll get to that in a second. Directly paralleling the original Baymax with Kairi. The story of the world then becomes Hero having to accept the loss of the original Baymax again, reiterating and reinforcing that separation is okay and even necessary. This time, despite the protests of his team and Sora, Hero chooses to destroy what's left of the original Baymax, chooses the separation himself, because this Baymax has lost his heart, and this is not what either Baymax or Tadashi would have wanted.
I'm back with the food.
Welcome back!
Also,
to
add on to what you're talking about, I really appreciated, like, as much as the Big Hero 6 world could have been expanded on, and in like a gameplay sense, in the world sense, the storylines, like a really good follow-up / sequel to
I
Big
agree.
Hero 6.
I agree. I think that, like, as far as, like, the original, like same with, like, Toy Box and even, like, Monstropolis and Big Hero 6, where they got to, like, explore post-movie original plot, is really interesting, and I like it a lot. And it's, like, actually, like, good. And so this, like, follow-up on, like, hey, here we are in Big Hero 6, you know, San Francisco, and, like, post the movie. And so, like, what can we utilize from that? Oh, Baymax, you know, the Baymax that was left in an alternate dimension. Yeah, sure, let's bring his ass back and make everything all evil and fucked up. Like, it's cool to get, like, in movie universe, like, original stories, right, that, like, make sense within its own little, like, its original, like, Kingdom Hearts storytelling and relevant to Kingdom Hearts, as well as, like, a good little exploration of, like, well, what happened after the movie, and, like, we get a unique little chance to explore that.
Yeah, because, like, Hero obviously has a very like, deep character arc for that movie.
Yes.
And the fact that they could, like, follow through on, like, that characterization is just, I really appreciate it.
Yep. Yes.
I really appreciate it.
I also appreciate
something like that.
Yeah, it's a shame they couldn't do that, like, all over the place, but, you know, you win some, you lose some. Some are really good, and then some are kind of okay. I really love the world stories done that way. And then you have Space Paranoids. The best one.
As much as, like, Hero's Garage is certainly a location, I really wish that instead we could have had, like, Cass's Diner.
Yeah, I think we talked about this
as a
before.
place.
Because it's very much like, I feel like, you know, everything that happens with San Francisco was due to time constraints. You know what I mean? Like, having it be so, like, you are just in one room, i.e. the garage, and nowhere else, and then you would go from the garage to just the city, and then there's kind of nothing inside. You know, it's very much, to me, they were like, we gotta make this work somehow, you know, and so they just had to cut corners where they had to. Yeah,
because, like, you know, ideally. Sorry, now I'm chewing, so it's going to take me a little bit. When I think of Kingdom Hearts World, and this will be a little bit of a tangent, what I really love seeing are the iconic locations.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's one reason why I was like, before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, I was really not set on Frozen being a world. Because there was so many things I'm like, I don't know that there's like enough great locations to be at.
It is mostly a big like, snowy mountain, right?
So right. But with Big Hero 6, I think it's such a shame we didn't get Cass's Diner. We didn't get Fred's Mansion or like the garden area.
Right.
Of the mansion.
We didn't get little robot fights or anything anywhere.
No little robot fights, but like that one I could kind of understand. It's like almost a different time period, but like
that's true. It's just something where it's like you could fill in the world a little
Diner
bit.
And the mansion, would have added more to make the world feel more full, I think.
Yeah. It's really something where like had it been smaller or even segmented into like different parts of the city. Versus like, which I understand the idea of having one big explorable city, and like I get it, I get the vision. Unfortunately, they just did not have the time to make it amount to a whole lot. So, you know, then it's just like a big empty sandbox world. I feel like I'm running around in like Gmod, you know what I mean? So it's something where like I wish, and that's where I'm like, oh, if they had like robot fights, which like obviously it doesn't, that's from a different part of the movie, but that doesn't mean people have stopped doing that. So it's a way to be like, hey, remember this is a part of the world, and so like you could find some little alleyway or something where there's like a bunch of people, and then there's some little mini game or something like that. You know what I mean?
That would be cool.
And it's just little things that would like bring the city to life, and it's like the little mini game would only show up at night, right? So it would make sense with like the different like times of going into the city and everything. But anyway, we can lament all we want, but what we have is what we have. So I'm gonna let you eat a little bit, and I'm gonna keep reading this. Let's see. Good. So chooses separation himself because Baymax lost his heart. It's not what Baymax or Tadashi would have wanted. We'll have to destroy the chip if we want to be certain. It's the right thing to do. Tadashi would have done the same thing. Isn't that Baymax's heart? It's okay. Baymax is here. I should be the one. Also, the music that plays during the scene is a rendition of Distant From You, and I love that. It's a very sweet, like, version of the song that, like, I just like to listen to. Iku at Square now. I demand these cool ideas. Look, I just demand they have the time they need to make the game they want. And just things take a lot more time these days because games are so much bigger than what they used to be. You know, you could blast out Dream Drop Distance in the course of 1 year. And even then, I'm like, damn, if they had 2, they could have went crazy. You know what I mean? But now, like, the fidelity is so high, everything takes a lot more time to create the assets and make the world and get everything all going, you know? There's just a lot more to it.
Need we remind everyone that Kingdom Hearts 3 in-game cutscenes look as good as the movie that they are in. Like these Big Hero 6 cutscenes look as good as the movie did, basically.
More or less,
2012, 2013?
Yep.
No, like this would have been 2012 because Frozen was 2013.
Yes. And whoa, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, especially with like Toy Box. You look at that and you're like, that's the movie. But now we're playing the game in the movie, and everybody looks like movie quality. It's crazy. So a lot has, you know, changed since then, for sure. But because believe me, the people working on these games have no shortage of cool and fun ideas. and ambitions and things they want to do. It's just a matter of if they are, you know, if they get to do it, if they're allowed to, if they have the time. So that's what I wish. My demand is let them have more time. If I have to wait a while for Kingdom Hearts 4 to come out, but it's like the best shit I've ever played in my life, I will make that exchange any day of the week. Yeah, I can wait. Because once it's out, and then I have the best shit ever. You know what I mean? I can be patient as much as I'd like to know virtually anything about it. But, you know, all that with
if
the
we
lost
end
year
up
of
only
development
getting, like, 4 or 5 Disney Worlds instead of, you know, like the 6 or 8 we usually get, but they're like way more expanded on, I'm still happy.
Yep. Yeah. I would just love to, like, if I have plenty of stuff to do in it, then I don't care if we only have like 4 worlds or something, you know what I mean? But anyway, let me continue on a little bit. Let's see. So anyway, he crushes the chip, right? And in the end, from the leftover body, he builds what's essentially a 3rd Baymax. And we're like, 2 Baymaxes! Yahoo! Then we have the 100-acre wood. Hooray.
I need a Baymax.
Doesn't everybody need a Baymax?
Everybody needs a Baymax. Why isn't this the future we're working towards? I want warm hugs.
There are a lot of reasons why this is not the one. It's not the one that, like, it's not as if we're not working towards it, but other people with more power than us aren't. And are, in fact, working towards the worst end possible. As fast as humanly possible.
After this movie came out, like, the public should have rioted until we got our own personal Baymaxes.
I think so. I think the public should riot more in general. For the improvement of humankind. It's what Tadashi would have wanted.
It's what Tadashi would have wanted.
Exactly. Anyway, the 100-acre wood. This short and optional world has 2 very good points. 1, the Heffalump, which we covered. 2, growing up and apart from your friends, and Sora's fear of losing them. Friends, in a general sense, sure, he says as much to Merlin, but upon closer inspection, a very specific friend. Those book covers sure look sadly familiar.
That is crazy.
Right? It's like the fact that they're sitting on like a log. Like, yes, that's not the first time they've sat on a log, but like you could choose anything. It's like the same position on the log with the arms in the back and like it's ridiculous.
It's the exact same thing. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these 2 pictures.
Yeah. It's crazy. Think about my dog, bro. Dude, we'll get there. And then, yeah, with like Sora gone and it's like night. And Pooh's all sad. But it is not just one simple visual parallel this world has to offer. You know, to really drive it home, you're home. Pooh greets Sora's arrival with "you're home." Not to be written off as simply awkward dialogue, it's the same in both scripts. I had to check. We would often check these things if we were like making a claim that it's just like, hey, this specific thing that we believe is a callback to this other thing was like, I'm going to make sure it is and is the same thing within the JP text, right? And if it's in here, it was. I do remember, like, because we went to check just to be sure, because there's when, at the beginning of Olympus, when Hercules catches Sora, he says, like, oh, how kind of you to, like, drop in. Like, you guys literally dropped in. And I was like, that can't be on purpose, right? Is that just, like, a localization thing? And then I went to check, and then we were like, oh, okay, no, he says something else that's, like, not an obvious, like, some kind of obvious pointed joke or something about it, you know what I mean? Right. But, because I remember, too, like, one time, seeing somebody's, like, criticism of, like, oh, you only bring up, like, the Japanese script when it's convenient to you, kind of a thing. Like, oh, I'm sure, yeah, that's when it matters, cherry picking the script. And I'm like, we checked all the time. It was just like, we didn't need to say it every fucking time. It was just like, hey, if this, like, dialogue seems to hint towards something or is clearly a direct reference to something else, we would just make sure.
Well, and, you know, there tends to be, like, two arguments that I usually hear is like, oh, well, you only bring it up when it's convenient for you. Or, oh, well, actually the English is the canon version. So, like, why are you even bothering checking the Japanese? And it's like, both of these arguments are not good arguments.
They are bad, in fact. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense here, but...
The Japanese is, in fact, the original intended language of the game series. Because the game is, say it with me, folks, Japanese.
It's, in fact, Japanese. Even if it is using, like, American-made media as, like, the biggest well it's drawing from. Yeah. It's like, it's in that way very much like an international, like, interesting collaboration. But this is, like, 100, outside of using the IP and doing these things, it's all Nomura and Company. It is all Square Enix, like, making this. You know what I mean? Disney is not really coming in here and, like, making a bunch of shit for it. They're just like, you may use Simba as a summon, but you have to make him be on fire. They're like, okay, sure. Though that one was like, I remember Nomura was like, I'm making these summons, can I do this? And they're like, no. And they're like, what if I made him on fire so he looks less like Simba? And then they're like, okay, you can do that. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
I think it's funny that, or actually, sorry, scrap that.
Okay.
What I mean to say is that I think a part of it just comes from, like, Americans feeling a particular ownership over, like, Disney. And yes, Disney is very American. But
yes,
Disney's very, very international.
100%, yes. It's also not like as if the stories that are being told aren't being based on, like, fairy tales and folklore from, like, all over the world. Because it is, you know what I mean? Even if we took this and then maybe we made, like, we put an American spin on it, i.e. The Princess and the Frog, right? You know, stuff like that, like, exists, but it's all very much global. You know what I mean? Fairy tales exist everywhere in general.
You know, Japan's relationship with Winnie the Pooh is different from America's relationship with Winnie the Pooh. Japan's relationship with, like, Lilo and Stitch, I think this is a really good one to bring up, is different than America's relationship with Lilo and Stitch. Like, Stitch has become an icon in both countries, but in noticeably different ways.
Dude, they love a little Greacher over there in China as well. Yeah. They love a little, like, there are so many things that are, like, successful over in Japan only, like fucking Duffy, the little bear, and Company, like, that just did not fucking take off over here, or, like, Tsum Tsums didn't take off over here at all. There's just, like, different priorities, you know what I mean? But Tsum Tsums, they're still going strong, and I love those little fuckers. I got them with me right here, and Riku's gonna look all fucked up, but I have him. Wait, hold on. I've got Sora. His eyes are all... there's no winning. There's always blue involved in some way.
Oh, they're so cute.
I know, and I love them.
Get them.
I have
a whole backlog of, like, Kingdom Hearts merch to eventually buy.
Oh, yeah. The Tsum Tsums are a little difficult to get your hands on, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But people be selling them.
Yep.
Chikawa, yeah. Anyway, what were you saying before? And then I was agreeing with you, but I think you were making a larger point.
That Disney is very international, and I think that because we see Disney as an American thing, we only think about, like, our American perception of these properties, but these properties often have a life of their own in different cultures.
Yes. This is true.
Like Pooh, like Stitch, like a lot of different things.
Hell, Ted the bear.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they love Ted over there. And it's just, like, it's also, like, being localized a little different in that, like, he's just a naughty little guy in, like, a fun way. You know what I mean? And so it's, like, a slightly different flavor, but people fucking love Ted over there. I don't... It's crazy. Good for them. I'm so glad for you guys. Everybody... Japan loves a teddy bear. What can I say?
Yeah.
Keep being haunted by Ted. I keep seeing him everywhere for some reason. I couldn't tell you why. But, you know. Anyway. I forgot how we got onto that.
Basically
just, we were talking about the JP text and then people being like...
Yeah, the JP text being...
Right.
The official text, even though people think of Kingdom Hearts as, like, this American thing, and the English
is so
the
strange.
Original text.
Because, like, I know that, like, on a global sense, too, that, like, a lot of the English voicing for a lot of people, like, the world over, is kind of considered the canon voices, probably because of the Disney element, because these are their original voices, right?
Right.
And thus, like, the Kingdom Hearts, like, English cast kind of also gets that treatment a little bit, that they're like, yeah, it's like the Disney stuff, and then here are the guys in English. And so it's very much like, you know, also, like, a lot of people experiencing Kingdom Hearts through the final mixes versus, like, the original cast. So the final mixes were in English in Japan, and so people got really used to those voices, which I think is a very interesting phenomenon. Like, that's not something that happens to a lot of things. But maybe, like, maybe some aspect of that convinces people as well that, like, not that, you know, your typical fan is going to know that, but, like, I feel like there's some level of that where it's just like, well, yeah, the English, that's all that really matters in the end anyway. It's the same. And it's just like, no, it's as fallible as any other project. It's still a human being behind the wheel making their own creative decisions to write this script in English in a way that makes sense to us. So,
yeah,
you know, and they don't have the same person doing it every time. You know what I mean? The series has been going on for a very long time now. Things change.
It doesn't, you know, by virtue of what this is and by how long it's been going out, we don't have one vision for the English translation the way that the Japanese text kind of has the more dedicated vision of, like, Nomura and his writing team.
Yeah. Yep. Yes. Sorry, I was pulling another song up. But yeah, anyway, as direct to the sources you can get it, I guess, is the clearest you can read the intent. But, you know, that isn't to say that as if, like, English, like, a localization is always going to, like, obscure it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
they're doing their best.
They're just doing what they can. Language is just not one-to-one. There is no true one, you know, translation for things. There are things that are literal, and then there is making it sound like a person who speaks that language would say it. You know what I mean? And I feel like, on the whole, the localization for Kingdom Hearts has always actually been really good. Yes, do some details get a little, you know, muddy in the mix? Yeah, that does happen, because, you know, now we have hindsight is 2020, and we can see where this or that thing would be important that it be something else. You know what I mean? But otherwise, it's usually very good. And I feel like the voice is usually very, like, akin to, or fits right along with, like, the Disney stuff, in that it can be very fun and cheeky at the same time. But, like, anyway, that's a whole other thing. Winnie the Pooh, right? Let's talk about Winnie the fucking Pooh.
Parallel.
That's cute. It's Winnie the fucking Pooh, bitch. Your home. Pooh greets Sora's arrival with "your home." Not to be written off as simply awkward dialogue, it's the same in both scripts. Sora himself denotes Pooh's greeting as confusing. Like, that, again, that's another thing where it's like, it's being said, and it's just like, "your home," and it's like, well, you don't have to read into it. It's just strange. It's just a weird sentence. And it's like, no, the point is that it was weird, and Sora's like, why did you say that? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Good to see you, Pooh.
Only to be clarified a bit later with Pooh's worry over Sora's weakened connection and disappearance from his heart.
You used to be right here. Why is it that you went away? That's my Pooh voice.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good.
Oh, that's what you meant by your home.
But Pooh's noted and questioned use of your home is another pointed parallel with the only other person who said it.
Your home.
Not to say Sora himself hasn't also said it in direct reference. I still think about this where I'm like, this is like a direct callback to like Kyrie's like your home and reaching the hand out, and I'm like, what are you telling me with this? Like, I see it.
Yeah.
But am I like missing something to some larger connection or something? Or maybe it's the Kyrie is inside of him part of it. I guess I could buy, but like, it's so like direct, you know what I mean? That it's just like, well, okay, but what is it? Just because it's like a fun parallel to like the end of KH2 and, you know, Aqua's finally back after all of this time, you know, especially out from the realm of darkness. I'm not sure if it means anything greater, but it's there. So it's like to be completely honest, we're not sure what this specific parallel from Sora to Aqua implies, but it's there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Kingdom Hearts has a lot of phrases that come back up pretty often. And they don't, like... They are useful. I'm trying to... What am I trying to say here? Sometimes they can feel like just callbacks, but like... And sometimes that's exactly what they're doing. They're being a callback. But that doesn't mean like that's where the thought stops. You know, like with this, the You're Home, I think it is just kind of like a callback, but also saying like, God, I'm having a hard time.
Yeah. It's like, okay, sometimes sure they just do stuff to like call back to something and it doesn't have to mean something. But a lot of the time though, it usually is paralleled in some way for some reason, right? You know, Nomura's very intentional with a lot of the stuff he does. To an uncanny degree sometimes. And then sometimes there's just shit where he's like, oh, fuck, I don't know, you know? But, like, usually stuff like this where it's, like, a direct parallel. Also, when we're already making the argument that we're like, a lot of this shit is clearly intentional. This is, like, a direct, look, this doesn't mean nothing. Like, the call to KH1 intro in Sora's heart and Riku is a light, you know, like this all means something. Like, we can't pretend it doesn't. But then I see this and I'm just like, I feel like I'm holding a puzzle piece and like most of the puzzle is done and I'm like I don't know where it goes. Like, I feel, did I miss something? Exactly. Did I like happen to cram two puzzle pieces together? Anyway, the only thing I could think of is maybe the like Kyrie being in his heart thing, but even then that's like I'm throwing shit at the wall. You know what I mean? I'm not like, I just can't think of what else it would mean.
It could be something like that. It could just be that like Destiny Islands is a place of like return.
Yeah, like that, like it is really like she just got out of, you know, the realm of darkness after 10 years, and like the thing is to say your home, I think that's what is I was trying to say. It's a very sweet sentiment, and then she starts crying and then I start crying and it's like, you know, it's a very sweet scene regardless. It's just like, I don't know if this is supposed to imply any other larger thing, but I do see what exactly the scene is like referring to, you know, the very memorable ending of Kingdom Hearts 2. So, you know, anyway, so Sora admits to himself that the connection has weakened, his connection with Pooh, but even though he's confused and a little worried, Sora insists it's fine, reconciling with Pooh that they'll always be together, always connected.
Except I can feel it. Our connection's weaker. What matters is I'll be here from now on.
Boop, boop. After leaving, though visibly upset and worried about his weakening connections, and that he doesn't understand why, Merlin offers some kindly advice.
Whatever's lost can be found again. There's always new paths between hearts for us to discover and traverse.
Thanks, Merlin, for that pointed and important lesson. Whatever is lost can be found again. At the end of the day, all of the worlds put together have one other consistent theme. Sora himself is unable to stop these unfortunate events from happening. He's left helpless each time in the face of these larger conflicts outside of himself. I'm trying to remember. He sees his friends going through trouble and isn't... Oh, that's right, because there's a bunch of stuff that happens, but he, like, doesn't... There's nothing he can... Okay. I have to, like, let it finish. He sees his friends going through trouble, and it isn't he himself doing the direct saving for once. Larxene makes a point to tell him to leave Elsa alone to figure it out for herself, and in the end, he didn't influence what path she took whatsoever. He's either saved by an outside force, or his own outside force isn't solving the problem. Because there's that, there's also, surprised it's not written in here. Maybe I had something? Maybe edits happen, and then I don't remember. Because there's also, there's also, Rapunzel, and everything to do with, like, you know, Rapunzel and Eugene, like, Sora is simply a bystander. Like, his handling of the Mother Gothel Heartless has no bearing on what happens to Eugene and Rapunzel. It's just that she's obviously, like, not being bad outside the tower anymore. Like, maybe, I don't know, maybe she would have blown the tower up if we left her alone, but, like, it's just something where it's like, we fight the big bad, and then we go up there, and it's like, oh no, this is all happening, and, like, we don't save anybody, they save themselves, kind of a thing. And there's, like, multiples of this where Sora's just kind of there, and it may be a result as well of, like, he is specifically being shown these, you know, examples of, like, caring for and protecting other people. And he's kind of along for the ride, but he's not necessarily always the proponent in, like, saving the world in these cases.
God, Sora's a little heartbroken, when he sees Eugene.
Yeah. Writers write things with intent. It was just the book cover parallel, I would have said coincidence. The fact that Pooh literally quotes Kairi, this is specifically here for a story reason. Even then, the, like, comparison of the cover with the ending shots are, like, very, very close in a way that's hard to ignore. I remember other people, like, while we were writing this, brought that to me, being like, did you guys see this? Like, without having read the theory or anything, they just knew we were working on stuff, and they're like, hey, did you guys see this? And we're like, we're writing about it right now, actually. But, like, other people noticed. You know what I mean? So. Okay, do you wanna read?
The Power of Waking? Alright.
Yes.
After we're done with the Disney worlds, we get to saving Aqua and Ventus. Sora's quest to regain the Power of Waking ends here in this section. This section also shows us how the Power of Waking ties in with the Strength to Protect. Ventus has consistently throughout the game managed to force his consciousness through Sora every time the prospect of saving Aqua comes up, literally waking from sleep. And when Aqua is in danger right in front of him, when he actually can do something to protect her, the thought gives his sleeping heart enough strength to break through to Sora. This is what allows him to guide Sora through awakening his heart. Translation notes. Now, the English version of this scene is pretty accurate, but we're taking note of the Japanese version because it's a bit clearer. What should I do? Use the Power of Waking. But I haven't gotten that power back yet. You didn't lose it. It's sleeping. It will wake up for the sake of someone else. For the sake of someone else. With all my heart.
I had a little trouble scrolling.
Oh, okay.
Was trying
Sora
to move,
regains.
just flying everywhere. Anyway, sorry, Sora regains.
Yeah, the ability to use the Power of Waking by realizing specifically, it's summoned by wanting to protect someone with all of his heart. With this, a callback to what Herc said, Sora starts being able to use the Power of Waking on command. Suddenly, I wanted to save her with all my heart, but And again, it all goes back to that first Herc parallel. In the first world, right before Riku's first cutscene, they had already introduced us to the secret of the power of waking. And it falls in line with what we know from Dream Drop Distance. How easy it is for Riku to use the power of waking from the start. How intuitively he manages to dive into Sora's heart at the very end of the game. If it's connected to the strength to protect, of course he'd be adapt to it. So, it makes sense then that in the Kingdom Hearts 3 we play, the first time we see Sora use the power of waking is to save Riku!
Oh my god, that's crazy. Who would have thought?
This isn't just suspected or connecting some disparaging dots. This is a hard fact described within the game itself.
Yes, here I'll read the glossary. Yeah. The 3 realms. Worlds in the realm of light and the realm between exist as planets in a great sea of stars, which Sora and his friends explore aboard their smile-powered gummy ship. The realm of darkness, however, exists in a space closed off from time. It is accessible only via dark corridors, pathways that open for agents of darkness, or when worlds become unstable, or by using the power of waking. As a result, Aqua has spent years wandering the realm of darkness, unable to return to the light.
Is this the... Did we get confirmation of this from an earlier game, or is this the game that, like, specifically calls back and, like, kind of doubles down on the gummy ship being smile-powered?
I think this is the one that was like, this is how it works.
This is canon.
Yeah, that it truly is. Like, I feel like there was something else, some other supplementary something that was like, yeah, it is just powered by, like, smiles and stuff.
The manga said something about it being like that, but, like, you can only take what the manga
like,
says.
it's something that could easily be written. It's something that could easily be written off as just like, oh, haha, like, this ship runs on, you know, happy faces and happy whatever, faces. And you're like, cheer up, kiddo, like, easy, right? But then it was like, no, it's real.
Yeah.
And I don't remember. I think it's something that was, like, stated somewhere, and then, like, I think it's been continued here. And then let's see, what's the Realm of Darkness. As we returned to the gummy ship, Chip and Dale called with distressing news. They'd lost contact with Riku and the King within the Realm of Darkness. Sorry, the music is distracting. What is... Okay, that's fine. Chasing Boo's door, that's fine. You can play. Called with distressing news, they'd lost contact with Riku and the King within the Realm of Darkness. Sora let his heart be his guiding key, and he went through the gate that he created. The gate that he created with his heart, because it took him there. The gate led to the Destiny Islands, where Sora found an old Keyblade lying on the beach. We discovered a door that could only lead to the Realm of Darkness, and Sora proceeded through it alone, leaving the rest of us to anxiously await his return. Sora followed Riku's voice to the shore of a dark sea.
Sure did.
Yep, he sure did. We double-checked. Both the Japanese and English glossary specify that, outside of using Mickey's Keyblade, the only way to enter the Realm of Darkness is either with a dark corridor, which we know Sora can't use, and we know definitely doesn't look like a giant glowing door of light, or the power of waking. And the journal even specifies his heart led him to the door of light. It's the most likely conclusion then, especially since we know the power of waking's intended purpose is related to reaching worlds through hearts.
It's for traversing hearts to reach worlds, not for traversing worlds to reach hearts.
So it's definitely important that the power Sora's spent through the whole game looking for has been tied to something so intrinsic to Riku's character this whole time. Was used for Riku first, awakened by his desire to save him. I remember, I think Cal wrote a lot of this. I remember I had to, like, move stuff around quite a bit with that one, but it's very much like, hey, the power of waking and how we see everything that's like, this is the power of waking, and we see it for the first time used to get Riku, but like, it should be known that it's just like, yeah, this thing, like, now that we kind of know how it works and like what it can be used for and how obviously Riku can use this power and how this could be related to, I don't know, like the whole protecting somebody precious and then the sacrifice, and it's all just kind of rolled up into one big thing.
Yeah. Well, it's like this whole segment of the game forward is a lot of like the game showing you and not telling you. Like the most you get is the stuff here in the journals, and even then it's still being kind of vague about it, even though it's, you know, if you're looking at it and reading it, like it's easy to come to these conclusions. But from this point forward, like the game's really not going to be like, hey, this is this and this is what this means and this was accomplished by doing that.
I mean, Kingdom Hearts has always been very much like it's just showing you, and like you may get like details in the journals and stuff, and then later Nomura's like, well, I don't want to say anything, but also it explains it very clearly, you know?
Yeah.
I remember finishing this card when visiting you here. Yes, because let's see. So this was for
because this was a card that was added after the effect.
Yes, yeah, this was for Remind, and I was trying to finish writing it, I think, for a Melody of Memory coming out. And so, because Canary came here for a visit for Melody of Memory's release, and I was like trying to finish the update before Melody of Memory came out. And so Canary was like sitting in the house with like cruddy laptop desperately trying to finish drawing it. And so was the Kyrie card too. Oh yeah, the Kyrie card was also added later. Yes, I remember. I have to go to the bathroom again because my guts are bad, so I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you want to talk to the people, or do you need to stand up or something?
Yeah, sure. I can talk to people.
Okay,
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay, I will be right back. You continue to talk to them. I will hear whatever you say, so, you know.
Right. Nah, all these cards are fantastic, Canary. I just admire how much, and doing this card too, where it's like, hey, what if you drew like the whole main cast? Like just all of them. All the trios. Well, I guess it's not all the trios, but you know, it's like so many people here. And Mickey. I kiss all the cards. I would honestly get like a nice frame where, you know, like you get one of those like big frames and then each one has its own little square like mat cut out, and put each one in a thing, and then I'd hang it up and it'd be gorgeous. Oh, is the Million Dreams Awards stuff happening now? I did not know that was a thing going on now. Although that would make sense, because March Caprice is coming up, isn't it? Yeah! The nominations are this month. I've been such a hermit this month. I've just been like tucked down in my own little corner and barely paying attention to what's going on because the world's on fire. And I've been getting back into Final Fantasy XIV, so I'm like, alright, cool, I'm just gonna sit here and play my game and not worry about stuff. Nominations are happening. Okay, I'll have to look that up so I can send nominations to cool people. I haven't really made anything all that cool this year, so you guys should vote for other people. Links probably were not sent in chat, because... Oh, wait! Yeah, no, it was. Your link was in chat. Never mind. I have those off on my stream, just in case, but yeah. It's here. Perfect. I'm going to try to go to Reconnect. I almost, because I live fairly close to where it's happening, I was like, oh, cool, I'll go to this one, probably. I thought about maybe signing up to do some kind of panel or seeing if I could do anything with the thing, but I was also like, I have no idea what my actual health is going to be like at that point, so I'm just gonna chill and hopefully I can go to it. That is the goal. If I can go to Reconnect, that'll be cool. I don't know, maybe I'll make myself like a sticker and just put it on whatever I wear that day. That's just like the Riku is gay and why it matters thumbnail. And I'll just be like, I'm here. I'm the person who made this. Yeah, I would say, like, Kingdom Hearts skits goes with, like, content creator. It's funny, Niku shared earlier about how there was somebody who came up to a convention, who knew about the Riku video, but I actually just had one of our housemates left this last week to go help with a friend, do some, like, maintenance, handyman stuff around their house. Hello, you're a man. Big man cat. You guys probably can't even hear him. But apparently, the place that he went, somebody in that house knew who I was through Warrior Cats and knew about my Clouded Moon project. And so, like, they were talking about that stuff, and Mikey, or, you know, my roommate Mikey was like, oh, well, I live with that person. I live with the people who make that thing. And so they were like, oh my god! And then I had another experience like that where my partner Whitney brought some friends home from work, and we were all, you know, playing games and stuff together. And they were like, oh, well, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, you know, I make YouTube videos and stuff. Y'all know about these things? And one of the people at the table was like, I know about Warrior Cats. And I was like, yeah, I did that stuff, and, you know, and I showed off some of my things, and, like, the color left their face, and their eyes got all wide, and they're like, oh my god, I know who you are! It's really fun when stuff like that happens. Small world. Yeah, for sure. They're like, oh my god, I used to watch your stuff all the time. And then afterwards they were just like, I'm having a hard time speaking with you because now I know, like, who you are. I'm like, oh, it's fine, it's chill. It's all good.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hearing the story you were telling, I have the other small instances that I think I've definitely brought them up before, but it was like, I remember my friend Velo, who was the person who I went through Kingdom Hearts with. Like, he was the one behind the wheel playing it and everything, and showing me. And there was just a period of time we just hadn't seen each other for a while, and KH3 had come out at that point and everything, and the Sleeping Realm theory existed, and at some point, completely devoid of having talked to me whatsoever, some other, like, friend of his was like, oh, dude, have you seen this theory? It's crazy. Here, let me send it to you. And then sent it, and then he was like, that's my friend Niku. Like, we literally, like, we lived together, you know what I mean? Like, that's not just, like, my sort of passing friend, like, that we lived in the same house for, like, a long time, so, you know, it was just like, that is my friend Niku who did this, apparently.
I was the one who was like, you should get in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. That was, he was the guy who was just like, because he just loved Kingdom Hearts, and there was a period of time, again, before we went through it, he had disappeared for a while, and then when he came, because this would just happen, he'll, like, get into something, vanish for a bit, come back, and then we're like, all right, Velo, what are you up to, you know? And he was just, like, learning to speedrun Kingdom Hearts 2. I love Kingdom Hearts 2 so much, and was, like, going crazy with it, right? And then eventually... Then later he moved in, and then I was like, okay, I think it's time. I would like to go through. And so he was like, I would love to play them, let's go. So, you know, so I learned a lot of Kingdom Hearts also through the veil of, like, seeing it kind of speed ran. Like, so I was just like, cool, I'm going to just absorb exploits from the beginning because I'm watching him do these things. And then another one was like, and again, it was with the Sleeping Realm theory, was my buddy Jason was just like, there was a lore podcast he would listen to where they were just like, we talk about lore in various games and stuff like that, and just kind of go over these things. In one episode, they're like, let's talk about this Sleeping Realm theory, you know what I mean? And he was like, what the fuck? I know that's... That, you know, and he had to, like, send it to me. It was like, dude. And I was like, holy shit, that's really cool. But yeah, it was just one of those things where, like, it hit him how much it was like, I didn't just make, like, some Kingdom Hearts theory, I guess. It was, like, big enough that it, like, completely left, like, just regular Kingdom Hearts circles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
And I was just like, damn, okay, it just exists out there, like, so outside of me, you know? Or us in general, right? I'm just the active like face of it. So, you know, it's just funny, but it's wild. Oh, I also have had people when they see the stupid Jealous Riku comic, and they're like, wait, you drew that? Or someone would be like, I know this. Like, we had somebody at con point to it and go like, I used this. They had one of those parties where they, like, make a PowerPoint presentation on some subject, and theirs was, Riku is gay. And so, in their presentation, they had used my Jealous Riku comic, I guess. Yeah. And then they were like, what the fuck? You drew this? And I was like, yeah, I'm the guy who drew it. You know, they're like... Anyway, they're like, well, it's right. You know, the thing is, I wasn't there for it. I had to get told about this later, that it was just like, I think it was like when I was sick or something like that. So, but it's something where it was just like they had to talk about how they had, like, done this whole thing, and it's just like, yeah, that's Niku, you know. And then I think they bought some Ratatouille prints, some nice. Soriku as rats prints. So good for them. Rats great taste. Love. Great taste.
Whose presentation isn't Riku is gay?
Yeah, I know. Well, it just has so much you can talk about. It's the wealth of the series, you know?
No,
I'm gonna make a Riku is straight presentation. Can you survive that process, P? Will you even make it to completion? It's like one slide, he isn't. And
he isn't. Smiley face. Goodbye.
Yeah. Not a lot of slides. It's true.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I loved, though, when I was doing conventions. This is the thing I miss most about doing conventions is, you know, seeing people who wouldn't come to your booth because you could tell they were intimidated, and they like you could see them like looking over your booth, and then their like eyes get wider and wider as they're like coming to the realization, and then they like look at you and you're like, hi, and they're like, oh my god, and then they just like leave. I'm like, I feel like that person knows who I was.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you've definitely had that happen. But you Dark GB Shadow here, being my partner, makes adult work, right? And like queer adult comics, basically. And so we'll be like at cons, you know, and you can tell when people have seen it already, and they talk not quietly. Like, I think they think they're being quiet or like separated from it, but we're just fucking sitting at the table, you know what I mean? We can hear what you're saying, by the way.
Well, you're in a convention hall, so like everybody's talking loud.
But yeah, they're very much like, oh my god, I've seen it. They're like, I read this on website where they steal work. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. And then, yeah, there was this one person, and she was very sweet, but she was obviously, she was really fighting her internal demons. And I'm not even exaggerating, because yeah, this person who came up, they were clutching their cross around their neck and talking about how they're like, I know it's bad to look at this stuff, but like, I really like to look at your stuff. And it's really like, you have so much to unpack, you know, and I'm happy you enjoy this that's been made here,
girl.
But like, because they were so like, they were obviously kind of like embarrassed, but they wanted to talk so bad, and it's like, you could just tell it was like kind of tearing them up, you know, and we're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. It was crazy. And they did come back later, if I remember correctly, because this was when we were in Canada. And they were just like, I didn't know you would be here. And they were just like, oh, I know it's bad to look at this stuff, but like, I keep looking, you know. We're like, oh my god.
Well, I hope that interaction gave them like more peace of mind, more like confidence in themselves.
Yeah, because
you know,
we just tried to be really nice about it, because you know, they're going through it.
They're going through it.
I think it's kind of weird to say to the person / people who made the stuff. I mean, yeah, a lot of people will make comments like that without thinking. Right. Yeah, they say it like right to your fucking face. It's wild, the things people just will say it, and then you're like, excuse me? And they go, you know, it's just, people don't know how to act around other people. And I'm sure anybody who's had to do any public-facing job knows this. It doesn't change at cons. It's just a different type of person, because they're all kind of nerds, you know, and so you get plenty of people there who do not know how to interact with other people, for better or for worse. Sometimes they're just kind of sweet and shy, and other times they're just kind of an asshole. There's nothing you can do about it, but anyway,
people say the first thing that comes to their head, and it's like, I'm sorry, what? I'm a person, you just said that to my face.
Yeah, hey, I don't have to pretend to be nice to you, you know that, right? Okay, I'm not like some dude at Target or something, like, I'm right, do you want to take it outside? I'm ready. They don't want to, they never will.
No.
Anyway,
you want me to remind?
I did bark at a sex shamer once. You and Canary both barked at that guy, but like literal barking. And I wish I could have seen it. In public, they shame me.
Good. Fight
it was
them.
Just, yeah, they were just being weird about it in a place that was just like, what else did you come here for? Like, this is where like the adult work kind of is, you know, and he was like, oh, I don't know about that. And it was just like, well, then get the hell out of here. I barked cringe style, dude, I'll do it again. I mean, it's hilarious, but like also effective. It made the guy leave, you know?
Yeah.
I barked cringe style at this dude.
Good. Good.
Anyway.
I hope he remembers you.
Yeah. I hope he never forgets that he was being weird. That people would rather bark at him than continue the conversation.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So,
yeah. Oh,
Remind
also with
was a lot, huh?
Yeah, it sure was a lot. This art, I remember, like, I'd have to go find it, but I did have like a like thumbnail like sketch. If I was like, now Canary, I need you to draw this here and draw everyone here, and here, like me fully like basically commissioning Canary, but I didn't pay any money, and I'm sorry. Now Canary lives here.
Shared the thumbnail at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember seeing the thumbnail and then seeing like the final piece too.
Yeah, I have it somewhere. I don't remember where I put it, but like I had like a whole like sketch of it, so it was like, okay, because it was like very much like there's the sleeping keyhole, and then in order jumping from Ventus to Aqua to like Terra to the, you know, the Sea Salt trio, and then like back to Sora to Riku Biki, and then the, you know, it's like in the order of like when he jumps.
Right.
But call out post on the SRT slave labor. Yeah, me calling out myself for not paying Canary for the art that she contributed. Customer service trick I've used more than once is that middle-aged Karens get so speechless when you tell them you need prayer because it's so scathing and never gotten in trouble for it.
Uh-huh.
You need prayer. It's just, what do you mean I need prayer?
Yeah.
It's
you
really
can
like
twist the toxic like Christian talk back on him.
Yeah.
Works like a charm every time.
Yep. You're playing with their rules. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You have the ball in your court.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway, Remind. Let's continue here.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
1 year after the initial release of Kingdom Hearts 3, we get this fat DLC drop that, in true Kingdom Hearts fashion, raises about as many questions as it answers. It manages this by not only being the end-all full-game retrospective mystery solver we initially expected, or at least hoped it'd be. It's, as Nomura put it, a third layer, and boy, he wasn't kidding. You said a new trailer is coming out in December. Is this going to be the last trailer for Remind? Yes. This trailer will include the release date and other such information. The fragments of clips you've seen of the new story added with Remind may have made you think it's taking place during the main story of Kingdom Hearts 3, but it's set after the ending and is separate. The story of KH3 was concluded in that game. There are two layers, victory and defeat, and perhaps this is what should be called a third layer. It does come during the time of Kingdom Hearts 3's main game, but I think perceptive fans will, after playing, feel how it is a different beast from the main game. Yep. Thank you, Nomura. Yeah. This 7-layer bean dip of narrative can already be a lot to chew through, and Remind just added some cheese on top. And while this explains some mysteries, it opens the door to plenty of others, as Kingdom Hearts is wont to do. As a small overview of the DLC, Sora, in a bid of No Man Left Behind, travels back in time in a final attempt to save Kairi. And we mean final. Chirithy makes a point of the fact that if Sora doesn't manage to do it this time, he won't be getting a second chance. Overall, we follow this future, post-KH3, Sora, as a heart-jumping, unseen between connected hearts of the cast, past self included, through the events of the Keyblade Graveyard in a kind of behind-the-scenes look at what happened. In regards to the theory, though, it brought us all sorts of fun stuff. Sora is dropped just before the fated False Darkness, or the Tear in the Fabric of Time as they called it. Tear in the Fabric of Time. A divergence in the fabric of time that occurred when Sora used the power of waking to overwrite the timeline of defeat. When this phenomenon came into being, a new world without defeat was born, creating two
contradictory histories.
Two contradictory histories within the same timeline. Very pointed description. Sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. Very weird. It's almost like Real quick, it drives me crazy because it was like we spent so much. I personally spent so much time explaining that this is the thing that was happening, right? And it being like it's like in Cucks when the thing, and then the game continues to do its thing, and it's like, oh yeah, we're still trying to give you the pieces to figure it out, and I'm like, I look how much work I did. And it just keeps coming back to like, oh, give me this exact description of like what I was already explaining. And I'm like, well, I mean, it feels good, but everybody was so like at this point about so many things that it was like, well,
I don't know.
Right. Anyway, continue.
There, I'll have you experience the same things you did here, but that world will go on, this time without total annihilation in its future. Like an overwrite? Ah, there it is. And it's after this tear in the fabric of time, we're shown the world logo for the Keyblade Graveyard. Dun dun dun. The indication that we're now connected to a shiny new reality. Or, how about the secret ending in Kingdom Hearts 3 not only turning out to be a dream, like we said, it was specifically Riku's dream.
Whoa.
Now, I'd like you to tell me all about the dreams you've been having, dear. It was dark, and I was surrounded by tall buildings. I was looking around for Sora, when I felt someone watching me from way up high. Unsurprisingly, searching for Sora, which is also just like we said.
So funny. So crazy.
And while these things are great, it doesn't even touch on the wealth of clues we got about Kairi. Kairi's heart is definitely missing. Da-da.
I will read the next part. Naminé, the smoking gun. So earlier we talked about Naminé and what it means for her to be in the final world. The fact that she's there when nobody arrived with Sora means she had to have already been there before he arrived. Felled by some great darkness before this in a prior timeline. And according to her, once Kairi is back to the status quo, so is she.
So once she's safe again, Kairi's will return.
And since Naminé has been there the entire game prior to Sora showing up, Kairi hasn't been back to normal the entire time either. Her heart has been missing, and in Remind, they make it very clear that it still is. During the Keyblade Graveyard, the Guardians fall to darkness. Sora then recollects himself in the final world, returns to Riku's sacrifice, and this time saves everyone's hearts. He pointedly doesn't find Kairi's heart, but they return to the graveyard safe and sound anyway. It is at this point, in Remind, Naminé shows up.
But tell me, why haven't you returned to Kairi's heart yet? Yeah.
Interesting, so weird. Why haven't you? She should be fine now, right? Very good question, Sora. Why hasn't she? To both their understandings, she definitely should have returned at this point.
Because I'm still not able to. What does that mean?
What could that mean? But something is preventing her. Well, that's strange. Everyone should be safe and sound, right? I mean, this conversation is happening while everyone is standing around outside. Everyone, including Kairi, who is right there.
Should just be like a little arrow pointing to Kairi.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Why
like a big red circle.
She should be right there.
Damn, you can hear twirling rising sound every time in that Dearly Beloved now. Good. Because it's very cute and nice, but also, now you know. Anyway, everyone including Kairi, who was right there. Totally fine, supposedly. Unless, of course, she isn't, and hasn't been. Naminé's inability to return to Kairi, especially after suspiciously not finding her heart, is some hard proof in the pudding that Kairi is not whole, or safe. Something vital is missing. And it's only after Remind, after Sora pulls together all of Kairi's pieces hidden by Xehanort, does this change. At this point, we know for a fact Kairi's heart has returned to her because Naminé has too. It's because of this they can extract Naminé from Kairi, proving Kairi at this point is actually complete. But why is it now that Naminé came to Sora's heart anyway? Is it maybe because Kairi is there? I'll keep reading. I want to read it. Okay.
Okay.
Sora the
Matryoshka?
Yes. I knew how to say it, but suddenly it was just like a bunch of mush in my mouth. Matryoshka. Yeah. Hearts within hearts within hearts. Kairi is still in Sora's heart during the course of Remind, but like future Sora specifically. He's like onions, they have layers. We have a couple very blatant examples showcasing this too. First off, remember when Xehanort struck Kairi down, heart nowhere to be seen? Sora, from the future, is watching on from within his own body. But he ain't the only one.
Zooms in on heart.
Hearing, like, the heartbeat and everything. The shot and framing always drove me wild. I never knew what it implied until discovering this doc. I'm so glad. I'm so glad, because, like, seeing this drove me wild the first time we saw it. I was like, God damn, they cannot get more direct than saying that this is the case. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. We get a very pointed shot of the camera as it zooms away from his face and in on his chest, accompanied by an overtly loud heartbeat. We've been shown this before almost exactly as evidence of somebody else romping around in that big heart of his. Specifically, it was Ventus reacting from within Sora and even managing to speak through him.
I mean, even without the previous example, you don't frame a shot like this.
Yes, like, I feel like if you were to remove this from that, like, from even just having those prior examples, it really is just like, if you were to know at all that people could be in other people's hearts and maybe it were like, oh, where's Kairi's heart? Why is this a thing? This would very clearly, like, tell you. If you did not have that, like, proposition of, like, going, like, where is Kairi's heart? Then, you know, you may see this and be like, what is this? This is obviously really pointed, but I don't exactly know what it means. But, like, having other examples, even within the game, of, like, we know so-and-so is in the heart, and they react accordingly to things that have to do with them, like having to save Aqua, or so on, and, you know, so on and so forth.
Right.
So this being like, hey, you know, they giving you all of the clues to be like, Kairi's heart is not where it should be. Where is it? And then they have this.
Right here.
Yeah. This here is just like, whoa, what could this mean? You know? Anyway, yeah, so Ventus, we have other examples. Again, we always have to put the examples because people are going to be like, oh, no, it didn't. You know, and it's like, it did. Here it is right here, you know. In a similar example, the loud heartbeat also happens here, directly correlating to Ventus awakening within Sora. While Ventus was reacting to the danger of a friend, Kairi reacting to seeing her own body double something or other being slain really isn't out of the question. The point of the shot is to show not Sora who is looking on, but something within him reacting too. The next example is a very telling line of questioning from Xehanort.
It's just the game telling you.
Yeah, yes.
I'm the one who hid the fragments of Kairi that you seek. Of course I am here. No matter. Did you come alone?
The fact he asks this is enough cause for suspicion. Why would this even be something to ask?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm totally alone, to my knowledge. Sora, of course, is unaware of anybody else and answers truthfully. But after a quick ocular pat-down from Xehanort, it's clear. And see, this is where Dark Road screenshot would come in, being like, this is something like... we've also had other things be like, he kind of has, like, empathy powers and knows well the, like, having other people's, like, kind of, like, memories or people in hearts and yada, 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 right? This is where that would go, and I just didn't have the spoons to do it. It's just, here it is. But I'm saying
if you started adding Dark Road stuff to this, it would get crazy.
Yeah. If I curtailed it just to things that are relevant to making this specific case, then it wouldn't be so bad, but
Right.
you know, but that's something that, like, again, makes a video talking about it or something. It'd be like, here are these examples, but I also would have to fight a lot less hard to be like, look at this. This sure is pointed. You know what I mean? It's almost like there's somebody else there, and I shouldn't have to hold your fucking hand to do it, just in the same way. They made it pretty fucking close, like, or pretty fucking clear that...
Like, if you haven't got it up to this point, this should be the you know?
Yeah. Xehanort has multiple instances hiding hearts inside others. Erika's hiding in Terra, etc. Yeah. He knows well this as a thing. Also, good night, Gabby. I'm sorry we still haven't gotten to your dog while you've been in stream. We'll probably at least get through this, and then maybe another time we can have like a little discussion on the doc, I would think, right? And then, you know, who knows, maybe you could be there for that one, but like in call. Would that be fun?
Yeah.
Hodor hiding inside his heart during the climax of Dark Road. Yeah. I'm sorry you have to work early. Anyway, that's on the table. But what was it? Oh yeah, I wouldn't have to fight that hard to make this point, but also, you know, there are so many examples of, like, you know, something I thought was like really obvious and then was the thing, i.e. like Terra's heart being in Come Guardian this whole time, where I was like, they did a pretty good job of like making that, giving you enough shit to be like, well, that's clear, that couldn't be anything else. Clearly. unless there's always like, it's this, unless there are things I simply can't account for because there's some new information I could in no way have access to. You know what I mean? Right. Like, sometimes they decide to explain something some other way down the line or introduce some new thing that I could never predict, right? But, like, as far as, like, what you're giving me, I'm like, there's nothing else, but, like, they've made it really pointed framing, and Riku's like, you remind me of promise I made with Terra when I was child. Frames Come Guardian, holds Keyblade to Come Guardian, you know, etc. Or even the moment it came about was like, it's Terra's heart and then we know it's not Terra piloting the vehicle. You know what I mean? He's not the mech pilot in this case. So where did his heart go? Is it that guy? You know. There are plenty of things that
been there, and they've hinted at it forever.
You know, there are plenty of things.
No. When they revealed that was just fan service for like a theory.
And when they revealed it was sick as fuck, is what it was. It was cool as hell.
That's what it was.
That's what it fucking was cool. Love how Come Guardian collects our normal phrases. There are at least normal phrases in my neck of the woods. Anyway, what?
TRM Shadow kind of pointed this out with Xehanort has multiple instances of hiding hearts inside others. But also this like blue glowy effect around Sora is like very similar to the blue glowy effect around Terra when Xehanort and Terra are having like the fight over his heart in Sleep. So just like more instances of like effects being used to convey similar things throughout the series.
Yeah. Two people in one body to some extent, right? Just there. I mean, even if without that, it's just like, did you come alone? Yeah. And he goes,
glows.
And then he glows, and then he's like, you know, it's like, okay, he clearly did not come alone.
Yeah.
And this is after we get the like, Kairi, oh no, you know, and then it's like, like right at his fucking chest. Like, I'm sorry, Kairi is in Sora's heart again. She's hanging out. I don't think she went there of her own accord necessarily. And no, she's not doing evil. She never would. It wouldn't make sense for her character. She wouldn't do evil to Sora, for sure. She's still like a person and can have like jealousy and other things, even though she has a pure heart and so on and so forth.
It's so funny that anyone would even take like Kairi's in Sora's heart. Already something that's been done in Kingdom Hearts, like since the very first game. But like someone's seeing us say, like, hey, the Kairi that we see, like, at the end of the game is not, like, Kairi. It's some kind of doppelganger, and she's actually in his heart. Right. That means that you're saying Kairi is evil. What?
I don't know. I think, like, even just the general, like, people generally get this, like, they're like, okay, we obviously emphasize quite a bit on the, like, Riku doing the act of true love self-sacrifice being some pivotal part of it, as well as Kairi being some, like, not herself and something that is, you know, in part of Xehanort's plan. And then people go, oh my god, you mean you're trying to tell me that Kairi is some evil piece to get in the way of your ship? Like, people really take the most, like, cursory, like, skim over the top of the whole thing to talk about that. And it's like, I see how it's giving feeling threatened. It's something where it's like, I do get how people get that very cursory read, especially if they, like, that's the thing, it's not good. I mean, it's not like obviously reading the theory for themselves in any capacity and taking what people are saying as, like, general footnotes, kind of, and they're like, oh, well, they are Soriku's, and they are writing about Riku as the biggest specialist boy, and that Kairi is some kind of pawn.
That's because he is.
Right.
That's because he is.
It's because he is, and also Kairi is being used as a pawn, unfortunately. And, like, and the thing is, I sometimes I'll see this too, where I'll see people, like, kind of defending the doc out in public. Like, I just saw one, like, literally yesterday, where it's just, it comes up, and it's really funny. I saw, like, a tweet, or a skeet, if you will, that was talking about, like, oh yeah, like, people don't know what they're talking about with KH3, yada yada, but the Soriku's out there, like, making huge videos about it. They know what they're doing, right? And then, like, seeing people talk about it being like, oh yeah, but some of them aren't very good. And they hate Kairi. And then it's just like, somehow this had wormed around because this Blue Sky tweets, I like that name, Skeets. Yeah. Yeah. But, like, it's like, oh, you know, talking about, like, being like, oh, you know, things I've seen were, like, pretty fine with her character. I hadn't really seen anything. And then someone was like, well, sounds like you're talking about the sleeping realms, and I know that they're not very good to her. Which I was just like, you know, it's the same old. And then other people being like, no, I think that, like, they're like, that's not what it's about. And, like, obviously, like, clarifying and in any capacity, and saying, like, if anything, the document's kind of arguing for Kairi having more going on. But, like, I have to set the record straight really quick, okay? While, yes, this would have her being involved in things at all, I in no way would ever say that this is, like, good for her character. The fact of the matter is, it would just take her from being, like, a character over there and kind of a plot device to, like, a turbo plot device, like the biggest plot device you've ever seen, which is still shitty to her as a character.
Great. Yeah.
I cannot stress this enough. A really cool plot device. Let me be also, I can agree with that. I can say, like, turbo plot device is still a cool plot device, but, like, as treatment for her own agency as a character is, like, rock bottom, right? She doesn't know anything that's really going on with this. She's being used, basically, and it's something that's, like, while interesting on the whole, is not, like, fair treatment to her as just a character in general, right? I don't think it makes her better or anything, and I wouldn't say that this is like, well, I'm arguing to say that she has more going on now. It's like, well, technically, yes, she would be involved more than getting murked in front of us and then disappearing. You know what I mean? It's like, sure, then she would be, like, her getting murked and disappearing suddenly means she'd been disappeared the whole time, but in Sora, doesn't really give her much to do. It's just what we're seeing, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure she's in there, you guys. I'm not gonna say that fridged, but still got a lot going on. It's something where it's like, I appreciate the, like, oh, you know, like, it's definitely arguing more for her, and I'm sitting here, like, typing all this stuff, and I'm like, poor girl, I don't know what to do about this. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's part of the problem with fandom is that because you are writing what you are seeing, you're literally just doing
right
like, media analysis. People are assigning you to the like, oh well, you're either saying Kairi is a saint or you're either saying that Kairi is a villain. Like,
right.
And like that's not what you're trying to do at all. You're just trying to say, hey, this is what I think is being said.
Yeah, I think this is just how
I'm not trying to assign goodness or
Kairi doesn't have enough screen time for that. I'm sorry, guys. She does not have enough screen time for me to be like, and she's evil. She doesn't get to do anything. If she were actually evil, that would be so exciting. That would be at least interesting. That'd be like she'd get to do anything, but she's not doing anything. And it's a disservice to her. All of this stuff happening with her is just stuff happening to her, just like it happens with Ventus. And it may be cool, but they aren't doing anything, you know? So it's like, I don't want to pretend like this is like, oh, this will fix her. You know what I mean? It's not. It's interesting, but it's not like a great treatment of her character by any means. And what we propose is more about like, I'm just talking about what I see, not anything I think is necessarily good for her, just what I'm pretty sure they're doing. You know what I mean?
It's like you're not trying to add or subtract value from her. You're just trying to say like, okay, we have this question of where is she? What's going on? What is all of this trying to tell us? And I think that's what this is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I had a conversation with somebody on Twitter, kind of about this, like on a similar subject, but they were basically like, you know, why does everybody think that Sariku's hate Kairi? And I said that, like, you know, oh well, Kairi's never been my favorite character, before I ship Sariku or not. That's just because, like, the games just don't give us a whole lot for me to be endeared to her. Like, she's fine, but if I'm going to start naming my favorite Kingdom Hearts characters, she's gonna come pretty close to the bottom.
Right.
And if anything, I think that the ironic thing is that since becoming more Sariku, and since like being like, oh, actually, you know, if you look at the game through this lens, things suddenly make a lot more sense, and that includes the writing around Kairi. Like, when you put the whole game through a Sariku lens, all of the writing decisions are like, okay, well, this actually is kind of interesting. They still aren't doing enough with it for me to be necessarily endeared to her character. But like, I get it, and I'm not like just frustrated by it anymore, you know? Because if you think that Kairi is supposed to be, you know, one of the main characters, a love interest, you're just kind of left with this feeling of like, well, she should be important, so why does the narrative keep doing this to her?
Right.
And then you're trying to answer that question instead of asking yourself, is she actually like character? Like, what is it actually trying to tell you? And when you get to that point, you're like, okay, I see what it's doing. It's still not awesome for like her character. But...
I don't think like any version is not necessarily great for her character, because there isn't enough to work on to like she doesn't have enough screen time for any of that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think her character is treated any better if it were the straight narrative some people really wish it was, right? It's because then she's just like a kind of a nothing character, and also like the trophy sort of, you know, and it's like great, you know. But like, I also have made the argument many times that like, for what we see as like a queer coming of age story where they're figuring stuff out, and like, yes, these things happen where like some people get kind of caught in the crossfire like Kairi would, while people just bumble their way through, like non-malicious, just that's a part of growing up, you know what I mean? And like, I feel like you can still have this story while having character like Kairi be more of like a character for herself, you know? She could absolutely 100% be more like involved or even just having her own storyline even a little bit and still tell this narrative. Like this, the way it is executed is not necessary for the story we're getting, but it is just what it is currently. You can see now like why she isn't as top of the line important when you're looking through it, like looking at it through that lens of like, oh, I see now the priorities of the narrative and so on. And so like, yeah, I could reasonably expect that like she's not gonna go to Quadratum and then like you know, color me not surprised she didn't go to Quadratum and it was just Riku.
Right. Well, and the, you know, I think some of the biggest ones for me are like her big quote unquote character flaws, her character motivations are the fear of change and fear of being left behind. And
yeah. Which I think is so interesting, but
yeah, it is really interesting. And seeing how like that is actually followed through on and most any character decision that she actually can make, like I'm like, yeah, that is very consistent with her characterization, and it's interesting, and it's also like not the version of Kairi that most fans want to see.
Yeah. Gabby made the point that why would Riku be going after Sora if they're just going to reaffirm their best friend bonds again and they haven't been able to stop thinking about it? Well, yeah, I think that's something where I definitely that's almost exactly something I said in like the Soriku TED Talk. I think there's a clip of me saying basically that, where it's just like, and we're going to do all of this, and then it's just going to be like, wow, and then we're so best friends, and then we're best friends again. So best friends, right? And I'm still right.
Look at our narrative journey.
I think her lack of agency is the point because she's meant to be a commentary on the way female characters are treated when they are pigeonholed to the very role she's slotted into. But until the series ends and we see where it goes, we won't know that for certain. Yeah, I can see that, but like, it's something where if they were to be like, well, that's what we're trying to do, I'd be like, you need to try a little harder to make that like more explicit within your own text, because there's a fine line between like, you know, like, what is it, like it's like deconstruction of the trope or whatever, and then you look at it, it's just like the trope. You know, it's not doing anything with it.
Yeah, like I don't think that she necessarily fits into like a deconstruction or a commentary on it, because that just, there's not enough there for you to say that that's what's happening. It's more so she is deconstructing it by virtue of the story being about
something else. The story itself is subverting things, and thus her role within that would also go with it, right?
Yeah.
But that still remains to be seen. And while that would be like I'm not saying it's like an accident, but without exploring it in any kind of meaningful way, even just a little bit, just give me just a little bit. And I'm not saying this is like, wow, I desperately need things for Kairi when my main interest is where the story is going. But it's like, it would be better for the overall piece and would make people deal with it a lot more if you gave Kairi just a little bit. Just give her a little bit of that time she needs to kind of like, especially, like I've said before, I feel like they're gonna like work towards a point where like, you know, Sora and Riku and their trajectory is pretty locked in. And then it's like, okay, now we can safely explore things with Kairi now that direction's been made clear without people being weird about it. You know what I mean? And I'm really hoping that like they'll get to that point and like they explore some of that more. And then we can talk about meaningful, you know, subverting of tropes and expectations. But until then, like right now, it's just like she is a character who has been shafted of screen time and like meaningful decisions in her own journey. The first time she's really had like a good decision that like led somewhere outside of going, I'm gonna go find them, and then like thank God Axel showed up, or like, well, I don't know what the hell she was gonna do, but like the other one being like, I would like to train under Master Aqua, and I'm like, great, that's the first decision you fucking made. And I'm so happy for you, girl.
That like she can do, unlike the I'm gonna go find Sora in Kingdom Hearts 2. It's like, cool,
Yeah.
what are you gonna do about that girl?
Yeah, that's exactly, which is like, thank God Axel showed up, because I do not know what you planned on doing.
Right, but like, you know, training under Aqua is like a reasonable, like, she can do this, she can follow through on it.
She
it's
wants
her
to do
decision
this,
whether she wants to continue. Yeah, like,
she wants to
that's all
continue
within
training.
her power
She
to
wants to
do.
train under Master Aqua. It wasn't like some suggestion of like, would you like to train under Master Aqua? And she goes, yes. It's like, well,
Yes.
okay, Kairi, what would you want to do? And she's like, I would like to continue training, and I'd like to do it under Aqua. And it's like, that's very cool. Okay, great. Let's do that.
Mhm.
You know, it was like her entire statement. That was her choice. So like, great, you know, but otherwise, you know, her character is, everybody knows it. Her character is very lacking. She has no screen time. What personality she has had has been very, like, I know there was this, she was a lot more tomboyish at the beginning, and like Nomura's made comment on it where like sometimes she's like, oh, sometimes you're like that is when you're younger, and then you kind of grow out of it or whatever. And like that's kind of where Kairi's at, is like she's like more feminine now, but like that's just kind of where she grew, you know. And it's like, that's fine, that's not a crime or anything, as much as I think spunky tomboy Kairi is very cute.
Yeah, I do miss sporty Kairi.
I do miss, or just like have a little bit in there, like just a little something, you know what I mean? But she doesn't have enough screen time to make any of that fucking count anyway. So, you know, it's something where it's just like a lot of people feel very neutrally on her. Some people really are in her corner because of the fact that she doesn't have a lot going on and want more for her.
Right.
And I get it, but like, I don't think people going like, man, Kairi is kind of a bit of a nothing character in a lot of respects, and then people get mad about it. It's just like, why are you mad at me? That's the game's fault. That's not mine. It's their job to make me give a shit, and they're not doing it. So, you know.
I think this is the nicest thing I can wish on Kairi, and it's that I hope one day she has fans who are her fans, like the same way people are fans for like Aqua, you know?
Yeah,
people are fans of
so
Aqua,
nice.
not just because like, oh man, she's the girl of the group, or like,
yeah,
oh man,
Aqua's
my
so
fave.
good.
Yeah, because like men are mean to her, but no, everybody just like legit loves Aqua, and I hope that someday Kairi can be the same, where it's not like I like Kairi because of thing outside the game, thing outside the game, thing outside the game.
Yeah. I love Kairi because of the manga. I love, as P says, the Kairi that exists in my head and not in the games, you know?
Right,
would love for people to like Kairi for anything she actually gets to do within the games. And because the thing is, like, because some people are like, you know, I've given up hope. I don't really care whether she gets something or not. And like, I understand not wanting to hold out hope. But it's like, the thing is, if something came up and she had some time, I would be over the moon, because not just because I'm like, wow, I so desperately, like, it just makes, I like Kingdom Hearts. And as a piece, it would simply make it better if she didn't suck. You know what I mean? If she wasn't shafted all the time, it would make for a stronger series and a better impression and better catharsis with the character and the cast and her lot in the story. You know what I mean? It would just be more healthy for the story overall if she got any fucking time at all. Otherwise, I'm pretty stoked with all of the other stuff we're getting, so like, it's okay. Like, I'm not going to die if we don't get it, and I'm not like, oh, but it's what I want to see like now. It's not like a huge priority for me. I want to see Riku so bad that I'll pee my pants in the street, okay? On camera. I'll do it on film, okay? So like, you know, I have my priorities, but like, I would love for Kairi to actually get any meaningful screen time that strengthens her character and part in the story. And the Sleeping Realm theory as it stands is not that. And I say it as the guy who wrote most of it and all of the Kairi parts. This is not a fix. This is just simply her being used as the super cool plot device again, but like more. And I'm just like, I'm just the messenger. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say that this is gonna fix it and get her out of the way. The games have been doing that for a very long time. Just because I'm saying, wow, they seem to be doing that, doesn't mean I hate her at all. I think she's cute. I think she's got interesting potential they've never touched, and I'm just not gonna sweat it if they don't focus on her moving forward. And that's about where I stand, you know? I own
if we could get
merch
a moment in games
willingly.
If we could get a moment in the games that's like half as interesting and introspective as that moment in the novels where she cuts her hair, like
boom,
and it's such I'm gonna be a fan of
tiny and it's so good. It's so good. Yeah. And it's so small. It takes so little to make me give a shit. It takes so little to like make character decisions interesting. You know what I mean? But
well, especially with her past and everything, like there's so much you can work with. There's so much. But at the I'm in the same boat as you, where like I'm not gonna get my hopes up. But if they give it to me, I'm gonna be like, oh hell yeah, more Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, exactly. A tad late, but I think KH3 was the start of legitimizing a new / real role for Kairi. Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely planting the seeds. I could have gotten her perspective in the game events if her Melody of Memory narration had like any thought whatsoever beyond just a summary. Well, I mean, when we remember that it was supposed to be Chirithy in the first place, it makes a lot more sense. That like it was literally Chirithy up to a point where Nomura decided to pivot and go like, never mind, actually it's going to be Kairi, and everyone was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so it was like a late game decision. So all of that stuff was like already written, you know what I mean? So like, would it have been cool if like we got more insights from Kairi on these events in any capacity? That would have been a great avenue for that. But I guess he realized it a little late that maybe it was an opportunity to do something, because otherwise it wasn't going to have story or anything. It was just going to be series celebration, yahoo, you know? So can't believe Chirithy was robbed. I mean, that's why Chirithy's like the announcer in the versus mode, I guess. So, you know, but it also would make sense as Chirithy because Chirithy's kind of like removed from the narrative in a way that you wouldn't really question why Chirithy could summarize all of this. But Kairi is like, why can she? And I know Nomura has like story intentions with some of this, but like we're not there yet, so whatever. But imagine if that voice was Kairi. Incoming attack! Oh no! Anyway, this has been a long discussion on Kairi, and that you know, sometimes people want to think they want to defend the things that we've written, but like I would never say that any of this is necessarily good for her. So people really want to misconstrue.
Like, same thing with the Riku is gay video, you know, some people were like, oh, you know, it's just another person who hates Kairi. And I'm like, yeah, Kairi isn't my favorite character. I'm pretty sure I say that in the video. I've definitely said it on my channel in the past.
You've said it, but like, it's been stated plenty of times, but
again, the point of the video is not to like make Kairi out as a bad person or whatever. I'm just telling you what's going on in the games. And if that's what you're taking from it, that's on you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That's your read on it. I don't know what to tell you anymore. I can't do anything about that. Either you can read what I wrote or get out, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, Sora most certainly did not come alone.
Yes. Sora most certainly did not come alone. Xehanort knows better and is pleased as punch about it. After his inspection and a satisfied chuckle, he asks Sora a now repeated question, also mentioned by Terra Xehanort in their earlier fight.
Are you prepared to pay the ultimate price?
He obviously has some greater knowledge of the situation, something he expected, with signs he knew to look for. Which leads us to our next point. Would you like to read this?
Xehanort's involvement.
Xehanort chuckled.
Is a
you
man
mean the Chaos Emeralds? Sorry. Anyway, Sorry, I go.
Xehanort is a man of many talents, mostly that of conniving, scheming, and being supremely prepared. He's got a backup plan for his backup plans, and Remind is no exception. We propose that Kairi is an unfortunate but key pawn in his plans, and as we find out more about her, the more we see Xehanort's meddling. After Kairi's shattering, with Mickey and Riku still frozen in time in the air, the future heart Sora has a strange and unexplained conversation with the king where he shows up a surprising amount of know-how on Kairi's situation. Master Xehanort's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah,
Kairi's one of the 7...
The Mickey voice. Because it's Mickey talking, okay. Yeah. So, you're obligated legally to,
Alright, I will. Master Xehanort's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Kairi's one of the 7 hearts, which is why he crystallized her. So he can use her as insurance until Kingdom Hearts is open. She's his last resort. His last resort.
Sorry.
Cut my life into pieces.
This is my last resort. Suffocating, no breathing. Anyway.
She seems pretty pivotal, and I don't know about you. Okay, so, according to Mysterious Voice Mickey, who knows more than he should, it turns out Xehanort actually crystallized her as an insurance, a backup plan. This makes sense, but due to Kairi's incomplete state the entire game, the question would be when he crystallized her. Kairi, unbeknownst to her, has been a pawn in Xehanort's plan from the start. His conversation with Sora and Scala is the biggest example that he set this up from the beginning. After being guided here and there by some form of Kairi, Sora only finds 5 pieces, unsure of how many total he even needs. That's 5, how many more? This is when Xehanort very casually shows up. There are 2 more, and freely offers him the information he needs. Yeah, because of course there's 7.
Of course. This is the smirk
of a man who knows exactly what he's doing. He's also entirely unfazed by seeing 2 of Sora. Ultimate, unfortunately, you're a little too late. And is far too aware of the exact parameters/rules Sora is working within. It appears you have failed to retrieve Kairi in the time to come. So here you are, once again, in times already past. Xehanort knows exactly what sent him here, and why he's doing it. And if Kairi is his last resort, his insurance for his plan to work, why would he freely offer up so much information? Why help Sora in any capacity, unless this is what he planned for from the start? Not to mention the specific placement of each of Kairi's pieces, personally hidden with blatant symbolism by Xehanort himself. We have a Shadow Heartless, a public water fountain with water, an educational doomsday diorama. Fucking love this thing. So fucking cool.
It's so cool.
A literal and unstable cage in the sewers with water. Oh yeah, unsubtle.
In the sewers.
And last but not least, led on stage by Kairi herself, an old friend. I hope you typed this with just like the biggest smile on your face.
Oh yeah, like... there's a reason there's even a smiley face emoji. You know what I mean? An old friend.
I love being right.
I still remember, and I probably said this every time that this has ever come up, but like, I remember because Kit was playing it in Japanese, right? And so got to play the DLC a little earlier because it's just time zone releases, right? And was like, I am not saying anything, but there is a part I am very excited for you to see, and it was this part, right? But like when we got to it and we saw it, because Gemma had traveled over and we went through it together, and we were sitting there and this shit comes on the screen and we start yelling and hitting each other. And I was just like, how's it feel to be the smartest, how's it feel to be the smartest people in the world? You know what I mean? We're like, how's it fucking feel? Woo! It was just so
I'd
funny.
be screaming, crying, throwing up.
So, like, vindicating in, like, that moment was just so, like, Kairi, they could not make it more fucking direct. Like, I wish I could show this exact shot to people who, like, because the people who complained about this had definitely moved on at this point. And, like, yeah, people still hold on to their, like, gripes about what they've heard about the theory. But, like,
this is the part where you're like, look at it, motherfucker!
Look at it! You fucking look at this! Oh my god, it's just right there. Like, if going from the top of the document where I'm like, hey, now, it's my birthday, I'm a little birthday guy, you know, being like, what if there's a connection? You know, what if there's, like, because I don't know, we don't know but like, what if, right? Just the most, like, trying to, like, frame this, and then getting down here and being like, isn't this funny? Isn't that so fucking weird? It's almost like it's Kairi is right there. Isn't that so weird?
Yeah, the same framing and everything. The fact that you have two screenshots here that are practically identical.
They are, like, exactly the same, yeah. Outside of just, like, where some of the hair tentacles are a little bit, you know what I mean? It's the same lead-in. The fact that it's, like, we were already searching for Kairi this whole time, and then there's a Kairi piece and a Shadow Heartless, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. You know, so weird. And then getting to this, and it's just, like, not just, like, well, we could relate it. It's like Kairi directly leads us there, you know? And it's just like, oh, yeah. And then we get a piece of her out of it or whatever. And it's literally like, look at it. And then, like, at the top corner, it says Kairi's fucking name, you know? It's so funny. It's silly. Anyway, very vindicating.
I mean, when Whitney and I played through Remind, and we had both read the Sleeping Realm theory.
Yes.
We got to this and we were like, whoa! Like, my eyes were bugging out of my head.
Whoa, Nelly! God damn, dude.
Anyway,
Twinsies.
Suddenly, the idea of Kairi being connected to the very mysterious dark side at the beginning of KH3 doesn't seem all that wild. In fact, it's rather pointed that they did this, especially seeing as they use a cutscene with Kairi leading you straight to it. Continuing on Xehanort's plan, if Kairi is some key piece, to what extent is she needed? Why would Xehanort need Sora to, aside from pay some ultimate price, find all her pieces? What we understand as Kairi's heart, or simply pieces of Kairi, were both hidden by Xehanort and his last resort. We know that what we know is that it doesn't look like any other heart we've seen, even Kairi's.
Even Kairi's. Sorry.
Yeah.
There you go. Capital X for Xehanort, I guess.
And while you could think things have simply changed since Kingdom Hearts 1, they continue to show hearts the same way even with KH3. Silly that you have to even show that.
I know.
It's been the same.
It's the same, it's still the same, it's been the same the whole time.
So, what is this exactly? Is it Kairi's essence in its entirety? Is it even a heart? It's something at least Xehanort had a direct hand in making. So while it doesn't look like any heart we've seen, it isn't treated like one either. As it's not only used to restore Kairi, it's shown to open a gate via the exact same mechanic from KH2. Yeah, seeing this again was wild.
Yeah, seeing it is so, like, it's so very, like, this has, like, mechanical purpose, you know what I mean? Like, this is something we're seeing, and, like, they, like, recreate it, like, exactly, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, like, it's an undeniable callback, but it was one of those things that because they were calling back to it, it suddenly gave, even more things, like, extra weight. Like, because they're calling back to the specific way that Sora traveled to worlds in Kingdom Hearts 2, it also adds more meaning to the fact that, like, we absolutely are using Sleeping Realm portals.
Yeah. Yes.
In a specific way.
We're
using
like...
my heart is my guiding key to open gates in a specific way, you know?
Yep. Yeah, it's very much like, you know, these different things, like, they're all, like, kind of purposeful choices, you know what I mean? It's not just, oh, this is just what we're doing now, we use the sleeping keyholes or whatever. It's like, no, we use the different things at different times for different reasons,
for different things. Yeah. And, like, that should be obvious, but just, like, including something like this that they would have had to remake from scratch, you know? It just emphasizes that, yes, these are being used differently because there's different circumstances surrounding them.
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. And it's
so
still
in Cage. Go ahead.
I think I don't remember if I say it down here or not, but like the thing that gets me to specifically is like, again, not a great point in anybody's favor, just simply what it is. Anytime we had used these gates to go somewhere was usually through some special item. It was always like a thing, an item. And so we got all of these pieces of Kairi, but it's just
like an item.
It's just an item. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, okay. But I guess that also that speaks to like what it is and kind of what it isn't, which is like Kairi's heart is not an item, you know what I mean? We've also seen it look different visibly, right? So it's something that's like, this may just literally be its own way of showing that it's literally objectified. So this is like very easily its own way of just being like, hey, this is not what we do with hearts. You know what I mean? Right. To traverse hearts to worlds would be the power of waking, right? And this is not that. This is opening a gateway, a connection. Continue.
At best, this like lotus flower thing that we collect can't actually be Kairi's heart, because like you said, like we know what hearts in Kingdom Hearts look like. So you know, maybe it's literally objectified because this is only supposed to be like a symbol of her heart, but even still. Yeah,
it's who knows? And it's also like when they talk about like, oh, Kairi was crystallized. It's like, what, when you shattered her? Or is this Kairi crystallized? Is it like her heart is trapped within it? Or, you know, it's not clarified like whatsoever, but most people are like, oh yeah, that's Kairi's heart or whatever, without like thinking about it at all. And it's like, I just don't think it's that simple. No. We know what they look like, and also we don't usually use someone's heart to do this. They're always like, it's like glass ball or, you know, rose or something of significance within the world that goes like, oh cool, this is like the thing that's like has some kind of sentimental value that like opens up new pathways to other places. And so this is
an interesting symbol to associate with Kairi now too, because it's not something that's been used before, other than the fact that it has like the star pattern on the bottom.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Anyway, you may carry on with the reading.
Yes. In Cage 2, this was usually something of an important or sentimental object used as a means of opening new gateways / paths to worlds. Now, we aren't calling Kairi an object, but this crystalline flower has more going on for it than its surface level. And as a part of Xehanort's plan, seemingly opening a gate brings back Kairi, but it also hits us with this. Dun dun dun. This fight, while super cool, don't get us wrong, is a bit of a head scratcher. We're shown that at the same time as this, past Sora is currently facing off with Xehanort and Skaled Kylo. So who or what is this Xehanort double?
What the fuck? Why? This is still like, what is this, dude?
Maybe it's the same, you know, like Xehanort that Kairi's fighting in her heart. personality and memory. I don't fucking know.
Right. Like, until we get, like, other answers. Like, and there are plenty of things, too, that, like, we've never gotten answers for. And, you know, the series isn't done yet. Who the fuck knows, right? But, like, it's something where, like, I feel like there are so many things where we're, like, we don't know exactly really what's going on with all this. Or, like, why is Kairi in Sora's heart outside of, like, Xehanort plans and things went bad one time, right? We don't have answers to that, which doesn't help because we don't have any information to figure out what this is then. You know, we don't know what the crystalline flower is, and it opened a pathway and it brought this guy, right? But, like, we don't know what that truly means because we don't know enough about everything else that brought us here. You know what I mean?
Right.
How unfortunate that playing Kairi is so much fun and you only get to do it once. How unfortunate. Again, another thing that was like, here is a piece of character for Kairi that I really like and that other people got upset about was her please work voice line while she's doing stuff. And I thought that was so endearing because I was just
it's so cute.
It's cute, and it's just like she's not that confident in what she's doing, but she's like, like it's such a good little line, and people were so mad about it because
such a little. It's one of those little things that add so much. It like harkens back to that her like feeling unconfident and
she's still fucking rocking it. Like she's saying this and it's like cuter because she's like, please work, as she's doing it and like fucking teleporting and summoning meteors and stuff, and she's kind of like, it's like she's driving for the first time and she can't like stop the car, you know, she's like you know, oh god, please get out of my way. it's you know, it's fun. No brakes, let's go. It's very cute and fun, but it's just like, that's literally anything. But again, people can't seem to handle, like, people equate like girl with flaws as like being an overall negative trait that makes a character bad. So when like girl has flaws, like, you know, because people were like, I want complex girls, and then like, you know, Pearl Steven Universe exists, and then people were like, I hate her, she's a bitch, you know, and it's just like, oh my god, she's such a good character and you're crazy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's, you know, people they just conflate having a flaw with being bad, and so they're like, well, the girl has to be good at things to make her good.
He has to be,
which is not true.
Cool girl boss who can take on any enemy, and it's like, that's not what makes a character interesting. Please don't give Naminé a Keyblade.
Yes. I think what it is like, people have that understanding of like, you know, obviously there's a long history of women in general, but like in media, like girl characters being treated poorly, obviously, underwritten, usually a damsel or a prize in some regard, right, etc., etc. And so they kind of just conflate that like a helplessness or anything as, instead of a human trait, bad girl character trait, right? So having a girl express any kind of like, so now that's just like, it's got like the yuck on it, and so like a person can't just be like struggling or unsure or nervous or, you know, like Kairi is, and let that just be, you know, like a real human thing, and instead it is just the bad in it. And so that's something that drives me crazy because I think that line is so good. It's so small. That shows you how fucking hungry we are, because it's like, I want that so bad. And I heard it and I was like, that's so cute, and it tells me something about her, and I like that. And people got so mad about it. And I'm sorry, we can't be friends if you hate that line. We're not seeing eye to eye on this.
And you know this, a lot of other people know this, but like, a character being completely able to be independent, or a girl character being like, I am independent and I don't need a guy to come save me, that can just as much be feeding into a wish fulfillment for men. Like, of a girl who doesn't need your help. Like, you know, and it cannot be that too, but the like, just because a character like is like a girl boss, that doesn't mean that she's also not, the character isn't also playing into like harmful tropes.
Yeah, yes. Because it's very much like, it's that, like, being like, oh, I'm actually super cool and capable, and, like, one of the guys, you know, is very much just, like, a reactionary, like, response to the perceived, like, this is a bad trope, girl being a damsel, right? How do we fix this? We swing the total opposite direction and make her a super cool badass, like one of the dudes, but also she's smoking hot with tits to match, you know? And it's just, like,
exactly.
That doesn't solve any problems. Like, you know, we can have both ends of the spectrum, because you're gonna have good characters, you're gonna have bad characters and stuff, but like a complex human character is going to have flaws, and those flaws can involve being, not that being a girl is a flaw, but like you can be a girl and your flaw be something people would associate with being a damsel in some way. But that's just something that happens to people. You know what I mean? And like, and especially, I don't
need no man is also a statement that revolves her personality around men. Yes.
This is also true. Yeah, that's also true. Also, even like the phrasing of it, like that being like, and I don't need no man, is very like, leaves a bad fucking taste in my mouth, because it's very much
I
like,
get what you mean.
It's very much like Black stereotyping, you know what I mean? Where it's just like strong, independent woman, you know, and you're like,
don't need no man.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very like, you know, it's not great. It's not great. Stereotypes, they aren't great. Yep. You know what I mean? So anyway, I hate that, like, as a trope, and like that being said like that, you know what I mean? Drives me crazy. So
yeah.
Anyway,
let me read this sentence, and
Please.
Then I have to go feed cats.
Okay, you do that, and then I can speak with the people. So finish your.
So, while we don't have answers for this fight specifically, the ties between Xehanort and whatever extended involvement in planning he had with Kairi / the events of Re-Mine are made rather painfully clear.
Stereotypes are only valid when it's about me being Mexican. Okay, Quesadilla hates to see.
Same, me too.
Look, there are there are relatively harmless stereotypes and jokes that can be made, you know, but there are also some where you're like, all right, guys, we can drop it. We can drop it.
Yeah.
we can stop. It's fine.
Right. All right, I'll be right back. Cats need their food.
Okay, all right. Shadow-loving Latinas. Yeah, that one's pretty good. That one's pretty funny. Like, I guess let me rephrase that. It's like, there are harmful stereotypes, and then there's just stereotypes, and they exist for a reason because people exist, and they do these things. You pick up on them, and then it becomes like a joke, right? Like, you know, a stereotype can just be something where it's just like, it's just culturally relevant because people grew up in it, so it persists. And it doesn't really mean anything, but it's funny to point out. You know what I mean? Usually in like a self, like, like, what's the word I'm thinking? A self-aware kind of way or whatever, right? But then there's obviously people perpetuating like flattened stereotypes of like other people in a way that just doesn't help people see others as people because they always will reduce it back to this trope. Not that you guys need this explaining, but it's still important to like talk about, you know what I mean? So yeah. I guess I'll continue reading a little bit. I don't need Tennille here to do that. It's your number one white stereotype. Like, that I do? Because, like, I do the, like, the white people smile. You know, I see people, I'm like, you know, except for I'm aware of it enough that, like, I try to make it more of, like, a genuine smile when I see somebody, you know what I see? And I'm just like, hi, you know, something like that. Like, I try to, like, make it more organic, but it's something that's, like, I can't remember, I saw some video that was kind of talking about it where it was just like, people just get conditioned into these things without realizing, you know what I mean? And that's how you get something like, and then it was like, example, like the white people kind of like, smile, loving cheese. Dude, everybody loves cheese. That's the thing. Like, white people do love cheese, and don't get me wrong, but do you know how fucking crazy Korea is for cheese? They put it on everything, and the thing is, it's good. They put it on so many things that it fucking whips ass, dude. They're like going crazy over there, and it's like, I love it. We all benefit. You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't matter if you're lactose intolerant or whatever. People are like actively like destroying their own body to eat cheese. Oaxaca cheese. Yummy. Fucking crumbly little cotija cheese. Bread is the fucking best. I don't like bread that much. I don't care for it, actually. Like, I like good bread, but I just don't fucking, it's never high priority. It is never a high priority for me. If I could eat everything without the bread, like I get salad with no croutons. Every time they offer, I say no. I don't want it. My coworkers have booed you over this also. What, the bread thing? Have you told them I don't like bread? That's funny. I love rice over bread any day, for sure. You're insane. I just don't care for it. For me, it's ever since I was a child. Ever since I was a wee baby, all I wanted were the weenies from the can, the patty from the buns. I didn't want anything else. And I say weenies from the can, I mean like, obviously hot dogs are not coming in cans really as much as like baby food. I would get fed little like jars of like little weenies. And apparently I was going sicko mode on those weenies. As my mom put in her words, I would nosh those fucking weenies, is how she put it. And I believe it 100%. The bread, outside of being like something for me to hold food, like I love a sandwich and I love a burger, and the bread is a part of that. But when it comes down to it, when I'm starting to get full, the bread is the first thing to go. I don't need that. I'm here for the meat and the vegetables part. Have you been shown the Trafalgar Law panel? He is well known in the One Piece community for hating bread. That's really funny. I mean, I know who Trafalgar Law is, but I guess I haven't seen the panel of him not wanting bread. But I'm with him. I don't want it. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, bread is bad and I don't understand how people like it. I get it. And I even like good bread. It's just not a priority for me. It is the first thing to get out of my way to eat anything else. Like all the time, like what was it the other day? Like, you know, my partner was having like cheese and crackers and all I would eat was the cheese. I did not want the crackers and they were getting mad at me because I was throwing off the cheese to cracker ratio, which I get. That was my fault. But like, I don't want the crackers. Bowie is good. But the thing is, I do love pasta. I love pasta and I love rice, but I don't really care for like bread that much. There you go. As far as like white people stereotypes though, I'm trying to think of, cause like I've spoken on it before, but like when I look at like Japan's idea of like an American, I fit like all of those stereotypes aside from being a like blonde cis white man. I mean, I'm white, but like, you know, it's relevant that like the man is both blonde, a man, and a white man. You know what I mean? So like outside of those, like all of it. I'm like burgers every day if I could. Spaghetti, can't get enough of it. You know what I mean? I'm loud. I'm a little too friendly. You know what I mean? It's like all of the above. And I'm gonna cross the street without the crosswalk thing. I'm gonna do whatever is convenient and be like, you guys are really strict about this. I don't know. I'm not wearing American flag t-shirts, no, but I am wearing the Florida orange bird. So, you know, good enough. Say you covered the most important American stereotype, loud and annoying. Yes, and I'm like way more. I'm making eye contact a little too much for their comfort. You know, I'm shaking hands like I'm being a little too. Just what can I say? I am American, but you're not a blonde woman either to be, you know, yeah, you're right. I am neither of those things. So, yep, you got it. You guys have 85 degrees bakery? Yes, we do, actually, and it is really good, and one of the best things is weenie bread. Yum, yum, weenie bread. Put a weenie in the bread. Weenie bread. But, you know, closest 85 degrees is a 40-minute drive. Like, ours is also far away, but it's, like, at the mall, so usually, like, we go there to do plural things, and that's one of them, so. But there are other bakeries nearby that we go to. Weenie bread is good, you're so right. That and Hokkaido cheese tart. Yes, the cheese tarts. Cheese tarts, they're so yummy. So, you know, this song, I don't want to listen to it. As I, like, finally clock what I'm listening to, and I have been listening to for almost 4 minutes. Nice. Pretty, pretty abilities. Woo, woo, woo. And I haven't had one since I moved out of Texas. I'm so sorry. Never have it at this 85 degrees. That's came in at a weird time. No. Just talking about food and white people stereotypes. You know what I mean? Which I'm like trying to find things that
talking about food.
Hey, okay, to start, because of the discussion of stereotypes beforehand, and then you know, I was like, okay, there are totally harmless stereotypes, and then there's obviously like harmful stereotypes. And then P was like, what white people stereotypes do you do? And I was saying I do the you do that kind of like a confirmation we've made eye contact white people smile, you know?
Yeah.
But then I was like, I'm at least aware of it enough that I try to make it like a genuine smile to some degree, you know? I'll definitely like kind of squint the
like pull your lips, like pull your teeth back,
like, that one. That's the one. But otherwise I couldn't really think of anything. But then from there I was like, well, I know as far as like Japan stereotypes about Americans, which not just Japan, everywhere is like Americans are loud, overly friendly, they are overly excitable, they love food, you know what I mean? And like outside of not being like a blonde
100% true. I love food.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I fit all of those stereotypes, which also comes with that being white, but that's, you know, a little different than like white people stereotypes, you know what I mean? So I was like trying to think of one. And then we were talking about food, and people were like, love bread. And I'm like, not me. Not me. You can have it. You can have my bread.
No, you know what I love is, this was several years ago now at this point.
Okay. Yeah.
But it was around Thanksgiving time, and everybody was posting, like, Thanksgiving with your white relatives / like hashtags.
The bad food.
Yeah, like the bad food, the crazy thing your aunt is gonna say that we all have that aunt, you know? Like, I love that shit.
What's so funny, though, is that, like, it's so Canary's making that face because, like, look, I know how to season food, okay? I know how to cook food and make it taste good. So that's another thing working against the white stereotype, because I have plenty of times ran into like the typical, like, I am a white person making food, I have under-seasoned, badly cooked chicken, and you're like, you know, it's bad, it's great, thank you. Like, I've run into that plenty of times. Not me. I refuse to be this, you know what I mean?
This'll sound like a joke. I accidentally over-seasoned the Brussels sprouts I made the other day, and they were actually spicy. Not like white people spicy. They were like I just threw some like cracked pepper and some red pepper on top of them. You don't think that would like make flakes? Them crazy or anything? Yeah, like flakes.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes
but they just absorbed that shit, and like they were little Brussels sprouts of fire.
Sometimes the like regretting on the shitter spicy. Sometimes the like chili flakes like that are more potent than you expect, because I've also done
They'll
that where I'm like,
you know,
yeah. I'll be like, ooh, yum yum yum. I love a spice, you know. I'm like, and then it's like, ooh, that was a lot more pervasive than I thought. Can I eat it? Yes. Am I enjoying it the whole time? Not exactly, but. And I have like a better tolerance than other people of my weight class, i.e. people who did not grow up eating a lot of spicy foods. So, did you know Chipotle is just a dried jalapeno? I did know that, actually. I did find that out one time. Also, jalapenos are so delicious. They're so good. And sometimes they're way too fucking hot, depending on how de-ribbed they are, but goddamn if they are not good tasting peppers.
Good
morning,
have this dish
welcome.
I like to make for breakfast, which is jalapeno popper frittata.
Ooh, okay.
It's very tasty. You put like jalapenos, any kind of like bell pepper you want, onions, tomatoes, and you mix it all up, with an egg base, and then I usually add like, you know, my seasonings and like a tiny bit of like hot sauce. And so like you want the egg then when you throw it in the oven to be cooked and it's like nice and spicy. But then you also put like some cream cheese in the middle of it. And so like the cream cheese helps balance out the spice. Yeah. And you top it with cheese and it's nice.
That sounds great. Hold on. Look, I'm remembering something really quick. Literally last week, we just had like salsa, some tortilla chips hanging around. We're like, oh, this is some local brand of salsa. We'll give this a shot, right? Because they'll note it. They'll be like, oh, local pride. And I'm like, yeah, we'll buy some local salsa or whatever we haven't tried. So we get it. Yeah. And I was sitting at the table with my buddy Seb, right, because he was visiting, and we were eating this. I was like, yeah, I need a little snack. You know, we'll eat some of this. Try it out. I don't know what it tastes like. And we're both like kind of cracking into it, right? And like, I take a bite and I'm just like, what is this? Right? And he goes to taste it and it's like, I'm tasting it and like past this initial taste. I'm like, well, it doesn't taste bad. It's definitely tomatoes, right? And like, I can see the cilantro and onion in it. Like, I can see there's other stuff. But it tastes like marinara dipping sauce for cheese sticks. And I was like, oh. What is this? And I'm sitting there and we're eating it. We're like, this is so strange, right? Why does it taste like this? And I remember I was sitting there, like, trying to remember. I was running through. I'm like, okay, we have a base of tomatoes. How do we make something taste like an Italian red sauce versus making it taste like a salsa? So you'd either put, like, basil, thyme, or, like, oregano, but you're not going to put basil or thyme. Yeah, so I remember I was sitting there and I was just like, what do they do? Put oregano in this? Like, what is that I'm tasting? And then I go and look at the ingredients, and at the very bottom of the list was oregano. And I was like, oh shit. Like, I had said it out loud, and I was just like, what is in here? Oregano? And then I looked at it, and it's like, yeah, at the very, very end of it was oregano. And I'm like, why are you putting this in here? What is wrong with you? It tastes like cheap dipping sauce for a mozzarella stick. I feel like I'm at the TGI Fridays paying way too much money for like this weird sauce. So anyway, the thing is, it's kind of okay if you like get rolling on it, but like, I would not like recommend it as a salsa to somebody, and now I gotta eat all of it, so that's my story. It's a weird time. Bad weird salsa.
Time. Skip on the oregano.
Yeah, maybe don't put that in, you guys. It really paints it like one way to like a specific flavor profile, but you don't have to eat all of it. I don't like wasting food, so it's also like not that bad, and I like having just a little chip with something. So I'm like, I've had better, but I could eat it. So
sometimes, especially foods, things aren't what you expect them to taste like, and so you have to go on the journey of like figuring out what it is, and then it's fine.
Yeah. You have to kind of like accept it for what it is versus what you were expecting it to be. A lesson well learned for everything, including Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yes.
My, at the time, boyfriend made pasta sauce, and when he told me what was in it, one of the spices was oregano, and I'm like, oh, sweetie, you made pizza sauce. Oh, it's pizza topping, bud. Yum, yum. Very good. You can salvage it by cooking it with some burgundy. Maybe. I could also just eat the half a thing of salsa. So I'll probably do that. Anyway, we can talk about food forever. How about this document?
I can with all your heart.
Yeah, I can read, or you can read, or I'll read. I'll just make it easy. I'm making the decision.
Yeah, I'll do the funny little voices.
Okay. A goodbye with all your heart. Last but not least, we spoke about world theming and goodbyes. Ultimate price paid and Kairi freed from holding him together with all her might, Sora is set to vanish from this world, knowing full well he's going to disappear. He spends what time he has left with Kairi before having to say goodbye. Look, I brought it back. I brought back the shots. Just like what was said in Pirates of the Caribbean, it doesn't matter how much time you have. It's a matter of how you spend it.
Oh, there's always enough time for hearts to say what's true. It only takes a moment to connect with your mates. Your hearties. Exactly.
And just like with Pooh, no matter where you are, you're always together.
What matters is I'll be here from now on.
Right here, where it matters most. Even Sora's post-Remind Kingstagram post echoes this sentiment.
Even though we're apart, we're never alone anymore. Right, Kairi? Wow. Hashtag Sora, hashtag Kairi, hashtag...
Past Remind, Limit Cut seems to reinforce this separation after Sora has been gone for a year. They make a point of mentioning how Kairi has been asleep the entire year under the assumption her heart would hold a clue to finding him.
And what's crazy is it doesn't. Again, if you're doing course correction...
This would have been the time to do it!
Uh-huh. She believes her heart might hold a clue about Sora. For a year, she's been sound asleep.
Sound asleep while they search her heart.
Oh yeah, sound asleep while they search her heart.
I couldn't
know
tell
why.
if you're
completely didn't read that.
I couldn't tell if like your mic just had like you know, and I was like, sometimes I'll like fill in the gap a little bit. Nope, fair enough. And yet nothing has been found.
So there's been no progress.
Riku responds with a solemn nod. Nobody has a lead. Kairi's own heart, after an entire year, doesn't have a lead. After all that, the only one with a clue to finding Sora turns out to be Riku.
So Riku's dreams might hold the key? Yes, dear. I'm sure there's something there that leads to Sora.
Wow. Interesting. Riku's dreams. Something there that leads to Sora. Dreams. So crazy.
We already have set up that, you know, like other people are looking for him and Kairi's asleep. But no, it's gonna be Riku's dreams.
Yep. Oh yeah. I just love like the phrasing of like, I'm sure there's something there that leads to Sora. Like, his dreams. Something there in his dreams. Something about Riku's dreams. It will definitely lead us to Sora. Not charged, nothing about that. It's totally normal and not super gay. So anyway, much to Riku's own surprise, and in the face of a year's worth of searching, this seems to hammer the goodbye home. This point is followed up pretty directly in Melody of Memory. Nope. I mean, it's not Ventus, but I don't want. It's too.
Oh, I'm like, what? What's wrong?
I don't want that song. Oh yeah, let's fucking go. Chain of Memories, let's go. Okay. This point is followed up pretty directly in Melody of Memory. Kairi, facing a Xehanort of her own machination, is told rather directly that what she's looking for.
You seek clues to Sora's whereabouts by using your memories of him to search through your own heart. But there's nothing for you to find here.
Isn't here.
It's said so ominously, too.
I know.
Hi, baby.
How long have you been here? Oh, my angel. My sweet beast. Riku dreaming of Sora for a year and thinking it's very normal. Oh, Riku. You dream about your bestie often? Yeah, really, for him, he's just like, another night of dreaming about Sora and looking for Sora and thinking about Sora and, like, you know? Same old, same old.
Same old, same old.
The clue she does find is that of a memory of Xehanort, mentioning the concept of another side of reality while spouting his college thesis at a 4-year-old. While helpful in pointing them in the right direction, in the end, the clue doesn't lie in her memories of or her connection to Sora. They seem really keen on making a verbalized point of it, and it's only doubled when, in the end, it's Riku going to save Sora, while Kairi is contrived to stay behind.
Yes.
Sometimes, no matter what you do, people slip through your fingers, but the time you spent together regardless should be treasured and held in your heart. See, look, I wrote, the Kairi is contrived to stay behind.
Yes.
Like, I'm not like wow.
We're all on the same page here, guys.
Please, God. I am not your enemy, okay? I promise. Another dream about him.
Bonus strangeness. Bonus strangeness.
You want to read? Go ahead.
The general takeaway with KH3 is that we're not really being shown the whole picture. It's like trying to put together a puzzle. We have all of these pieces, and there's no picture on the dang box. That said, there are several of those pieces that can't go ignored, but don't really fit into any nice, neat little answer. We just don't have all of the context to put together. What these things would mean, new territory. Stuff that makes you go, huh? Huh? But we're noting it down anyway, at least to say that we noticed it. 2.9. So, we're taking note of 2.9 generally, because as it stands, we can't be entirely sure, but a lot of the repeated dream patterns and tells appear in Olympus as much as anywhere else. But for the lack of better context and information, we latched onto the definitive drop point we could identify in Riku's hair change and moved forward. But what we found suspicious is a bit too consistent to ignore. So for one, at the end of Dream Drop Distance, Sora dives into the realm of sleep to say goodbye to his friends, the Dream Eaters. You play the drop as the credits to see your friends. We just want to put a mental pin in the fact that we never actually see him come back out of one. In 2.8, we only get this as his return. You were gone a long time. What were you doing? Secret. Even though later he doesn't seem to try to keep it too much of a secret unless the secret is something else entirely. It is not. I just like to say goodbye to all my friends. Past this, we have Goofy's sudden memory of Yen Sid saying, "May your heart be your guiding key," while Donald and Sora have no idea what he's talking about, implying this has either happened before or perhaps was influenced in some way, seeing as it becomes an incredibly important and powerful phrase from here on out. In Olympus, we have flow motion and attraction flow, both very dream-related in their own right, though of course those could be game mechanic things. And we have more forgetfulness, but not just from Sora, from Hercules too. So Sora, is there a reason you guys are visiting? Sounds like somebody forgot. Oh yeah! I just took my time remembering. This isn't really too out of character, but with the pattern that through the game, it stands to be noted. What really stands out is this. And I didn't hesitate to give my life for Meg's, and then I remembered. A true hero is measured by the strength of his heart. I'll never forget that again. But he does. Yeah, do you remember the last time we were together? You were feeling down and out. How'd you get your strength back? When you jumped in and saved Meg. That's tough. All I know is that she was in trouble. Suddenly, I wanted to save her with all my heart. But it's not like I could tell you how. Granted, the idea of being a true hero and that being the strength of your heart is a bit of an abstract concept, but there's no reason to not have just actually said it, especially when he leads in with having to think about it being tough, and that all he knows is what little he seemingly can recall. So what would this even mean in regards to the drop that happens towards the end? Well, it could just be the deeper and deeper layers of sleep. In a regular first layer of sleep, Sora is seen to regain his regular form, so Riku's hair being the same as the real world is viable.
There's just so much we don't know, you know?
Yeah. Or
It's just-
2.9.
Yep. Here, I can
Stuff
read a little
like
bit.
this is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, this one I remember, like, being brought to us, and we're like, dog, what the fuck?
The hell?
Yeah. More 2.9. There's nothing much to say about this shot, other than the imagery here is really purposefully something. One of the last and most important scenes in the game, and they chose to show us the Keyblade pointed right before the 3. Combined with the 2.9, combined with, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, the logo. It all really hints that the KH3 we play is not the complete story. Not only this, it's literally any given shot they're in. At any given point in this setting, Sora is in the same exact position, always at 2.9. And I think last when I was playing KH3 too, I was like pointing it out that it's like Riku's always standing like at 3, and Sora's always standing just before 3 in
Like
every single
him.
shot.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter, like, oh, and he comes up to fight Xehanort and yada yada, and anytime they, like, you know, reframe or, like, before the battle, after the battle, other people join the scene, whatever. Anytime you can see it, he is standing at 2.9. Like, he's standing just before 3, and then Riku's always kind of, like, at 3. So that's just... You know, it's the kind of thing exactly that they love to do, too. It's...
Yeah. Like, if this was any other series, and if this, you know, was just a one-off thing, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like, man, it's Kingdom Hearts, and they keep doing this.
Right, yeah.
There was a whole call to 2.9 at the beginning. It could be
Yep.
played off as like, haha, funny little joke, because...
It's taken
you
a
know,
while,
but
haha.
actually,
We have
haha.
0.2, you know, yada yada. Yeah. But it's Kingdom Hearts, and we don't have the freedom of that, you know? True Kingdom Hearts. As a refresher, there's an important difference between the yellow Kingdom Hearts versus the blue. True Kingdom Hearts, for starters, there's more than one Kingdom Hearts, and most Kingdom Hearts we've seen thus far have been artificially made. This is before it got changed, and I think I have an addition at the bottom. In KH1, made from the Hearts of Worlds, though we don't see it directly manifested as a door. In KH2, made from the Hearts of People. Both of these cases have resulted in incomplete Kingdom Hearts, a door that leads to it, and a yellow heart. Notably, these are the only versions of Kingdom Hearts Sora has ever personally seen, but why would the one from KH3 be the same color as the incomplete version? Then we have the blue, Birth by Sleep, and 0.2, and, you know, all the other ones. It's also worth mentioning 358/2 and Birth by Sleep were released 1 year apart, being in development at the same time. The change to blue for BBS was intentional. Ultimania update. Pop those streamers. It's the first thing the Ultimania has proved us wrong about. Or at least proved something everyone was wrong about. Something even the VFX director was surprised to learn. The question being, please tell us something you won't forget about the development process. Answer, I've been involved in this series a long time, so I thought I more or less had everything figured out. But this time around, I learned for the first time that the real Kingdom Hearts is not blue, but yellow.
Which, what the hell?
Right, yeah, that's the thing, is like, this is news for everybody. We know for sure the yellow Kingdom Hearts summoned in KH2 was incomplete, and we know for sure the blue Kingdom Hearts in Cux was the real true Kingdom Hearts, but we know that even the VFX director thought the same. And we know for sure that up until Birth by Sleep 10 years ago in universe, Kingdom Hearts was blue. The question changes from why is KH3's Kingdom Hearts yellow and not blue, and becomes why did the true Kingdom Hearts change from blue to yellow? Why is the true Kingdom Hearts the same color as an incomplete one? It may be wholly unrelated to the theory at this point, but it's still a mystery worth noting, and so we moved it here.
Crazy.
You want to read two Keyblades?
Just want answers.
I know. Wild Rumpole, I know.
One of the bigger head scratches of the game is how on earth does Roxas have 2 Keyblades? We know from the previous games that both Sora and Roxas are able to wield 2 Keyblades due to Ven's heart being inside of them. 2 hearts, 2 Keyblades. Now with Ven restored, there should be no way for either of them to dual wield. And yet, there he is. Remind seems to make sense of this at first glance, with future Sora's heart residing within Roxas temporarily.
Which is really cool.
Yeah. But that's the thing, Sora's only temporarily there before moving on, and yet Roxas continues to dual wield even after he's gone. He's just a special boy.
He's just special. He's just our special little guy, you know?
We also happen to know full well that Nomura knows that this is his own lore and his pre-established rules, seeing as he made a direct reference to it in Utada's cover art for Face My Fears. You know, where she wields 2 Keyblades. He directly comments on it on his countdown post. 7 days to go. This is the last countdown picture. Today, Face My Fears, the OP and ED CD goes on sale. I myself drew the cover art. The fact that she has 2 Keyblades must mean she has 2 hearts. Oh no, the character limit, Nomura. He's so funny. He is so funny. And then the fact that, like, we had the thing just a few days ago where he's like, somebody asked him about, you got anything for the 23rd anniversary of Kingdom Hearts? And he's like, Promise of Paradise, or like
yeah. I was like, so do you have anything for the 23rd anniversary? Anything about the Paopu? And he's like, oh, you mean the Promise of Paradise? And they're like,
the Promise of Paradise.
What is that? What it stands for? Maybe it was Promise or like Paradise of Pure. And then it was just like,
he's like,
what?
Nah, I got nothing.
He's like, I don't got anything. Yeah, and they're like, oh, there you go, everybody. And it's still, like, interesting. It's still very much like, and this was being discussed in the Discord a bit as well. I think I was seeing, I don't remember if there was some around, I hadn't been looking, but, like, discussions of, like, oh, yeah, it feels very, like, Garden of Eden, like, type, Eden-coated fruit. Hi, baby. But, definitely interesting for what it is. I also did see somebody that, like, because the part 2 of us going through this had been put up on YouTube, and somebody was like, did you see about the the Paopu fruit thing? And I just hadn't responded yet, but if you see this later, I did know about it. I saw it as soon as it happened because I have alerts turned on for the Kingdom Hearts account, so, like, and I'm terminally on, have my phone glued into my hand, so, like, I always see as soon as something drops.
Nomura is just so funny.
Nomura's literally my idol for everything he does. He's so funny. I know. I always remember this, so like, funny. What was it? I think he was showing they showed, like, a trailer for, like, Remind, at, like, a concert, right? And he was, like, on stage, and he was like, if you leak this, I will kill you. And then, like, here's the trailer. I'm like, yeah.
Well, I mean, and then there's also the concert he was at that we all still are like, huh.
Yeah, we're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He's, like, talking to Yoko Shimomura and just like, oh, you didn't hear? Oh, yeah, I'll tell you backstage.
Just some crazy thing that has dictated basically the trajectory of the rest of the series. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I hope it was
nothing. Shorts and sandals.
I hope he was just like, I just said that because I thought it would be hilarious.
I feel like it would be something like, okay, this could go so many different ways because, like, you never know because he lives in his own world.
Know.
And it's very much something where, like, he could think that it's some big deal and it's like some small thing. They were like, that's it. Or it could be like, there's always something where it's like a way bigger deal. And he's kind of like,
yeah,
he just says it so offhand. You know what I mean? And he's like, oh, you guys care about that? We're like, yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we are all a little more interested in the fact that like Aqua has like fallen to darkness in the trailer versus Frozen, which we all assumed was going to be there anyway. You know?
Right.
It's still so silly.
So funny.
But yeah, that's also why he's my dad, because he shows up in shorts and sandals.
Yeah,
to like it's like a nice event where it's like, oh, we're having a concert and we're showcasing new stuff for our big fancy fucking game, and he's just like fucking flip-flops and shorts. And I'm like, yeah.
If you ever want to read something funny, y'all just need to read some of the interviews that he does with Shimomura and Tomoko. Or wait, am I saying the right name?
Did he do interviews with Tomoko? I don't remember.
I don't know, but there was a couple of coworkers he did interviews like with.
Yeah.
And they're talking about how like the first time they met him, and him being like kind of intimidating and just kind of like lost in his own world, and he's like, "Oh, I said that to you?" And they're like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh."
Oh.
Yeah. Like, doesn't apologize, just kind of like, huh. Yeah, I'd do that.
Yeah. I remember this, like, this one offhand story from, like, Mamoru Miyano, right? Being like, yeah, like, he can be kind of intimidating, right? He'll be standing around, but then, like, he'll just be, like, totally silent, and then he'll lean over, and he's like, hey, I have that exact same shirt as you. You know, and it's just like, oh, okay, yeah. Like, oh, that shirt you're wearing, I have that shirt too. And they're like, oh, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Got it. What a guy, you know?
So funny. Jesus. Anyway. This is one more example of the long list of examples where the game presents you with something without explicitly calling attention to it, and lets you assume what you will. Oh, Roxas always has Oathkeeper and Oblivion. This is normal, your brain says. Of course, when he makes his big comeback, he'd have this iconic look. But if we know the rules, and Nomura knows the rules, who's wielding two blades? Well, still Roxas, but maybe two of him? Kinda, perhaps. This isn't any hard answer, but this is something that should definitely be kept in mind. Another scene where something is brought up and then never touched on again. We have Ienzo still whittling away at trying to bring Roxas back by reconstructing his heart with data, something touched on in San Francisco. We've come a long way toward reconstructing Roxas's heart, but a vessel. Without that, it's the backup plan or nothing now. He's very far along, but the most pressing issue is the matter of finding a body. Then he's straight up given a vessel, dropped right at his feet. Problem solved, right? Sure, if we didn't see Roxas's heart leave Sora's body at the site of Axel and Xion in danger, having him ascend through the heavens in righteous fury. So what happened with this nearly complete data heart? I would love to see, I know I say this all the time, but I would love to see this in particular as like a video of like going just like beat for beat how this happened. Because it is still like wonky.
Yeah, and it's like, look, if it's something as simple as like, don't think too much about it. You know, I did like even if it was just a mix of like, hey, he has two hearts in him because like Sora was with him for a bit. And if you wanted to bullshit some reason that's just like, yeah, and then he left some part of him that, you know, you could do anything. You could fucking lie to me. I don't care, right? But like if they, like,
you can
I
write
don't
a reason into this.
Exactly, and it's like I don't care. I don't care if this is like I'm total speculation. This is just like I remembered they talk about recreating the heart with data. without elaborating at all. And then, like, they get a body, and then Roxas's heart comes out, and you're like, that's strange. And if you were just like, the recreating of the data heart was just trying to get the right memories into the body so he could, like, inhabit it, because they kind of talk about that in other places, and I'm like, sure, I could go with that. But, like,
you could argue that Roxas has 2 hearts because of, you could say that, like, his time as 358 Roxas and his time as opening of Kingdom Hearts 2 Roxas are, like, 2 hearts.
You're telling me that it's like a severance, there are 2 guys inside him.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, and that's, like, totally...
But, like, I'm just saying, like, you know, you could just write that to be the explanation.
Right, and if they ever answered it for any reason, like, this is one of those things where I'm like, I don't care what the answer is. I'm just putting it here because it's like, that's weird, you know? But you could say anything. And it could be, like, I wouldn't even care if it was just like, you know, he can wield 2 now because of some, like, because he has a part of a data heart in him and it's just enough to wield the Keyblade or some shit. And I'd be like, cool. I don't have to know any more than that. It's fine.
Right.
I don't care how that works as much as, like, I'm like, we may as well call it into question, you know, here it is.
Right. The only thing that really matters is that, like, we all know what the rules are, so there has to be something that's making this possible.
Yeah.
You know? So what happened with his newly complete data heart? Why has he got 2 Keyblades? Is it the data heart? Is it inside him? How did he even get here?
How did he even get here?
Anyway, the Powerpuff Fruit. Oh boy.
The thing that made so many people mad, which was so very genuinely, like, me just standing there like, do they bite it? Like, I don't care if they do or don't, but, like, but do they? You know? And,
I mean, I think people were taking this part way too seriously.
Yes, I think so, but... I'm just asking questions, man. I don't care if they did.
Yeah. The scene itself is several layers of odd, with the music strangely melancholy, the aforementioned intro prediction, and how it seems to need to happen. Sora is seemingly off-put and unsure about the whole thing until convinced, but we're going to focus on a tiny detail that seems to have gone completely unnoticed. Bite? No bite? Does Kairi
my handwriting
not take a bite? Initially, we were surprised that there's a bite taken at all. And, like, people have actually, like, looked at the scene. There is, like, this is, like, the same model where it's, like, it is bitten out of.
Yeah.
Right?
And this, I think so. I don't remember, because I remember looking at, like, there were several of us looking at the cutscene, and of course, like, we don't have, like, files or anything, and it's like, it's best being uploaded maybe at 720p on the internet, you know? And and I was like looking at it on my own TV screen being like, I cannot tell if there is a bite taken out of it, you know what I mean?
Right.
And
well, I mean, that's kind of not the point, is that whether there is one or not, it sure doesn't look like it. It's sure
they could have done more to make it look like a bite, right? But, like, it's something where it was like, this was only relevant in the way of going like, hey, is Kairi, like, herself? And would this even involve, like, does she eat food? Is this supposed to be maybe a sign or something? I don't know. But this looks suspiciously difficult to tell. You know what I mean? Right. And that's all it really meant at the end of the day, but...
Yeah, it was just another thing that's like, I don't know, maybe this is something? Yeah.
Yeah.
Initially, we're surprised there's a bite taken at all. When first watching it, it really seemed like neither of them took a munch. I like that, which is fine. They're recreating the cave drawing, and it's a sweet thing that they shared as kids, so it's important to them, and that's what matters. But things start getting suspicious when, upon closer inspection, there is a clear bite taken out, and it's only on one of them. So what does this imply? Can Kairi not eat suddenly? Strangely, she never does actually bite the ice cream, we checked. Or is it that she didn't want it for herself? Was she herself making sure it happened? Or is it resignation in light of an unforeseen, unfortunate fate that they've gone through once already? Something she might remember. We don't think it's anything malicious, and granted, we could be wrong. It could just be some kind of overblown lighting, but hey, it's something, so we're putting it in here because why not? Needless to say, though, this caused riots.
Oh, yeah.
The streets.
Oh, yeah. People were so mad about it. And, like, people were already mad anyway, and this used to be higher up in the dock, right? Because it was just, like, a whole section of, like, Kairi strangeness. And this is one that I also clearly wrote, right? And I remember it, like, being up there, because, like, we just had them segmented a little differently, right? So...
Right.
People definitely, like, would get to the part about Kairi and then be like, so you think she's evil and that they didn't share the fruit, because obviously you hate her and blah, 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 blah. Though there was a lot of people who definitely, like, I don't think they realize that all of the value they place on Kairi is her being Sora's girlfriend, essentially. And so, God forbid you suggest this romantic thing did not happen, or something, or like as if I'm trying to be like, whoa, but it wasn't romantic actually. And then just being like, oh, so you clearly hate her because that's like all she has going for her, you know what I mean? In their eyes. So it's like, that is like attacking all of
away
her.
From her.
Obviously, I hate her because I'm taking everything from her or something like that. So. You know, this is one part that definitely played into it, even though it was just like, dude, I'm just stringing shit together. I don't know.
Yeah. It's like, I noticed it. I can't not mention it, because, like, if she hadn't taken a bite, like, really, what does that imply? That's weird.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, that sure would be strange, wouldn't it? And it's like, if she's not her, like, would that not be a really interesting tell, I guess, that, like, she won't eat food because she's been handed food more than once in the game for some reason?
Yeah. Anyway, on a separate note, the scene suffers from further muddied translation choices. See, now, this is the part that matters. This is the part that...
I like this comment that's like, they always defend Kairi in opposition to Riku for Sora's romance, but never in her character, which I think is interesting. And I'm like, I just think that's well phrased. It's always in like opposition to like, well, no, but she's the one for Sora type thing instead of just for her own sake oftentimes.
Right.
So anyway, that's all. This is the interesting,
the juicy stuff.
Yeah.
The original script sheds a fair bit of different context on the whole thing. From now on, our fights will be different than the ones we fought until now. This is a good luck charm, so that we won't be separated again. This makes sense as a reassurance to Sora's initial taken-back reaction. The English translation comes off really strong for the sake of a callback to its initial description given by Riku. But in regards to the ending, this feels more appropriate as well, implying that Kairi might know that they're going to be separated once again. Additionally, Remind even adding a loading screen of this scene with the script's original meaning. A little charm in the hopes it will never be apart again. Sora, Kairi, charm, light.
Seeing this, like, because you can't not see this upon opening Remind. Like, this is always the first thing they show you. It's never a different Kingstagram post. It is always this one.
Yeah, it's not random.
And seeing it made me yell. It was ridiculous because this was something that, like, while now it's not really that disputed, this was, like, talking about this translation at all was another point of contention, because obviously everything to do with Kairi was a point of contention, but that was something that people were like, that doesn't actually mean anything, and are you a native Japanese speaker? Which, like, doesn't, that... You can also, like, look, there are many ways to approach this to be like, hey, they're saying, like, different stuff. There's a difference between saying they're imparting the same meaning, but something is said more organically in English, and then there are scenes where they are telling us completely different information and they have wildly changed the line to something else. Like, I feel strong with you, Kairi. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and you don't need to be a native Japanese speaker to put that shit together. You know what I mean?
this should be one of those things that when people hear it, they go, "Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense." Because
yeah. Oh, interesting.
obviously,
Okay.
when you look at the story, A Little Charm in the Hopes That We'll Never Be Apart Again, that is immediate foreshadowing. Like, that ties into exactly where the narrative is going and everything. Like, this should not be a fight. Same way that, like, Riku's translation of, Sora, you won't give up. Like,
yeah. The, like, you don't believe that, I know you don't, versus the,
I know you don't.
Sora, I believe in you, you won't give up kind of a thing.
Right. Like, the translations where you see what it really should be should automatically just kind of make you go, oh, actually, yeah, that makes more sense, because, like, the story calls back to it. The story is kind of, like, about these lines in a way.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. The fact that people, like, try to say that this doesn't matter when it's very clearly, like, just a part of what the text is about.
Yeah, it's like not a far throw, but, like, again, this is a painted in the light of, like, as if we wanted to disavow, like, anything to do with any of this, when people were, you know, this is a much more volatile time when this was happening, and so, you know, and people are still, oh, they're always in such a tizzy about it. I can't remember, I think somebody was talking about it in the Discord where they were like, or was I seeing a post? I'm trying to remember. I read text of talking about this where it was just like people, you know, who are so convinced that, like, Sokai is a thing that, like, nobody can, like, agree on when this has been officiated in any capacity, right? Because it's always something else. Like, it's always, oh, well, he's always been in love with Kairi, obviously, despite the fact that we have text that says he doesn't know what love is supposed to feel like. But then it was like, no, it was made real this time. It was made real this time. It was made real in the tunnel scene. It was made real when they shared a Paopu. It was made real in Remind. Like, nobody can, like...
when they did One Heart, yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's never any one point because, like, because it's not a thing, right? You know, they haven't gotten together in any capacity, but everybody's, like, so very much, like, it's definitely... I think it was both a post and then shared in the Discord. Okay, probably. Anyway, it's one of those things where it's just like everybody's like scrambling for the, like, well, this is obviously them getting together romantically, and so you're trying to discredit and nitpick about this being like it's not romantic because it's this other thing, and you're not even a native Japanese speaker, so, like, you don't know what you're actually talking about, like, as if people cannot learn language and translate things of their own accord. And that's not to say that, like, you know, somebody who's learning how to translate versus a native speaker is they're obviously just as good. It's just like, but to, like, it's so easy to, like, discredit, like, anybody. Like, you could just be like, well, obviously you don't know what you're talking about, you know, with, like, nothing.
Right.
But this is something where it's just like, dude, I have very, like, rudimentary skills, and I can, like, read this and be like, yeah, I know what it's saying, you know what I mean? And it's something that, like, people would, like, fight and scramble over, squabble, over this, but it was like there was so much more, like, weight on it at the time, especially. But, like, after all of
with the more you know, like, forced romantic connotation that the English gives it, for people who aren't into the Sokai romance to be like, actually, this is this. Like, I can see why people would get a little defensive about it.
Of course, yeah. Like, there was plenty there that'd be like, oh, you are obviously, like, biased and have a reason why you would want this to not be the truth. And it's just kind of like, I mean, there were just a lot of examples in KH3 that, like, especially the ones where it's like, that doesn't sit right. Something's weird with this line, and it's just like, oh, the original line made a lot more sense. You know what I mean? Yeah. And, like, this is one of those where it's just, like, it's strange, you know, it's very much like Sora looks uncomfortable, you know, I don't think this is the romance you think it is, but, like, you know, the whole thing being like, here is this, and this had a lot more, it was swinging for the fences with the localization on this one, right? and then nothing really comes of it. And then to have a year later, in your face, unavoidable, in front, like, here is the scene with the translation we were saying was the correct translation. This whole time you all wanted to fucking bitch and moan about it, but I'm sorry, it's right there.
It's right there. They wanted to make sure that you knew this is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's something where it's just like, guys, you can't keep trying to vindicate, like, or you can't try, not vindicate, because I feel vindicated. No, you can't keep trying to, like, villainize, like, the idea that we're trying to, as if we're making shit up, because it's right there. And then you had to made sure you saw it. Yeah. Where it's, like, it's, like, it reads to me as, like, very much, like, this reads to me as course correction. This is something where they were like,
course correction.
Yeah, they were like, they could have just left it, you know, if it was supposed to be romantic, even though they have also, like, voice actors, specifically Irino playing Sora, go, well, it doesn't have to be romantic, you know what I mean? Like, that just like, because this is happening, it doesn't mean that there's necessarily romance. It's like, you know, it's complex, right? But, like, which isn't to say that, like, you'd be crazy to look at this big romantic gesture that's been painted as romantic in the series and not think, like, it's supposed to be romantic. It's that I think there's supposed to be more read into it.
That also drives me crazy. The fact that Sora's voice actor is just like, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, you know, but it doesn't have to be, right, guys? Yeah. It doesn't have to be. And you're like, okay, I guess, yeah. But anyway,
there was no reason for you to, like, try to dispute that. You didn't have to say anything.
You could have just kept your mouth shut, but you felt like you really needed to say something. But anyway, this is something where it's like I said, they were swinging for the fences with the localization, and then to see it essentially course corrected here later in the way where, like, you cannot avoid seeing it, felt really pointed. But also, again, the vindication of having everybody be upset about this for the whole year before Remind came out, and then Remind was like, boop, like, right in front of us, and, like, it came up on screen and we started laughing. It was just like, oh, no shit, really, that's so crazy. It shouldn't have had to have been that big of a deal, but, like, God, you guys were so mad about it. So, anyway, but by the time I, like, wrote this, at least, I was just like, we're just putting it down, nothing crazy. You know, just stating facts, it's fine.
We're right.
Uh-huh.
Just like the other times, but you know, like, I'm not bitter or anything.
6 years.
Another note about this translation is that we miss out on an interesting connection with a trophy of all things. The trophy you get for returning to the Keyblade Graveyard after saving everyone in English is called No Matter What. This matches with the translation we got. The original, however, is this, which translates to Promised Magic, meaning the little charm with the promise to reunite came through right then. It's honestly very sweet. Yeah.
It is. It's nice.
Bada bing, bada boom. Point A to point B. There's your story.
Also, hello, welcome, Mr. Sonny Novus. Welcome in. It's been 6 years, I know, it's crazy. It was 6 years in February, and then everything under the sun has happened, and then now we're finally reaching the bottom of it, so, you know.
So, Ultimania update. In the Ultimania, Irino, Sora's VA, stated that they recorded 2 versions of the Paopu scene. God, I wish I could hear
this. I want to be a fly on the wall.
We recorded both a sharing scenario and a not sharing scenario. During the editing, it wasn't decided which Nomura would go with, but it seems in the end, he went with the sharing scenario. In an unseen timeline, a litany of things could go differently, and while this tidbit could be nothing, it's at least an interesting note and little fun fact. So fun! Wow!
Fun! Oh my god. I'll read the Remind illustration. What do I gotta do to hear that scene? Remind illustration. While it's obvious she's taken one here, bite-wise, we just made the previous point that in-game it doesn't seem like Kairi takes a bite of the Paopu. We're leaving that point because it still looks as such, but also if there is more than one timeline, both are absolutely a possibility. Wait, it's whatever. Sometimes there were, more than one things I left in because I was like, this is still kind of a point to be made, I guess. I'll just leave it alone. You can just move it down here. Anyway, speaking of, a few things about this illustration stand out. Primarily, every example of it shows Kairi fading either in or out of the shot. The KH3 menu shows her fading in. The Remind PS4 theme removes Kairi when you go to the top half of the menu. It even continues in various merchandise, like a folder where you put in paper, where when you put in paper, it makes Kairi disappear.
That's crazy.
Yeah. The KH3 OST only has Kairi appear when you pull the CD book from the sleeve. I have it right here next to me, and this is true. I have it. I'd have to pull it out from underneath everything else because it's kind of like propping up a bunch of books, so I don't want to do that at the moment, but I own it and I can vouch it's real. She exists on the inside on the back, so when here's Sora is like here and then Kairi is back here, and so the book goes in between, so you can see them when you pull the sleeve out, and so they're there but they're on like distinctly separate planes,
right,
which you can see because she's like kind of faded in the book, the little cover thing, and it's something that's like really interesting and like purposeful. Like in anything, any merch where they're using this art is pretty much, they always make a way to make this happen, is that they have so Kairi and Sora on separate. Yeah, it's
they're
very
not in the same world.
Yeah. The KH3 OST also only has Kairi appear when you pull the CD book from the sleeve. See, there you go. It shows, I put the example in, but if you like pull it all the way out, then she's there. And Nomura specifically oversaw the packaging design himself. Did you have anything to do with the soundtrack? I supervised the packaging design. I also wrote some commentary for the liner notes. It's very interestingly consistent. Second point, Kairi seems to be walking on top of the water. She's behind Sora, yes, but only a little. By only a little, but Sora's feet are very clearly submerged, waves drawn splashing at his ankles. Kairi, you can see her entire foot and nothing is submerged. Fading in and not touching the water seems like she's not even physically present. And if what we've suspected is true, this is a sign of how Kairi has been with Sora this whole time, from within his heart, like some kind of guardian angel.
Man, like, this is another KH3 logo all over again.
Yeah, this is the one that, like, I always bring it up every time I was pulling up 3 and I see, like, the main menu is so very, like, why can I see all of Kairi's foot? She's above the water, and it drives me crazy. I see it. I see it, and it's, like, combined with everything where it's just like she's on a different plane, she's fading in, she's doing this. It's very much like she is not like really there, but she is with him. You know what I mean? And it's something where I'm like, I think this is all very clever if, of course, exactly what we say is happening, and that she's in his heart and has been this whole time. And boy, they sure made a really...
it's very thematic.
Yes. Jesus' footprints in the sand. Yeah. Exactly that. It's just, Kairi, but, in Sora, like, it's so... And I see it, and it drives me nuts, and I want there to be some kind of, like, I want Nomura to be like, oh, yeah, I, like... If keen observers will notice that Kairi isn't actually in the water, in the art, and I'd be like, that's me!
Yes!
Me! I want it so bad. Few other things I want vindication on more than Kairi being above the water and it being with purpose.
Yeah.
And I like the idea, I just think the idea of her being like this overseeing, like, guardian angel in a sense, really good. Like, if she could retain or recover memory from that in any capacity, and there was any indication of like she was trying to protect Sora purposefully, I would love that. I think that would be a great really cool glimpse. Again, it would be something that she did, right? Like maybe she was forced into this circumstance, but like it would be good for her.
If they do this thing where it's like, you know, they follow through on stuff with Naminé, and if they would follow through on maybe, I don't know, Kairi regaining some of her memories from Paula Bastion or whatever, like who's to say she couldn't regain memories from like these times of being in Sora's heart or something.
Yeah.
Like that would be just a neat thing to explore.
And it would be. And it would be cool. And it's a perfect, like, you know, glimpsing back, filling in the holes, you know, the little blind spots or whatever. But
I can read Rage Form.
Okay.
Rage Form is incredibly interesting on its own as a concept, but given the context we've come to understand, it could have a lot more meaning than just being super rad. I love Rage Form.
I know, it's cool.
It's really cool, and you know, as soon as I read the Sleeping Realm theory, I was like, ooh, yeah, story, tasty.
Oh man, intent in the narrative.
Yeah, just the idea of it being Rage Form and not Anti-Form seems telling enough. But with the context of potentially having gone through the death of everyone Sora knew and cared about, helpless to stop it, well, ka-chunk. The mind may not remember, but the heart doesn't forget. It is fueled by a very specific emotion, and it has the ability to sacrifice your own HP. Narrative, tasty! Sora's sacrificial tendencies we all know well, but it seems like just a pointed step forward for the game mechanic, Anti-Form, that went largely unexplained the last time around. Also, if Rage Form is an actual indicator of Sora's rage and grief at the outcome of the first timeline, it'd be another point in the pot that 2.9 does in fact take place within a dream or some layer of sleep/New World line. Post KH3 Dengeki interview, in a post-release interview, Nomura goes into some details about Rage Form, unsurprisingly being fueled by anger. Question. There's a form that appears called Rage Form, which reminds us of the Anti-Form from KH2. What is the setup behind that? The form in this title is very different from that of KH2, so we decided to change all the names. Rage does indeed have characteristics that are reminiscent of Anti, but it's basically a separate thing setup-wise. Anti is based on Sora getting completely stained in darkness, but Rage doesn't go quite that far. It's based on him going into a rampage state, controlled by feelings of anger. Oh, Sora.
The rage, the fiery, hot ball of nickel that is in him.
There's so much pain. So much pain being hidden in that one little boy.
I know.
Oh, Riku's Halo. Okay, now we're getting into good shit.
Right.
This shit. Fucking love this. Our next point of interest is actually the Proud Mode ending screen. The art itself is just the Cuck's anniversary done up with a nice background. Nothing new really. Nothing new to report really, but there is one tasty little detail. Riku has a halo.
So interesting. So interesting.
And, like, this is so recognizable if you're familiar with Japanese art at all, or even, like, European.
Yeah. If you're
Christian
familiar with art history in any capacity.
Art history. Yeah. Like, you know, I think a lot of people who aren't familiar with art history are like, that's not a halo, because a halo has to be like the little golden ring on top of your head.
Yeah.
But that's, like, this is how a halo in art usually looks.
Yes, yeah. For a very, very long time, you know, it has been this, like, framing circular, you know, behind the head.
Yeah. I also wouldn't be surprised if the symbols around Riku's head here are 13. Just like doing a quick count. It's probably actually closer to 14, but like...
Yeah, that depends on what's... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, it could be 13 if there's... Because if you look at where it starts, right? Where the halo, like, where the first symbol, the heartless symbol is, starts, and if it ends in the same spot on the bottom, then it would end there, which would be like, with the spacing, it would probably still be like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 6. Well, we'd have to look. We'd have to like find it without that, because it does exist elsewhere, but maybe 13 though, because there is no heart above Sora. I think he just might perfectly cover it up. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if they just made it to be 13, because they like to do that on purpose a lot.
All the time.
All the fucking time.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Just with, like, you know, clock symbols and halos, and anytime we can add the number 13 or 7 into things,
they
like,
do be
it's
making
probably
clocks
there.
have 13 on them instead of 12. So,
yeah.
You know.
Anyway, not exactly like a literal angel halo, but a symbolic halo, an encirclement around the head, usually used to represent light or some kind of enlightenment or power. For the sake of argument, in that it's there to simply make the image look good, it's definitely a neat composition. It draws the eye as well. It's offset in a way that it's weighted as well too. This is all fine and good, but just because it's a good art comp doesn't mean there isn't intent behind it. In fact, symbolism like this is usually chock full of intent. And like, you could just say this is because like Riku is a Keyblade master now, but like, I don't think there's more to it than that.
It's nothing. That's nothing. That's small potatoes.
That's nothing. Small potatoes. Anyway. Speaking of intent, this design is actually not used that often for anything else. Used one whole other time on one of the most symbolically loaded scenes in the game. On the mirror within the dive to the heart. Tasty, tasty.
So interesting.
It's a bit faint with the angle, especially when the focus here is on Sora, but there it is. Definitely there.
Yeah, it's definitely there. I could probably get better shots of it now, because this was me trying to find video footage and taking screenshots, but...
yeah. So, Sora passes through it, and what do we get on the other side? We get Riku, as the light in the dark.
Wow.
Fist clench.
I will happily read Riku voice fist clench.
Fist clench.
Boy's gonna get carpal tunnel. Ultimania update. The Ultimania interview with one of the animation directors confirms two things. Firstly, that they put great consideration into the movements that highlight characters' personalities and natures. Question. What do you think are KH-esque movements? Answer. Movements that make the characters' natures prominent and mix a serious mood and a comical feeling to pull the people watching in. Even though movements from motion capture are real and you can feel the presence of the motion the motion capture actors, all of the movements in the KH series are treated with utmost care. So there's a lot of charm piled in that can't be pulled off from the acting of people. And secondly, that important fist clenching TM is actually important, and something they do consciously, so we've got confirmation that consistent habits like this are on purpose. Bonus, a secret about the game only you know. That habit Master Xehanort has of making a fist and then letting it go, you can see a little during the chess-like game with young Xehanort. Chess-like game the young Xehanort is playing too. I tried making it a habit he's had since childhood.
I love shit like that.
I know.
I
love that.
Characterization bits.
Mm-hmm.
So fun.
Mm-hmm. It's really cool. Starting from Dream Drop, they've made sure to put a constant emphasis on Riku's clenched fists. Every time it happens, it's purposefully animated and framed to draw the audience's attention to it as either the biggest or only thing in the frame. They've made you focus on it repeatedly. Not only that, it most often has to do with, surprise, Sora.
After all, light begets darkness, and darkness is drawn to light. For this reason, some decided to use the Keyblade, a weapon designed to conquer the light, to defend the light instead. These were the first heroes of the Keyblade.
Clenches his fist.
But the real walls were the ones I built around my heart. You helped me see that, Riku. Fist clench, looking...
I love, like, quasi, like, looking right at it, yeah.
I was speaking from personal experience.
Yeah.
I'd say you still keep a lot locked inside. And your prize, the Keyblade, passed on to Sora instead, but you succumbed to the darkness you could not control. Oh, I said.
Oh yeah, I also saw it backwards. And then, yeah, I passed on to Sora instead. He's like, ugh.
Your mistakes always end up being other people's problems. Maybe so, but I'm here to change all that. After all your efforts to command the darkness and protect those you cherish, it is a shame that you locked that power away in the end. I can still save Sora.
Yeah, except it's not over. I can still save Sora. They've established this as a clear visual cue. Most often when strengthening his resolve, and KH3 is no different. Riku's revelation prompted by Mickey about what he's drawing strength from, the cherished person who he wants to, the cherished person who he wants to protect.
Strength to protect what matters.
Or when he thinks about Aqua's experiences paralleled to his own.
How frightening is it to have no one?
How lonely it is. Frightening it is to have no one. And he's like,
he knows! He's been there!
Culminating in the fist clench before his self-sacrifice, right after withdrawing his hand from Sora, resolved to do what he has to. Dude, the way that this is a classic... I know, the classic fucking romance trope. Just on its face. Like, it's just what it is, where you're like, the
reach for your loved one.
You know, like, you have to...
No, you can't.
I've got it. Yeah. Exactly. It's ridiculous. Like, in so many...
I want to go and comfort them. And just tell them I love them. But I've got to show them instead.
Yeah. Yep. But these aren't the only times he's done this in the game. They're just the most obvious. The ones the game wants you to pay attention to first. Pretty much everyone thinks it's out of character for Riku to have just let Sora go alone in the ending, but there's a weird emphasis on him when he realizes what Sora's trying to do. In a blink and you'll miss it moment, Riku clenches his fist not once, but twice. He clenches his fists purposefully animated, both times just out of focus, slightly obscured but not out of frame. Then comes to an understanding. An understanding none of the other characters seem to reach. So, this is all still very reminiscent of, like, we're trying to figure out a conclusion with all of the stuff we have gathered. We can tell that there's some repetition of timelines, that it's probably like a new world line, you know, but we didn't know how it ended because we realized and put together later the, like, oh, this is when they connect to reality, right? We're like, oh, okay, we have this now, so now we should be, like, out of Dreamtown, kind of, and, like, more in reality, which isn't, you know, devoid of dreams or access to dreams or anything like that, right? But, like, it's something that's, like,
being in the realm of light versus being in the sleeping realm.
Right. So it's like, this is something that's still there, but it's like, this was very much, like, from when we were like, okay, there's a big point with Riku Fist Clench, right? And they do make us know it's a thing. And so we were like, we don't really know, but there's a possibility that if this is like a second go around, and especially if they're both Dream Eaters, Kairi and Riku, in any capacity, even if Kairi isn't fully there or whatever, that maybe they know what's going on at all. Right? And so this whole part was like, hey, this whole ending is happening and it's strange. There's something, it's kind of weird. And like, as we found, some of the lines were translated a little, again, they're like heavy-handed a little bit and trying to make some things more romantic. And you're like, that's not exactly what he was saying. And also nothing has come of it. So unfortunately now we're stuck with those lines forever. But like, otherwise it was like, okay, this is still suspiciously like hidden. And so this was supposed to be evidence in some capacity that it's like, clearly there's something here to read, because this isn't like, you don't do this on accident. You know what I mean? And I don't want to listen to the Pirates of the Caribbean PS2 fucking Port Royal music. I don't want to listen to that. It's not even that. It's like, ooh, that's a good one. It wasn't even that as much as it was just like, boom, doo, doo, psh, psh. It's like nothing, and I'm like, no, I don't want this. Yeah. Anyway, so this is like, hey, this is like very purposely like done, and probably telling us something. And if I were to say now, I would be like, this is just because he's gay. Like, this is not indicative of anything other than like, Sora's like, I have to go save Kairi because he, again, no man left behind. He doesn't want her to be out there all alone. And he just wants to take care of this now. This is all getting wrapped up right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so for Riku...
Sora's being Sora, and Riku is, like, internalizing this as, like, yep, he's choosing Kairi over me.
Right, yeah. Or not even, obviously over him as much as just, like... As predicted, of course, the reminder here, he's just gay. And he's just in his feelings about it, right? But he's still, like... But he wants Sora to do what he needs to, and that's why he's the guy being like, let him go, Mickey. Like, he needs to do this. Barf. I'm gonna barf. More out of, like, feelings over Riku. That's for clarity.
This character acting that goes on with Riku in the second GIF.
Yeah,
like, you can see how deep in thought he is. And just the, like...
The, like decision he's making.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
The decision he's making. And he's just the, like... Let him go, Mickey. Like,
yeah, because it's not like he's, like, looking at Sora or anything. Like, he's clearly, like, thinking to himself and, like, looking down, And then it's just this, like, the resolve to, like, make the decision. Oh, hi, baby. Oh, okay. All right. Hi, Angel. Are you pestering me, but I have headphones on, so I can't hear you scream and cry? Loser. Anyway, yeah, I also love this. Like, also seeing him clench his fist behind Donald's hat is so sneaky, but it's like, it's there. It's at 100% there. You see him do it.
It's crazy. It's crazy that you guys found it, but also that they hit it like this. I'm like,
yeah.
Guys.
And I remember this being brought up in, like, Barry's stream, because Barry was like, how the fuck did you guys see this? And Gemma was like, I went into every scene and watched Riku only.
Like, just watched his hands.
Just looked at him in every scene he was in. And so it was just like, wait a second. Hold on.
Hold the fucking phone.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's how we get that. But it was just funny. Anyway, this drives me crazy, because it's very much... him just resolving to what he already assumed was the thing. You know what I mean? He was already here anyway, and then it's just like, okay, well, you go off and save her and everything. It's like, I want you to be happy, so you should get to go.
His heart and his mind are made up.
Mm-hmm.
I love Riku.
Oh boy. He convinces Mickey and the others to trust in Sora, believe in him, and watches as Sora opens another sleeping keyhole. See, I feel like 6 hearts, no sacrifice is something that, like, I would bring up more pointedly as, like, a thing to be like, hey, there is fuckery going on. And, like, Sora clearly does not remember. Like, this is a good example of, like, hey, timeline bullshit. People don't always remember stuff, and they clearly don't remember exactly what happened with, like, the whole overwrite, like, weird, you know, timeline switchy bullshit kind of stuff. And it's just like, oh, Sora very pointedly, like, doesn't remember.
6 hearts, no sacrifice is such, like, a nail in the coffin for me.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, it's like, it's so clear of something screwy is going on, and we aren't being given the answer to it yet.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I think that's where, before Remind came out, that was probably the hardest thing to get on board with the Sleeping Realm theory of, like, well, is this intentional? Why wouldn't they explore this in the game if it was?
Yeah, and like,
I think that the 6 hearts no sacrifice thing is like the thing that makes it so, like, no, there's something screwy going on here and we have not explained it yet.
Yeah, like, there are still, like, there are a bunch of, like, open-ended shit that's just not answered yet. And one of these things is just the, like, that very much stands out as just, like, that's incorrect. And it's translated correctly. We know what he says. But this is wrong. You know what I mean? And so it's one of those things that's just, like, very pointedly, like, it seems like there is fuckery afoot. You know what I mean? But yeah, that is always something that, like, and I totally get it. And I get it, right? Where it's just like, well, why would they introduce all of these mysteries and, like, not just answer it within, like, the text of the game? And I'm like, hey, don't ask me. I'm not the guy doing it. And, like, I understand that it's to be like, wow, if you were to introduce a bunch of mysteries or whatever and then actually address it, it makes it, like, more meaningful sort of in that time. But, like, to have some big overarching thing, you know, some people might read it as like, oh no, you're just bullshitting and trying to fix stuff retroactively. But, like, I think there's plenty enough here to be like, no, they are purposefully, like, weaving some weird little mystery, and, like, this is one of those things that shows it's pretty fucking intentional, you know what I mean? Where you're like, well, this is just plainly wrong. And I don't think they forgot suddenly, you know what I mean?
Right. I can read this part.
Yeah, go for it.
When Sora meets Chirithy for help in saving Kairi's heart, he says something missable but important. Hey, I've already restored 6 hearts. What's one more? Well, that doesn't sound right. There are 7 hearts to save. The beginning of the game made it clear he had 7 hearts to save, and yes, before you make the joke, Sora can count. We even save all 7 hearts in question, so what gives? Did he forget someone? If he were to forget any one person, the most significant one is Riku, whose light he followed to then save the others. Riku, whose sacrifice goes entirely forgotten and noticeably skipped over, with Sora simply staring blankly at the ground after making it through the chair.
That drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Finish the sentence.
It's also notable that we've never shown Sora waking up, just this empty stare as he's been unexplainably put back into his own heart.
This drives me crazy because it's something that's just so, like, there are so many little things that are so easy to forget about. You know what I mean? So many things that are just like, if you were just to look at the scene, you're like, that's weird. Why did they do that? And this is one of those things where I'm like, people were already being like, why did we not see Riku's sacrifice? And some people were just like, I guess we just don't get to see it. You know, and then I'm just like, I mean, I'm taking this as there is a lot more there that, like, for some people see it as this, like, you know, a negligence of, like, Riku as a character, which I don't think is the case. I think it's more like it is so important that it is very notably like,
God.
weird open-ended mystery, like this should be here, but it's not. And the way it's like worked around is like, we have to do this later,
like, Riku's sacrifice is so important. It's like a huge part of almost all of the marketing for KH3.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it's
and
something
yet for whatever
where...
reason we just skip over it, and then there's this weird I've saved 6 hearts.
Like, when I think of this, I'm reminded of, say, example, because I've just had this conversation before where, like, example, when you have a favorite character in Danganronpa, right? A death game of any kind, but we'll use Danganronpa as an example, that, like, people want so desperately for their character, their favorite little dude to not die. But the thing is, when your character gets a death, yeah, it's the death game, but it's like when your character gets a death, that's like food for life for exploring this character. Like, that's like they get like such a huge focus on them because of it, right? Where, like, I'm not saying that it's any less to explore if the character survives, because there's always like a handful, right? But like, it's something
but in the death murder game, when the character dies, that's when they get the most exploration.
That's when they get like a spotlight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so in a similar way, where it's just like, as opposed to seeing this as like negligence, this is very clearly, at least to me, like importance. Like, this is something where it's like, all of this weird shit only happens around Riku for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, all of this is like, so strange, and now we're going into some foreign land and a different reality, and Riku is the only one going to save him, and all of this other shit where it's just like, yeah, because Riku's important, and this thing that happened is important, and even just the framing of not seeing it, and Sora very much being not normal coming out the other side of this, is like, ooh, this is juicy, and we are going to get so much about this down the line. Like, it's crazy. So it's just something where I'm not saying it's exact with like when your character dies, it's just something that I'm reminded of, where sometimes people are like, well, if they don't talk about him, if they didn't show his thing, then that means they're just ignoring him as a character. And I'm like, no, dog.
It's the similar concept of distance makes the heart grow fonder. We've got to have this period of like, oh, why is there's this weird thing where we're not seeing like a completely accurate side of like what's going on with Riku. And that's because we have to set up that this is the thing that's happening, so that then we can get the catharsis of Sora and Riku being reunited and figuring out what happened and what that means to them.
Yeah. It shows how important he is, because the whole left by it being excluded is huge. Yeah, it's very much like it being excluded is like a huge, like, what the fuck? Like, it was a very big culminating part of the whole part of the last of that game. As well as, the marketing and all of this stuff. Or even like Sora not showing up on Riku's Heart Station, which in any just the most base read of like the series, you're like, well, Sora, his very best friend, the guy who's like saved him, like from all, there's so much where it's like, it's no question how important he is to him, right? And there's like very pointed, like, that's very interesting that he wouldn't be there. I wonder why, even though we're jumping to his heart with like nothing, just because we willed it, basically.
Right.
Like, it's very much like all of these weird things happen, but it's all very much special treatment for Riku and Riku only, even if it's by omission, because that should be there because it was a really big thing. And now that it's not there, that's just calling attention to it. And now we're going to have to come back to it later.
Riku can't share his real heart.
Yes, exactly. It's very much a like, dude's burying this deep, and I think that there's, we're gonna see like changes in stuff, and we're gonna get to dive in there and everything. So anyway, this just particularly drives me crazy. Yes, good old Riku
So
Nort.
Riku Nort, yeah. So Riku Nort might actually be 2 different Rikus. I really wish we would get clarification on this one.
Yeah.
Like, I wish it was just put to bed whether this is true or not true. Because I can still so easily see it being both ways.
Yeah, yeah. Like, if it were something that was just like, oh, it really is just the same guy, I'd be like, okay, whatever. But, like, the whole Maleficent scene is like, why is that there
It's
then?
weird, yeah. And, like, in my heart, these are 2 different Rikus. Like, that's how I see the scene, but I just wish there was, like, an interview confirming or denying it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Riku Nort we see in San Fransokyo is distinctly different in attitude compared to how he acts later in the Keyblade Graveyard. He's calm, smug, more calculating, and skeptical of plans, but rolling with them anyway. The Riku Nort we see later on was prideful, brazen, taunting, and practically battle-hungry. Brat! Just like how Repliku acted in Chain of Memories. Not to mention that they're literally... Yeah, I love shitty Riku.
I know, I love it.
Dumb
That's why I cannot change my fucking Discord icon. All these years later, Kippen drew 1 Riku for me, and I won't take him down.
Yeah, he's my favorite. Not to mention that they're literally wearing 2 entirely different outfits, and I can't say I spy a dark mode suit under the coat. Not that he couldn't just put it on later, I guess. Seeing as Kingdom Hearts 3 has done a thorough job of letting the audience assume and fill in the gaps, it's very likely this is another case of leaving just enough connection to let you think it's one singular Riku. In San Fransokyo, Sora and company assume he must be Riku when possessed by Ansem. It's a lot of assumptions. A sound reasoning, and he doesn't entirely deny it, but leaves it open. This seems to happen a lot. Later in the Keyblade Graveyard, Mickey also comes to the same conclusion, voiced exactly the same way, and this Riku also doesn't deny it. This is easy for us, the audience, to make the connection and fill in the gap. We're led to do so purposefully, whether it's correct or not. So later, when it's proven to us that it is in fact not Riku when he was possessed, but Repliku, which makes sense with his behavior, this throws any and all spoken word out the window. Characters can be wrong, they can assume incorrectly, and they can even lie. So that leaves us with whatever contextual clues it shows us instead. Considering if this is the same Riku we're shown in the Keyblade Graveyard, this conversation with Pete and Maleficent in San Fransokyo, a world that brought up both time travel and recreating things in data, doesn't add up. Overstep, and darkness will consume you again. What an interesting thing to say. I shall do anything I please. As you should. As should you. Oh, I intend to. Who's he? Friend of yours? Yes, though I could not tell you from when.
See, and that's where I'm like, okay, well, this is clearly something, right? This is so obviously something where it's like, and then Maleficent did a bunch of time travel and a bunch of other, you know, it's so like, cool, we just don't know the answer yet. But like, to me, this scene is enough to be like, this is a different guy. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and she wouldn't say that about Repliku.
No, exactly. She wouldn't say that about Repliku. And also, I don't think he would, like, play this game with her, you know what I mean? Like, even if he has, like, Riku's memories of her, it'd probably be a lot more, like, obstinate. But, like, it's something where it's just, like, the way
that's
it's just,
like,
his
mom. She knows who he is.
Yeah. Oh, I could not tell you from when. It's just so
He speaks very knowingly of Maleficent and past actions in Kingdom Hearts 1, while also hinting at hidden motives that often wise aren't addressed. This sits especially strange when thrown in the face of what we see later from who we know to be Repliku. That and Maleficent's response in itself seems to indicate that there's more at play than that surface level. Other than that, it's at least a Riku she has known. Also while suggesting that she was aware that Riku Nort wasn't who he said he was, Riku when possessed by Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. We also have a stark contrast in how they respond to being the real Riku, which is honestly pretty telling. The Riku in Big Hero 6 has no issue with it, and even chides them for needing to figure it out. And that means he's not really Riku. Smarter than you look. Where Repliku at the Keyblade Graveyard fights it to his literal dying breath. You're not real. I'm the real one. So who is this potential mysterious and handsome 400th Riku? We're given a few different options, but originally our proposition was Data Riku in some form, a la Recoded. What with all the data Big Hero 6 Riku is working with. Especially with this odd, unexplained scene within Recoded Rikus. That is a perfect chance to Nort-nap Data Riku. It shows up suddenly, much to the confusion of Mickey, Jiminy, and others. Come here, you. The scenes end here with a follow-up from Jiminy saying how this never happened, or at least he didn't write it in the journal at all. But following more recent Cux updates, this definitely friendly and non-threatening dark staticky mass has proven to be very interesting and very probable, including introducing darkness, like as a person, sort of. Who am I?
Also, thank you, Shannon, for the bits.
Call me Darkness. That's certainly vague. You're telling me. For starters, Cux is, surprise surprise, taking place entirely within Data due to some kind of currently unknown meddling. Darkness introduced in a Data world is a strong enough link by itself, but it's implied at the very least that they've done some amount of meddling themselves, if not potentially all of it, to at least trap Maleficent. Ah, so you were forced into a trap to trap me in this isolated space. It would be inconvenient for us if memories of what happens in that world were to transcend time. All the while showing a very comprehensive understanding of what events brought her there in the first place, knowing way more than one should be privy to. When the boy you thought you'd manipulated so cleverly pierced you with a keyblade, it crossed your mind. Why, the very same event Big Hero 6 Riku seems to bring up offhand. To top it off, Darkness is also the one who helps Maleficent escape Back to the Future. A mysterious old friend from who knows when indeed. Speaking of, when Darkness is helping Maleficent, we're shown Darkness also within Ventus acting at the same time. It turns out there are multiple Darknesses, and they often refer to themselves as a group. Conveniently, as does Riku in Big Hero 6. Sorry, did we steal your idea? Yeah, I mean, I would just love if this was the case, just so that we could get more bratty Riku.
Oh, like, yeah.
Being like so one of the Darknesses. It'd be great.
It would be, and I want that.
While we're led to assume it's just the organization, this is a frustratingly perfect narrative loophole. Something to point to later, going, haha! The we he mentions is actually a different group entirely. Gotcha! Which is pretty par for the course so far as the series is concerned.
It is.
Yeah.
So annoyingly. Especially, like, if it were something like, because and I could, like, put the, look, Darkness, like, they need, like, they don't have a physical form, and thus they can't be killed, right? Because they don't have a physical form, but they can be destroyed if they are, like, given a physical form. But if there were any reason that, I don't know, was, like, shown that maybe for them to, like, travel forward in time, perhaps, because they don't need a body, is that they would need somebody to be there with memories, maybe like a Darkness that got out, or, you know, and then they would need some kind of thing to bring them to. So when talking about like hearts and bodies, another thing, while this lines up obviously with what Organization 13, the true Organization 13 is doing right now, I could also foresee this being a way to bring other darknesses forward and having them have bodies in some, like the you know, the means to like travel forward into the future is having a waypoint and having something that's like a physical thing, a piece of something that like you can use to kind of, what's the word I'm thinking of? There's like a word specifically.
Right. Yeah, I know.
There's a like an in-between a thing. I can't remember. This is a MacGuffin. There's a thing. That's why it's like with Master of Masters, it's the you know, Luxu has the memories and then the Keyblade and the eye and everything, and it's just like that's the median, I guess, of which to travel
to. Totem, but that's not it either.
Yeah, I think I think like
a vest. No. Whatever. Chat, help us out.
I'm trying to. I'm so close. Some point would make things go through it, and I don't know. I lost it. Anyway, it's a thing, and they need it. Conduit.
Conduit. Yes.
Thank you. Oh my god. Holy shit. Anyway, they need a conduit for them to show up to, right? So I could foresee this even being kind of a setup for not the Organization 13 at the time, but the darknesses to move forward into the future, because there are some that are like trapped in places, but they're not like disposed of entirely. You know what I mean? Which is very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So that's where I'm seeing this, and I'm now making this connection with this like completed information through Cux. Which I think would be very interesting, because there are other times too where like Nomura loves pulling this shit. We all know he loves pulling this shit, where it was just like, oh yeah, this seemed like it fit right along with Organization 13, but he was actually doing this for something else, especially because Big Hero 6 is all to do with like data, which we already know Cux is really doing things with.
Yeah.
But also there's only one nobody, right? There is a nobody that shows up here that spawns here and only here, and it's Xigbar's sniper nobodies.
Right.
That's it. They just he doesn't show up.
Yeah.
But the nobodies do. And that's always been very pointed, that like, of course, obviously he would be like involved or a part of this in some way, or even just overseeing it. Specifically to do with like this, you know what I mean? Or like just Riku, like him and Riku, him bringing Riku in the Keyblade Graveyard, like him fighting with Riku in the big brown box, you know what I mean? Like him and Riku keep having this like this connection, and like it's here too. But like if it were something to, I don't know, say like moving darknesses forward in some way, I'm feeling like I'm onto something.
Yeah, like Xigbar would obviously have interest in what's going on here. But obviously so would like the darknesses and all the stuff with the data versus like the actual, the real Organization 13, where they wouldn't necessarily, like, this doesn't connect to the princesses.
Yeah.
It's not strictly related to what's, like, you can connect it. You can be like, oh, okay, well, they might be interested in data because of like the vessels and the replica program and stuff like that. But it's just not as connected, and could be.
It's like just open enough
instead.
And in that way, where I was gonna bring up the example, and then I got twisted off into a different direction. But like, you know, Nomura loves pulling this shit, because I love the example of Nameless Star being somebody that it was like, oh yeah, she's somebody we've met before. And so we were like, well, Strelitzia, that makes sense, you know, and like what she says fits exactly in line with what is happening to Marluxia right then, right? And so
Nomura
we're like,
being cheeky with the, oh, she's someone we've met before.
Oh, she's someone we've met before, you know, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, and we, yeah, and it's something where it's like, there wasn't even, like, you didn't have to stretch it even, you'd just be like, yeah, his heart is replaced with another, you know, it's literally true. With Xehanort, right? Like, that's happening right now. There was, like, no reason to think otherwise. And then it's like, ha, just kidding. She's that girl from the Verum Rex commercial, you know what I mean? It's something where it's just so, like, yeah, it's exactly in line with this, where it's just like, we are studying, you know, bodies, blah, blah, blah. It makes us as real as people, etc., you know? And it's this whole thing where you're like, well, yeah, because... you know, the real Organization 13 is, like, doing this, but they seem to have already had that kind of taken care of by this point. You know what I mean? They already had, like, bodies and stuff that they were doing, you know? I didn't think that they, at this point, I'm like, is this really, like, what? But that's fine. It's whatever, you know? And so... anyway, it's, like, a perfect overlap point.
It definitely seems plausible.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. That'd be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Something else that leads to this is that his goals don't really align with the organization. Hey, just like we were just talking about.
Yeah.
His goal here is to find a way to recreate the heart, possibly using data while focusing pretty strictly on darkness. The organization, on the other hand, has plenty of hearts to go around, several options at their disposal to the point multiple characters are benched or go AWOL, and they still meet their quota. What they mostly needed were bodies. And so far as looks are concerned, Darkness has shown with the ability to shapeshift, having done so when manipulating Ventus to do some very bad things. Oh, that was such... yeah, man, that update.
That was such a good drop. That was such a good drop.
This is so good. We were all just like, yes, I knew it. Wait,
yeah.
The point remains at the end, regardless of who it is, that the Riku in Big Hero 6 is most likely not the same one in the Keyblade Graveyard. Riku Nort 1, organization coat, calm and smug demeanor, doesn't get his hands dirty, calls plans into question, focused on data and uses actual bug blocks from Recoded, and now frequenting cucks, no qualms with not being real, has obvious ulterior motives. Riku Nort 2, Repliku, Dark Suit mode, aggressive and cocky attitude, ready to get his hands dirty, follows orders willingly, insists he's real until death, actually confirmed to be Repliku, and loves long walks on the beach. Gee, why does your KH3 let you have 4 Rikus? Because we're just special. And he's a special boy.
He's a special boy and we love him. Yay! More! More! More!
Do you want to read about the novel?
Yeah, we're like right at the end.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts 3 official novel. And hey, while we're putting this document together, the title for the KH3 novel was announced. KH3 will receive a novel adaptation. Blah, 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 blah. First volume, Restart.
Restart! Wow.
Wow, imagine our surprise. We went absolutely ape. Like we brought up at the very start of the theory, within the art book, Nomura left a sweet message to the fans. Within this message, there is a particular part that stands out. Quote, I believe that Kingdom Hearts 3 is truly completed when 2 thoughts, whatever you feel from playing the game, and my thoughts that I've secretly placed in the game, match up together. I hope that everyone playing the game will complete the game for us. Well, Nomura, we hope we lived up to your expectations. I mean, you did it! You made it all the way to the bottom of the abyss. But really, thank you guys for your patience and excitement while we put this together. It's honestly turned into so much more than was originally intended, but as we kept going and excitement was mounting, we really just wanted to make it the best we could. So from the bottom of our Kingdom Hearts, thank you.
Wow. Clap.
We did it! Woo! Hooray! Good job, everybody! Woo! Wait, Whee!
And been said before, but I'll say it again. Good job. Good job on all of this.
Thank you.
Guys. Like, wonderful.
Actually, first time being introduced to this theory. Oh boy.
Oh.
There's a whole way big first chunk.
You missed a lot of the good parts.
You did. Let me give you the barest of like overviews of what this theory is about, because you caught the tail end of when I was just going over basic little baby shit. The Sleeping Realm theory is generally a theory that, if you're familiar with things happening in Cux, right, there was Key was the first timeline, and then Cux is a do-over of that, where they avoid everything going to shit with the Keyblade War, where they do, a world line hop. And
save your player character and all the other...
Yeah. And so this theory here is that Kingdom Hearts 3, as we play it, is that second timeline, is the do-over that we were introduced to with Key and Cux. Key, we watch everything go to shit, the Keyblade War happens, we die, stuff like that. And then Cux is very explicitly the means of, hey, we brought some people out of that bad timeline and then put it into the good one, and then we're gonna try and do over, and we're basically gonna overwrite the old save, is functionally how it works. And so the Sleeping Realm theory is that, like, Kingdom Hearts 3, as we play it, is us overwriting the save. We don't get to see the first timeline, but they give us everything that we would need to know to see that we're on the second timeline, if you're paying attention. And so there's a lot of stuff where it's just like, it's mentioned to be kind of within a realm of sleep, essentially. So rules that work there apply here in a way that we haven't seen before. Things show up here that should not be showing up at all, etc., etc. And that's the Sleeping Realm theory. Like, very, very long and short of it is that it's like, it is world line hopping, as we were shown in the mobile games, but KH3 is just like now here's the test. We gave you all of the means to figure it out. Is there something going on? Do you see it? And we're like, yes, I see here all of this stuff. For you specifically, I'm going to show you, and this is the one that kills me. Hold on, I gotta go find it. I'm looking for the world logo.
Ah, yes.
Because that's the one that's really like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Where are you? What if I just, like, pulled up over here? La 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 la. KH3 logo. La 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 la. A whole new world. No. Where is it? Thank you for pausing on Zigbar. Love to.
I love that guy.
Love that guy. Now I can't even remember where the hell it is.
Yeah, I know. I'm searching as well.
Yeah. You just like Control F.
Control F, the logo. Oh! Gimme! I found it.
Being introduced to the SRT theory by watching Part 3 is essentially like starting KH3 as our first game for the series
Fate,
long.
The intro is predictive, Xehanort's plant, star-crossed, KH3 logo.
Okay. Okay, I found it. A whole new world. That makes... I was looking at that and I was like, this should be it. Okay, alright. So... I'm simply going to show this to you really quick, okay? Introduced to this Sleeping Realm theory by watching Part 3, essentially like starting KH3 is your first game of the series. Okay, a whole new world. This one's fun, alright? This is one of those ones where we found this and we're like, this is real, okay? In Dream Drop Distance, we get an interesting dividing line shown to us most are unaware of. When Riku goes into the world that never was, he first enters Sora's dream version of it. Later, he escapes Sora's dreams and makes it back into reality. What gets missed, or passed off anyway, is that only then does the world logo show up for Riku. It turns out there is actually a really neat and explicit reason for this that Nomura explains in a Famitsu interview. I want to ask more about the world that never was. Is that world a part of reality, or is it also a world of sleep? And the answer, when that world's logo appears, it indicates the boundary between the dream and reality. When Sora arrives, it's reality, and then goes into a world of sleep.
Gimme!
Riku arrives in the sleeping world. Riku arrives in the sleeping world, and as you progress and the world logo appears, that's when it becomes reality. So there's this very clear dividing line between this world of sleep, this world of this, you know, the sleeping world that he's in, and then going into reality, right? And this is something that's been painted very, very clearly, explicitly by Nomura. And then Riku even comments on and questions making it out of the dream into reality. This place, did I finally make it out of the dream? And then after we have this, we are shown the world logo. Now we're back, we're from sleepy time juncture, now we're in the real world, right? And like we do stuff in the world that never was for a while before this shows up, right? So it's very much like Sora shows up and then it, you know, the world that never was, and then he goes to sleep. And then Riku shows up, we get nothing. And then after completing like most of the level, to be honest,
then you get into
yeah, because I was like, no, that's like the whole level, yeah. After you like beat the level, then it's like, okay, here's the world logo because now it's real. So anyway, so when connecting to the real world, the world logo was shown to signify a switch from dream to reality. So why is it being brought up, you ask? Is it ever even used in the series again? You bet it is.
And boom.
And once it shows up, go. Anyway, this, my friends, is when we officially switch tracks. The first time we arrive at the Keyblade Graveyard, we aren't shown the world logo. Ever. KH3 shows us exactly when we make this switch from dream to reality, and it's right after Sora finally manages to save everyone's hearts. With the fated fall to darkness effectively circumvented, time travel / power of waking, effectively making it so it never happened, we've now clicked into the new world line, the new reality. This timeline's a real boy now. To boot, who do we know guides wielders? Perhaps into a new world line. That's my little key kid. Chirithy. Kyrie. Kyrithy. The Chirithy ears. So the whole thing being like, by the time you get to the Keyblade Graveyard and all of this shit happens, you know, shit hits the fan. Everybody's fucking dying, dropping like flies left and right, folding like cheap suits, you know what I mean? This shit is going to hell. And you do your whole, you know, you run around in the final world,
save everybody,
you watch Riku's sacrifice for a second time, you dive in and you save everybody, yada yada, and then like Kyrie meets us in the tunnel, you know, because she was like waiting there the whole time, and then we get brought out of the tunnel after saving everybody. We did it. And then as it's like, all right guys, let's fucking go, and then they all start to kind of run off and we go up, and that's when we get the world logo, because now we've circumvented the great fall to darkness that was already predicted, and we have switched into the new world line.
Yeah.
Where now it's not a guaranteed thing, and things go differently this time.
So just very clearly of a like narrative device that they set up for you to take notice of in a previous game, and then using it again.
Yeah, yep. And that's basically, that's a very quick way to make a point of the Sleeping Realm theory, is just like, there are a lot of things that point to the fact that we are in sleep, like the fact that they use the Gayblade at all in the first place should be enough of a tell. Here's another fun one. Hold on, we're going to Dream Eaters. This one's a fun one, okay? This one's fun. So, another game mechanic turned really big tell is our cat dog thing shaped like a friend. His name is Bumpus, and that is absolutely vital. Generally, Dream Eaters only exist inside dreams and sleeping worlds to protect whoever or whatever is dreaming from nightmares. The end of Dream Drop makes a point of Sora going back into the sleeping world Traverse Town to say goodbye to them. In KH3, however, we are given our summon MacGuffin, called a Heartbinder. Despite that, it's got the symbol on it directly. There is still no mention of dreams or Dream Eaters, just that it's a charm that works for Sora as his strength comes from his bonds with people. What's even more interesting is that every single Link summon otherwise is in some way incorporeal, as in not real. Some kind of element and or pulled from somewhere far away, where Meow Wow, Bumpus, right? We all know his name is Bumpus, by comparison, is seen completely normal. So here they all are. You know, Ariel's made of water, Stitch is made out of, like, electricity, he's a little zappy guy, like, Ralph looks like a hologram, you know, Simba's made of fire and everything, and then, like, we have just, like, so super normal, regular, degular, Dream Eaters just showing up, just being cute, and they're the only ones, they're just totally normal. There's a lot of, like, little things like this that are just like, oh, yeah, dreamy stuff.
You should go through the whole theory, or watch the other streams that we've done, or watch the previous streams you did with Peachy.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's also talking about the drop points in which they would have dropped into the new world line, and how Riku's hair changes at that point that we would be like, hey, this is it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. 2.9, Carrie's Fate. Where are you? The drop. There we go. Yeah, anyway, if you feel like going through this is the final part of, like, my revisit. This came out almost, like, a month after KH3 came out. It was very loaded, right? And so it's been 6 years now since this came out, but I like to come back and revisit it. And so this was the 6-year anniversary, talking about the Sleeping Realm theory, with the aid of my friend here, Tennille, who did not work on it, just is my friend. And so it was fun to, like, go back over this and everything, but, like, I do have the other videos of, like, going over it with Tennille. There's also, within the document itself, at the top of it, I have links to me and Aurora Peachy going over it, like a few years ago, I think. And you know, it's here, but definitely if you're like, wow, that's crazy, you should look at the rest of it. But yeah, here's
there's stuff that'll blow your mind, like, along every step of the way.
Yeah, it's a fun time. Here's the talking about, like, hey, Riku's hair changes when the whole thing with the, you know, the Heartless getting to him and yada yada and everything, but it's just like, did anybody notice? Some people didn't even notice that his hair, like, changed proper. But, like,
which is crazy to me, because I know the horseshoe cut.
I like his horseshoe cut, but I'm not gonna say it's his best hairstyle or anything. I just think Riku could do anything, and I'd be like, aw, you know. But, like, you know, his hair changes, and it's just like, wow, that's pretty much, like, almost exactly like his KH3 hair, which was pretty noticeable. You know what I mean?
His Dream Drop distance hair, yeah.
Yeah. Riku's hair being the make it or break it point of the theory for a lot of people, yeah. When Riku passes out in the Realm of Darkness, he goes into the death pose, which, if I remember correctly, used for him only once before in a cutscene. Why are, oh, what, you mean like the people with blue eyes be like? Ting, you know. Yeah, they're very bright in this little screenshot. Once before in a cutscene when he was sleeping at the beginning of Chain of Memories. It's not like, you know, it's not too out of left field. Or his eyebrows. Yeah, his eyebrows are also very, like, bright. Hi. Baby, won't you make yourself known? Won't you say hi to everybody? Or are you just gonna keep bothering me? Because it's almost 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
But hey, dude.
Yeah. Let's look at the thank you at the end. to remember us finishing it.
We did it! Yeah!
We fucking did it, dude.
We did it!
We finally got through. Oh my god.
We can cross that off our list, and we can go on to that other document.
Yeah, the other one, the one from Gabby. Yeah, we'll do that.
Gabby's back. And then we should also rewatch Dark Road.
We should. We absolutely should.
Me throwing my rock into the pond. That's what I want to see happen.
I would like to do that, because we could do that before we go back to Dream Drop.
True, yes. Because I also want to finish up my little guide.
Yeah, the guide for the people, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That would be good. Also, I am not getting up for the direct. I'm just gonna wake up to good news.
Oh, yeah.
Because the direct is, for me, like 7 in the morning. So. Yeah,
well, that's the same that it was like this last week, but they're just regular old direct. Yeah. And so when I just woke up, that was the first thing I watched.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the same thing with this.
Yeah.
Unless I'm still awake, which that's a possibility.
That is a possibility. So I guess we'll just find out. I've yet to watch Dark Road, and we learned I need to. You really should. It's really good, and it's very loaded. It's got a lot of shit going on in there.
I was trying to sell my friend on Dark Road. Not that they needed it sold to them so much.
Right,
I was just
right.
Have you... Like, we were just kind of talking Kingdom Hearts stuff, and they're very into the games. They're also just like, they haven't played all of them or really understand the stuff with the mobile games. Yeah, and I'm like, so have you seen Dark Road? And they're like, unfortunately, no. And I'm like, oh, you should. It's got murder mystery. It's got like these parallels with Ericus and Xehanort. It's like setting up all this really cool stuff about like, is the light always good? Is world order always something to strive for? Like, it's got all this great stuff that's probably foreshadowing what we're going to be exploring in the series to come. So I'm like, so you should really check it out.
You really should.
And so I told them that whenever you and I go through it again, I'll link the stream to them.
There we go. Yeah.
Go through it with us.
Yes, that'd be fun. That's definitely one way to go through it.
Yeah.
Definitely, I'm slowly working through the key and cutscenes. I need to understand. Yeah, that's something where, like, there are so many different ways people have been like, actually, I have the most important cutscenes. No. I have the most important cutscenes. And honestly, sometimes it might just be worth just going through all of it by yourself and being like, you know what, I don't need this dwarves cutscene, the 30th dwarf cutscene, but like, hey, there was something kind of interesting in this other one, you know, it's just the nature of what it was, but...
You never know when the Disney stuff in Cucks is gonna be like, either just be like, oh, you're gonna go save the dwarves, or it's gonna say something like really meaniful about the nature of the power of sleep and...
Yep. Yeah. That's why I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna play through the game and I'm just gonna pay attention to all the scenes as best I can. And yeah, they got some like really neat little scenes in there where you're like, huh, that seems like a point, that seems like something to remember, this thing that you're talking about. Cool. Just tuck that away in the back pocket. Like a lot of like everything happening in Wreck-It Ralph in that game is really feels like very like, huh, that's really interesting, and it feels kind of pointed, especially when like the Cybugs that are all kind of fucked up are like saying stuff to you and you're like, what the hello? Like, it's good, it's cool, and I like it a lot. So
yeah, and just Union Cross in general has like a really good story.
Yeah, it's something that like it's kind of slow going at first, but like it's kind of working against it, but also working for it, that like it takes its time to like endear itself to you. It also takes like way too long. Like there is a bunch of filler that kind of doesn't, you know, it's true.
It is still a mobile game.
Yeah. But it's something where it's just like, oh, there are some parts that hit so fucking good in that game. Dude, the ending of Cucks is like it's crazy. It's really good. It's really cool. So, you know, I miss playing Cucks so bad. I stopped playing right before the story started happening in earnest. Oh damn.
No.
That's so unfortunate.
I can't wait until we have Missing Link and we get
I know.
Story bits again.
I know, I'm so hungry. Wish I could go back and look at my medals. Yeah. Anyway. We're invited.
This was a good stream. I'm glad we finally got to the end of the doc.
Yes, we finally did it. It only took a month, but we did it. And then later we can, you know, look at Gabby's doc that was made directly in like, I went and did my homework and I looked over the whole doc and wrote a bunch of stuff about it. And I am very curious what's in there, but it's obviously better if Gabby were here. And also it's been 6 hours and it's 1 a.m. So I think it's fine to call it good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not tired, but I am hungry.
I am also hungry. So and there's a slice of cheesecake in the fridge and I want it.
Oh, hell yeah. My roommates have recently made cake pops and not only are they adorable, but they're so good.
Oh, yeah, I need to try and make cake pops again. I made some for Halloween and they were yummy, but they also stained the sticks that they were on because it was very much like pumpkin spice, orangey type. It was like, ooh, very yummy. And I used cream cheese frosting for like the cake pop part of it. Nice. All like, you know, to make the little cake pop balls. And then it was just so easy to like stain the stick. And I was like, that's not very appetizing, but they tasted good. So thank you for bringing this wonderful theory to light and for sharing with all of us. I'm happy to have been able to provide it for everyone. It's been 6 years, but I still get so many people being like, wow, the Sleeping Realm theory turned my experience with Kingdom Hearts 3 around. And now I like enjoy it and like want to look into things. And that makes me so happy. That's probably one of the best outcomes that I could ask for is that like it asks people to just kind of go back and engage with the story again on different terms. You know, a lot of times,
people weren't ready to do that, and it was really good.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah,
I got into the introspective stuff for KH, and it's so interesting to just question stuff. Hell yeah, it is. There's so much there to like, you know, sink your teeth into. I'm going to play through KH3 again because it really is my least favorite of the console games. Well, maybe with this doc in mind, you know, kind of take a little peek at it. Remind, I feel like definitely helps it along. And I like KH3 quite a bit. I think it's a lot of fun to play. Feels so with all the dialogue. Well, it's Kingdom Hearts. You know, it's KH3. It was the everybody wants the, you know, story stuff game, and then everyone had their own ideas of what they wanted, and then the game didn't give it to them, and then they hated it.
And there's a lot of story to get through.
And, it's true. It's true. But
I sent you a picture of the cake pops my roommates made because they're so pretty.
Let me look. Let me see. There we go. Oh, wow. Those are cute.
They're like little beach ones.
Yeah, that's so sweet.
Yeah, they put like glimmer dust in the they like have crushed up wafers and they put some glimmer dust in it too.
I see.
So it's
okay,
like
I
shimmery
see.
Sand.
That's really cute. That's super cool. I love that. That's so sweet. I love cake pops. I want one. I'm hungry. Good thing there's cheesecake for me. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess with that, wait, what were you saying? I do feel like listening to you talk about the Sleeping Realm theories helped me appreciate the stuff, all the stuff that I felt was filler. I'm glad. I think that there's a lot to like look into and not even like conjecture as much as like they explicitly state that there is like reason why you go here, here, and here. You know, it's just like your willingness to engage with that story that's there versus being like, why do I have to go to Rapunzel? What about the Organization 13? You know what I mean? And it's just like, well, I mean, there are multiple things happening, and you may as well just take your time to smell the roses, you know, pick some daisies and just see what it's trying to show you. You know what I mean? Not everything, not all of them are perfect, but like,
as much as Kingdom Hearts is a, you know, an action focused story, it's also a very character focused story.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, especially when you're in the mindset of like, I want my action set pieces, I want to see what's going to happen, it can kind of make you feel really impatient going through the slower characterization parts of the games, which is why I think Kingdom Hearts really benefits from multiple playthroughs where you're like, okay, this time, the first time playing through the game, I went through it to like get the big stuff in the story, the big reveals, the stuff that makes me feel like, wow, that's so cool. But like the other times that you go through it, it's like, oh wow, there's this like little bit of foreshadowing and like, ooh, there's like this little bit of characterization that kind of tells you how this character is feeling, and there's this little bit of symbolism here, and like that's also equally as enjoyable, but maybe that doesn't hit you as hard like the first time playing through a game.
Right. Yeah. Like, it's also, like, again, there's so much to remember and keep track of, too, that, like, sometimes you play through the game once, and there are a bunch of weird things that you're like, I forgot that happened at all, you know, and now that you're going through it again, you're like, oh, yeah, what was this? That seems kind of important, this thing that happened, you know, but, like, I was so, like, you don't even have to be, like, wow, gunned for the end, like, just going crazy to get there to, like, forget some of these things. I will say that playing KH3 after reading the Superhero Theory, I have noticed things I didn't before. It's very cool. I'm glad. It's definitely a lot more fun to just kind of engage with it and look for things than just having the one experience of like, I played it and then I don't know, and I didn't really care that much, and then, you know, it kind of blows. But it's like, I feel like KH3 did a lot of Recoded after being SRT build is a wild time.
Recoded's so fun.
I know, it is so fun. Oh, Recoded. And Remind is so fun, and the data battles are genuinely so fun.
Oh, they're so cool. And man, that moment when Yozora like did all the data battles, and then Yozora just like, what the hell?
That's so good.
There's like no series that can do the delivery on hype.
I know. The moments that it does have, the Xigbar Lushu reveal will be really hard to top.
That's so good.
Oh well, Sora. Hell yeah, Sora, enter. Sent. Knowing the stuff I thought was strange with KH3 back in 2019 being stated and explored in the Superhero Theory. I'm glad. That was a lot of people were like, they would go through and they would forget, you know, they would be like, wow, that was kind of weird. And then they go through and they finish it and they're just like, well, I guess that's it. And then later would see the Sleeping Realm Theory. And I saw a lot of people going like, oh my God, I knew it. I thought that was so fucking strange. Yeah. They're like, I did notice that. And like, I just didn't piece it together with like the rest of everything else, you know? Right. So there's a lot of like vindication there for people who did pick up on a lot of these things but just didn't have it all strung together, and then this was like, hey, you know, all those things you saw, what if this, you know? And they're like, so, you know, there's plenty of that where it's just like putting it all in one place can help suddenly the clarity of like, there's something going on, just like 6-hour Riku is gay video. So
yeah.
The same thing with Riku is gay video too. Like, I knew most of the things, but seeing it also compiled nicely was like, you're like, oh shit. Now it's not just like little bits and pieces you're remembering here and there, and you're like, well, this is pretty gay. But when you see it all laid out like that, you're like, oh, this is very on purpose.
Hey, wait a second.
Hold on. Now, we're not fucking around anymore. This makes a lot of sense. Eyes opened. Good. I'm glad.
Third eye.
Opened. Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, but I was gonna say, whenever you do get back to Dream Drop Distance, I can also show off the guide I got. Because I got the Dream Drop Distance
Oh, right.
guide.
Yeah.
It's not that helpful. It's
right.
kind of helpful.
It's something, you know, they did their best, I guess.
It's like half the size of the 358 guide.
That doesn't surprise me too much.
Yeah. And I think that really has more to do with just like the state of game guides than it does like the content that's in both games.
Sorry, I read text and then I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I feel like it being half the size has more to do with the state of game guides being on the decline.
Oh,
than it
yeah,
does
that makes sense.
Have to do with like the amount of content in both games.
Yeah, no, I can agree. Because even though it's not that big of a difference between them, it's still enough that it was like, oh yeah, and they were really starting to fall off at that time.
Right.
I think I was one of the Suruku shippers that kind of resigned to Sokai, but seeing the video, I was like, wait a minute. Riku's gay video was the starting point of me going, wait a minute, Sora is gay. Yeah, that usually comes hand in hand with it as well, because it's something where you're like, I'm seeing the narrative significance of like Riku's relationship with Sora and like what it means to him, and then that starts to like that context. Now with Sora, you're like, now wait a second, if this is true, then these other things with Sora make a lot of sense now if this is like the direction things are going, you know what I mean?
I love these streams cause I love seeing discussions go off the rails.
It's like, there's been a lot of narrative choices
did we get
made.
to? What white PPL stereotype are you? In the same video,
they seem kind of odd, unless.
Oh,
wait, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yep. Suddenly, this all makes sense. I did remember offhand not offhand, Canary said something and then I was like, oh geez, and then we got distracted talking and then I remembered again, that I have to go to the DMV tomorrow because I have to go get like my real ID or whatever, so I can travel on planes. Which is super annoying, and like everything is like booked out appointment wise, so now we just have to raw dog it and go in and hope we get it in a reasonable time. So we have to go in kind of early. So like I should probably get off of stream and eat cheesecake and let it knock me out and go to sleep. I don't know.
Yeah.
I totally forgot. Well, it is what it is. I'll be happy to get it out of the way at least, but
yeah, I hope it goes smoothly for you.
Yeah, me too. Because it's like almost all of us in the house have to go. So it's just like, because like a friend of ours is just like, well, I'm going and I'm just going to wait. And we're like, well, shit, maybe we'll just take you with us and get it done.
Let's all just pull the Band-Aids off
Lieutenant Direct when you get back. Yeah. I'll probably just see it while I'm waiting at the DMV. So, you know.
Yeah.
I'll be good.
All right. Well, then we ought to wrap things up.
Yes, we should. I like feel tired, but kind of not really, but I am yawning. Maybe it's just the eyes looking at the screen.
Yeah.
The bright screen. Thank you both for stream. Yes. Thank you, everyone who has come and hung out, and we talked about food again for way too long, and then we talked about the theory and actually finished it this time.
End credits rolling.
We're happy to have finally been able to get back to it.
Yep.
We've been chomping at the bit on it.
Yeah, really. Thank you for the stream and the commentary on your wonderful theory. Happy to provide. All right, everybody. Thank you. I will see you guys later. I'm not sure exactly when I'm streaming next because there's just stuff going on. Maybe Friday. Obviously, I'm going to be a little busy tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. But other than that, Friday, possibly, if you're feeling up to it, Tennille, we can figure something out. But we'll be in touch. Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, thank you, everybody. It was fun. I appreciate it. Thank you for sticking with us the whole time. And I'll be seeing you guys later. Okay?
Yeah.
Happy April Fools no longer. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. See ya. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.